Section 1 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 11, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. Chapter 5, Mary II, Part 1. The swiftest gales and the most propitious weather that ever speeded a favorite of fortune to the possession of a throne attended Mary, Princess of Orange, in her short transit from the port of the Brill to the mouth of her native Thames. She arrived there, glowing in health and overflowing with an excess of joyous spirits beyond her power to repress. Mary was brilliant in person at this epoch and had not yet attained her 27th year. Mary had been declared joint sovereign with her husband, but was not yet proclaimed, their signatures to the Bill of Rights being expected in return for the election which elevated them to her father's throne. The merely nominal regality to which the Convention of 1688–89 had been induced to confine Mary's position in this double sovereignty would have been more consistent with the ideas the Anglo-Normans entertained of female royalty than with the era of the next queen regnant who was called to the throne after the potent Elisabeth. Mary brought in her train her domestic rival, Elisabeth Villiers, whom she had neither the power nor the moral courage to expel from her household. William of Orange had not dared to outrage public opinion in England by making this woman the companion of his expedition against his consort's father. But as he by no means intended to break his connection with her, Mary was doomed to the mortification of chaperoning her from Holland. Subservient to conjugal authority in all things, Mary submitted even to this degradation. Her compliance prevented the English people from murmuring at witnessing the toleration of her husband's mistress at Whitehall, at the same time holding a responsible situation about her own person. The new queen, perhaps, thought she had gained a great triumph over the Villiers by the obligations under which she laid her husband, by the sacrificing to him the power and precedence with which the Convention had originally invested her. Mary had even sent to her husband the letters of Danby, urging her to insist on her nearer claims. The success of William and Mary was not a little accelerated by the publication of an absurd prophecy which affected to have described the tragic death of Charles I, the restoration of Charles II, and ended by declaring that the next king would go post to Rome, all which was to happen when there were 3 queens of England at the same time. On the landing of Mary, the 3 queens were expounded to mean herself, Catherine of Braganza, and Mary Beatrice. The scene of Mary's landing in England on the morning of February 12, 1688 or 89, strange to say, has never been described by any historian. It is, however, graphically delineated in the second of the contemporary Dutch paintings which have been recently brought to Hampton Court Palace. The queen appears in the center of the group of English courtiers who stand bareheaded on the shore to receive her, and are backing and bowing down before her with demonstrations of profound respect. Her page stands in the background, laden with her large orange cloak, which, with its hanging sleeves and ample draperies, sweeps the ground. Mary has also removed her hood and shows herself to the people without any covering on her head or shoulders. Her bodice is cut very low and draped with folds of fine muslin looped with strings of pearls. Her hair is dressed with lofty cornets of orange ribands and agrafes of pearls. She draws up her purple velvet robe to show an ostentatious-looking orange petticoat. Orange banners are borne before her and about her. Her tall Lord Chamberlain, hat in hand, is backing before her and directing her attention to her grand state charger, which is richly caparisoned with purple velvet saddle and housings emblazoned with the crown and royal arms of Great Britain, led by her master of the horse, Sir Edward Villiers, who is in full court dress. Her Majesty is preceded by females strewing flowers. She is surrounded by her officers of state and attended by her Dutch lady of honor in lofty stiff headgear. This lady is probably Madame Sturm. If Gravesend were the place of Queen Mary's landing, and if the Dutch painter has been correct, Gravesend must have been very different in appearance then from what it is at present, which is probable, because it had at that time ancient towers called blockhouses, and other river fortifications still standing. The Princess Anne and Prince George of Denmark, with their attendants, received Her Majesty at Greenwich Palace. The royal sisters met each other with transports of affection, says Lady Churchill, which soon fell off, and coldness ensued. But not then. Both Mary and Anne were too much elated with their success to disagree at that hour of joy and exultation, joy so supreme that Mary could neither dissemble nor contain it, according to the testimony of everyone who saw her. The royal barge of her exiled father was waiting for her, and amidst a chorus of shouts and welcomes from an immense throng of spectators, she entered it with her sister and brother-in-law, and was in a short time brought to Whitehall stairs, where she landed with them and took possession of her father's palace. William, for the first time since his invasion, came to Whitehall, but not until Mary had actually arrived there. Mazaret attributes to design this remarkable trait in his conduct. By such artifice, says that historian, William threw on the daughter of the exiled king the odium of the first occupation of his palace. 4 writers, who all profess to be eyewitnesses either of her landing or her demeanor in the palace, have each recorded what they saw. One of them, a philosophical observer, Evelyn; another, an enemy, Lady Churchill; a third, a panegyrist, old Mixon; and the fourth, an apologist, her friend Burnet. This concurrence of evidences, each of whom wrote unknown to the other, makes the conduct of Mary one of the best authenticated passages in history. "She came into Whitehall jolly as to a wedding," wrote Evelyn, "seeming quite transported with joy." Some of Mary's party, to shield her from the disgust that eyewitnesses felt at her demeanor, declared she was acting a part that had been sternly prescribed her by her husband's letters. Her partisan, old Mixon, enraged at these excuses, exclaimed, "If they had seen her as others did, they would not have ventured to report such falsity. So far from acting a part not natural to her, there was nothing in her looks which was not as natural and as lovely as ever there were charms in woman." Lady Churchill, in her fierce phraseology, speaks of what she witnessed without the slightest compromise, and as her assertions are borne out by a person respectable as Evelyn, she may be believed. Queen Mary wanted bowels. Of this she gave unquestionable proof the first day she came to Whitehall. She ran about looking into every closet and conveniency, and turning up the quilts of the beds, just as people do at an inn, with no sort of concern in her appearance. Although at the time I was extremely caressed by her, I thought this strange and unbecoming conduct. For whatever necessity there was of deposing King James, he was still her father, who had lately been driven from that very, would have showed some reluctance, seeming perhaps, of assuming her father's crown, and made some apology, testifying her regret that he should, by his mismanagement, have forced the nation to so extraordinary a proceeding, which would have showed very handsomely to the world, according to the character given of her piety, consonant also to her husband's first declaration, that there was no intention of deposing the king, only of succouring the nation. But nothing of the kind appeared. As soon as their signatures were affixed to the Bill of Rights, William and Mary were proclaimed William III and Mary II, sovereign king and queen of England, France, and Ireland. Many of the churchmen, resumes young Lady Cavendish, would not have done it on that day, because it was Ash Wednesday. I was at the sight, and, as you may suppose, very much pleased to see Ormanzer and Phoenix Anna proclaimed King and Queen of England instead of King James, my father's murderer. There were wonderful acclamations of joy, which, though they were very pleasing to me, they frightened me too, for I could not but think what a dreadful thing it would be to fall into the hands of the rabble. They are such a strange sort of people. At night I went to court with my Lady Devonshire, that is her mother-in-law, and kissed the queen's hands, and the king's also. There was a world of bonfires and candles in almost every house, which looked extreme pretty. The king was wonderfully admired for his great wisdom and prudence. He is a man of no presence, but looks very homely at first sight. Yet if one looks long at him, he has something in his face both wise and good. As for the queen, she is really altogether very handsome. Her face is agreeable, and her motions extremely graceful and fine. She is tall, but not so tall as the last queen. That is the consort of James II. Her room is mighty full of company, as you may guess. At this memorable drawing-room, the Princess Anne displayed her knowledge of the minute laws of royal etiquette. The attendants had placed her tabouret too near the royal chairs, so that it was partly overshadowed by the canopy of state. The Princess Anne would not seat herself under it until it was removed to a correct distance from the state chair of the Queen, her sister. Queen Mary was neither so much engrossed by her inquisition into the state of the chattels her father had left in his apartments, nor by the triumph of her accession on that memorable Ash Wednesday, as to leave neglected a delicate stroke of diplomacy, whereby she trusted to sound the real intentions of Archbishop Sancroft. The conduct of the primate was inscrutable to her consort and his courtiers. No character is so inexplicable to double dealers as the single-hearted, no mystery so deep to the utterers of falsehood as the simplicity of truth. When Archbishop Sancroft resisted the measures of James II as dangerous to the Church of England and tending to bring her back to the corruptions of Rome, no one of the Orange faction believed for a moment in his sincerity. They took the conscientious and self-denying Christian for a political agitator, the raiser of a faction howl like Titus Oates. In their distrust of all that was good and true, they deemed that the primate of the Church of England had some secret interest to carry, which had not been fathomed by William of Orange, on account of his want of familiarity with the technicalities of English ecclesiastical affairs. They supposed that the primate and the queen would perfectly understand each other. The queen had the same idea, and accordingly dispatched 2 of her chaplains, one of whom was Dr. Stanley, to Lambeth, on the afternoon of the important proclamation day, to crave for her, Archbishop Sancroft's blessing. The clerical messengers had, however, other motives besides this ostensible one. They were to attend service at the Archbishop's private chapel, and note whether King James and his son were prayed for, and bring the report to the new queen. While Her Majesty waited for this important benediction, she once more took possession of the home of her childhood, St. James's Palace, where she meant to tarry till her coronation, which circumstance a brilliant contemporary has thus illustrated in his description of that palace. There, through the dusk-red towers, amidst his ring of vans and mynheers, rode the Dutchman king, and there did England's Goneril thrill to hear the shouts that triumphed o'er her crownless leer. The Archbishop's chaplain, Wharton, went to his venerable master for directions as to what royal personages he was to pray for in the service for Ash Wednesday afternoon. "I have no new directions to give you," replied the Archbishop. Wharton, who had been brought up in the Church of England, had left it for the Roman Catholic creed, and turned again, determined to take the oath to William and Mary. He, therefore, affected to consider this injunction as permission to use his own discretion, and prayed for the newly elected sovereigns. The Archbishop sent for him in great displeasure after service, and told him that henceforth he must desist from this innovation, or leave off officiating in his chapel. The expression of the Archbishop in reproof of those who prayed for William and Mary was, that they would require to have the absolution repeated at the end of the service as well as at the beginning. The Archbishop then admitted messengers sent at the request of the Queen for his blessing. "Tell your princess," answered the uncompromising primate, "first to seek her father's blessing. Without that, mine would be useless." The political ruse of requiring Sancroft's benediction is illustrative of Mary's assumption of godliness and the response of Archbishop Sancroft's unswerving integrity in testing all such assumptions by the actions of the professor, whether princess or peasant. In the second day of her reign, Queen Mary manifested her inimical feelings to her uncles. Clarendon had retired to his seat in the country for repose after his labours in the Convention. He was both ill and heartsick at the aspect of the times. He wrote a letter and gave it to his wife to deliver in person to his royal niece. This epistle doubtless contained an unwelcome disquisition on filial duty, for Lady Clarendon, when she saw the demeanour of the Queen, dared not deliver it. "My wife," wrote Lord Clarendon, "had some discourse with the new Queen on Thursday," that is February 14th, "who told her she was much dissatisfied with me, and asked angrily, 'What has he to do with the succession?' Lady Clarendon assured her that he had acted for her, and for her sister's true interest. She moreover asked her Majesty, 'When would she please to see her uncle?' To which Queen Mary replied, that she would not appoint any time. Lady Clarendon asked, whether she forbade his visits? The Queen said, she had nothing to do to forbid anyone coming to the drawing-room, but that she would not speak in private to him. Her uncle, Lawrence, was not more graciously treated. My brother, continues Lord Clarendon, told me that the new Queen had refused to see him, but that he had kissed King William's hand, who treated him civilly. My brother advised my wife not to deliver to the Queen the letter I had written. 3 days afterwards, Queen Mary refused to see the children of her uncle Lawrence. They were little girls of 7 or 8 years old, incapable of giving political offence. The expectation of the dissenters of England was, that a general union and community of property were to take place between them and the Church of England as the chief result of the Revolution. Dr. Bates was the leader of a deputation from them. He had an audience both of the King and Queen at St. James's Palace, soon after their accession, and made them an eloquent speech on the subject of this union. The reply of the Queen was, I will use all my endeavours for promoting any union necessary for edifying the Church. I desire your prayers. Soon after this diplomatic reply, the Queen made close examination as to any reforms needed in the celebration of divine service at her royal chapel at St. James, and in consequence expelled forthwith several fiddlers, who had received appointments in the choir, and sustained part, if not the whole, of sacred music therein performed. Her Majesty's religious deportment at church gave general satisfaction, but the behaviour of her spouse greatly scandalized all who saw him at church, where it was his pleasure to wear his hat. If ever he happened to be uncovered during the solemn recital of the liturgy, he invariably assumed his hat directly the sermon began. His partisans excused this conduct by observing that such was the custom among the Dutch dissenters. They likewise pleaded that the Jews did the same. But the members of the Church of England did not like the king's irreverent demeanour a whit better on account of the examples he followed. The Queen's suppression of fiddling was universally approved, but they could not away with the hat of her Dutch partner. King William, being thoroughly impatient of London air and of all the pomps and ceremonies connected with his accession, hurried the Queen away with him to Hampton Court, where he secluded himself in utter retirement. He was apt to be very peevish, says Burnet, and to conceal his fretfulness put him in a necessity of being very much in his closet. He had promised his friends to set about being more visible, open, and communicative. The nation had been much used to this in the 2 former reigns, that many persuaded him to be more accessible. He said that his ill health made it impossible. In a very few days after he was on the throne, he withdrew to Hampton Court, and from that palace he only came to town on council days, so that the face of a court was now quite broke. This gave an early and general disgust. The gaiety and diversions of court disappeared, and though the Queen set herself to make up what was wanting in the king by a great vivacity and cheerfulness, yet, when it appeared that she meddled little in business, few found their account in making their court to her. Though she gave great content to all that came to her, yet very few came. In the first days of their reign, William and Mary agreed upon the destruction and the reconstruction of the principal suite of state-rooms in the historical palace, Hampton Court. It was the custom, at this time, for presentations to be made to the Queen after service when she was coming out of Hampton Court Chapel. Lord Clarendon writes, "In the evening, March 3, 1689, my brother Lawrence came to me and told me that he had been to Hampton Court, where King William had at last presented him to the Queen, but it was in the crowd as she came from church. He kissed her hand, and that was all." The veteran diplomatist, Danby, was extremely sedulous in his visits to Lambeth, hoping to induce Archbishop Sancroft to crown the new sovereigns. The archbishop refused to crown either the king or queen, and, as well as Lord Clarendon, persisted that he could not take any new oath of allegiance. 4 of the bishops, who had been sent to the Tower by King James II, with 2 others of their episcopal brethren, and several hundreds of the lower English clergy, among whom may be reckoned the reverend names of Beverbridge, Nelson, Stanhope, and Sherlock, followed the example of their primate and forsook livings, property, and preferments, rather than violate their consciences by breaking the oath they had sworn to the former sovereign. By the great body of the people they were infinitely reverenced, but from the triumphant party they obtained the rather ill-sounding designation of non-jurors or non-swearers. Although English ears are not delicate as to musical concord, they are remarkably so in regard to syllabic melody. The art of calling ill-sounding names has, therefore, been in all ages successfully practiced by politicians in England. Queen Mary herself made some attempts at this easy but witless department of the war of words. For instance, she gave Sir Roger Lestrange, a literary partisan of her father, the cognomen of Lying Strange Roger. Her Majesty deemed it was an anagram of his name, but her superfluous letters would puzzle the orthography of the adepts in making anagrams, or any other kind of word twisting. Her late chaplain, Dr. Ken, Bishop of Bath and Wells, expressed himself indignantly regarding her personal demeanor at this juncture. He refused to quit his bishopric or take the oaths to her. Queen Mary sarcastically observed, "Bishop Ken is desirous of martyrdom in the non-juring cause, but I shall disappoint him." There was great political wisdom in this observation, yet there are few persons who would not have felt grieved at standing low in the estimation of a man whose moral worth ranks so high as that of Ken. An early opportunity occurred for the Queen to reward the revolutionary services of Burnet by his promotion to the valuable see of Salisbury. There was a great choice of rewards of the kind at the Queen's disposal, for no less than 6 prelates of the Reformed Church of England died in the beginning of the year 1689. The Queen exercised her functions as the dual head of the Church by a personal exhortation to the following effect: that she hoped that I, that is Burnet, would set a pattern to others, and would put in practice those notions with which I had taken the liberty sometimes to entertain her. The awkwardness and ungraciousness of this allusion to his notions and liberty taken are the faults of his style of expression, in which he was certainly inferior to the Queen. The words are, however, precisely as he has left them. The Queen concluded her admonitions with a careful proviso regarding Mrs. Burnet's habiliments. "She recommended to me," he adds, "the making my wife an example to the clergymen's wives, both in the simplicity and plainness of her clothes, and in the humility of her deportment." It is needful to mention here briefly that the notions commended by Her Majesty were so very little to the taste of the English people, or the flock over which he extended his crozier, that his inaugural pastoral letter was condemned to be burnt by the common hangman, and accordingly it was thus executed by order of Parliament, the national pride of England being aroused by a notion as untrue as it was insolent. The new bishop having declared that William and Mary exercised their regal power by right of conquest, a remarkably distasteful clause to the victors of Solebay. The execution of Dr. Burnet's sermon was not the only case of the kind in this reign. the Lords sentenced a book published by Bentley to be burnt by the common hangman in the old palace yard, intituled King William and Queen Mary, Conquerors. The coronation of the joint sovereigns next occupied the thoughts of everyone at their court. The former regalia, with which queens consort were inaugurated, was not deemed sufficiently symbolical of the sovereign power shared by Mary II, and a second globe, a scepter, and a sword of state were made for her. The queen consort's crown was, however, considered proper for her use, and she was crowned with the beautiful diadem which her father had caused to be made for his queen, Mary Beatrice. An alteration of far greater import was effected in the coronation ceremony. The oath was altered decidedly to a Protestant tendency, and the sovereigns of England were no longer required to make their oath and practice diametrically opposite. The morning of April the 11th brought a multitude of cares and agitations to the triumphant sovereigns, in addition to the ceremony to which the day had been devoted. Just as their robing was completed, and they were about to set off for Westminster Hall, news arrived of the successful landing of James II at Kinsale in Ireland, and that he had taken peaceable possession of the whole island, with the exception of Londonderry and a few other towns. At the same moment, the Lord Chamberlain, Lord Nottingham, delivered to Queen Mary the first letter her father had written to her since her accession. It was an awful one, and the time of its reception was awful. King James wrote to his daughter, that hitherto he had made all fatherly excuses for what had been done, and had wholly attributed her part in the revolution to obedience to her husband, but the act of being crowned was in her own power, and if she were crowned while he and the Prince of Wales were living, the curses of an outraged father would light upon her, as well as of that God who has commanded duty to parents. If Queen Mary were not confounded by this letter, King William certainly was. Lord Nottingham, who recorded the scene as an eyewitness, declares that the king forthwith thought fit to enter into a vindication of himself from having, by harsh authority, enforced the course of conduct which had brought on his wife her father's malediction, and he took the opportunity of declaring that he had done nothing but by her advice and with her approbation. It was on this memorable occasion that, irritated by the ill news of her father's formidable position, the queen recriminated that if her father regained his authority, her husband might thank himself for letting him go as he did. These words were reported to James II, who from that hour believed, to use his own words, that his daughter wished some cruelty or other to be perpetrated against him. The alarming news of the arrival of her father in Ireland was communicated to the Princess Anne likewise, while she was dressing for the coronation. The political prospects of the Orange party seemed gloomy, and the ladies of the toilet of the Princess Anne, who had jeered and mocked at the birth of the disinherited prince, were now silent, and meditated how they should make their peace if King James was restored. Mrs. Dawson was present, who had belonged to the household of Anne Hyde, Duchess of York. She had been present at the birth of the exiled Prince of Wales, as well as that of both his sisters. The Princess Anne, in the midst of the apprehensions of the moment, asked Mrs. Dawson whether she believed the Prince of Wales was her brother or not. He is, madam, as surely your brother, the son of the king, that is James, and of his queen, as you are the daughter of the late Duchess of York, and I speak what I know, for I was one of the first persons who received ye both in my arms. It will be remembered that, in the odious correspondence which took place between the princesses on this subject, it was mentioned that Mrs. Dawson had previously given the same solemn testimony to the Princess Anne. She had, moreover, added technical evidence, which must have brought conviction to any woman who was not predisposed to the falsehood and desirous of believing the worst. Such conversations as these occurring, as they did, at the actual robing for the coronation of Mary and her spouse, resemble more the passionate dialogue of tragedy, where the identity of some princely claimant is discussed, than the dull routine of ceremonial, in times closely approximating to our own. And then, as if to bring this drama of real life to a climax, the old exiled king, in his memoirs, after relating the horrid observation of his once beloved Mary, burst into the following agonizing exclamations. When he heard this, he perceived that his own children had lost all bowels, not only of filial affection, but of common compassion, and were as ready as the Jewish tribe of old to raise the cry, "Away with him from the face of the earth!" It was more the grievous because the hand which gave the blow was most dear to him. Yet Providence gave her some share of disquiet too, for this news, coming just at their coronation, put a damp on those joys which had left no room in her heart for the remembrance of a fond and loving father. Like another Tullia, under the show of sacrificing all to her country's liberty, she truly sacrificed her honor, her duty, and even religion, to drive out a peaceful Tullius and set up another Tarquin in his place. This comparison of Mary II with the Roman Tullia, which first occurred in the lamentation of her bereaved father, struck the keynote of the most tremendous satire that ever was aimed against a crowned head in modern times. But how or where the English poet met with the idea, whether it was a coincidence or a communication from the exiled king at Saint-Germain's, is a literary question of some interest. The mere ceremonial of the coronation of Mary II and William III sinks into flat and vapid verbiage after its introductory scenes of stormy passion. Who, after the awful malediction and the agonizing bewailment, where the tenderness of the parent is still apparent, can pause to measure the length of trains, or value the weight of gold, or the luster of the jewels? End of section 1. Section 2 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 11, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary II, Chapter 5, Part 2. The strange scene of recrimination between the King and Queen of the Revolution must have taken place nearly at their entering on the business of the day. It explains what Lamberty mysteriously affirms, that all was ready for the coronation by 11 o'clock. But such were the distractions of that eventful day, that the ceremony did not commence till 1:30. The king went from the palace of Whitehall nearly an hour before the queen, descended the privy stairs where his royal barge waited, entered it with his suite, and was rowed to Westminster Palace. He arrived at the Parliament water stairs, passed up by the old palace yard at 10 o'clock, and went directly to the Prince's chamber, where he reposed himself, and was invested with his surcoat and parliamentary robes. This chamber, used as a robing room on these state occasions, belonged to the old palace of Westminster. It was once the state apartment of the heir of the crown. The queen, who received the news of her father's landing in Ireland just after the completion of her toilet, retired from the foregoing discussion to perform the private devotions considered suitable for a coronation morning, when Her Majesty left Whitehall, which was an hour subsequently to the king. She was attired in her parliamentary robes, furred with ermine. On her head she wore a circlet of gold richly adorned with precious stones. In this array she entered her chair, and was carried from Whitehall Palace, through the Privy Garden, thence into the Channel or Cannon Row, and so across New Palace Yard, up Westminster Hall into the large stateroom called the Court of Wards, where she rested herself while the proceeding was set in order in the hall. The place of the Princess Anne is not noted in any account of the procession. In fact, her situation rendered it imprudent for her to take any part, excepting that of a spectator. Her husband, Prince George of Denmark, went in the robes of an English peer, as Duke of Cumberland, which title his brother-in-law, King William, had recently bestowed on him. The prince walked next to the Archbishop of York and took precedence of the nobility. The peers were called over by the heralds in the House of Lords, and the peeresses in the Painted Chamber, where, adds the herald, as if it were an unusual custom, their majesties were graciously pleased to be present, no doubt for the purpose of specially noting the absentees. For, observes Lamberty, The number of peers and peeresses at the coronation of William and Mary was remarkably small, and not by a great number equaling the procession in the preceding coronation. He declares, being drawn up in order, the peers and peeresses were conducted 4 abreast from the court of requests, down the great stone staircase into Westminster Hall, and their majesties followed them by the same way, as the herald says. They took their places in Westminster Hall, and their seats on the throne, then placed above the table. The coronation medal illustrated the sudden dethroning of the late king. Thereon, Phaeton was represented as stricken from his chair. Neither the subject nor the execution, nor the motto, was greatly relished by Evelyn. Neither that of another medal, representing the British oak shattered, while a flourishing orange tree grew by the stem, with the motto, "Instead of acorns, golden oranges." Much of the splendor of the ceremony, continues Evelyn, was abated by the absence of divers who should have contributed to it. There were but 5 bishops and 4 judges. No more had taken the oaths. Several noblemen and great ladies were absent. In all probability, the alarming news of James II being reigning in the Green Island had caused the absence of many time servers. The chief peculiarity in the ceremony was that of the double regal household, and the addition of those who carried the regnant queen's orb, regal scepter, and state sword. At the recognition, both the king and queen appeared on the platform, and demand was made, whether the people would accept William and Mary for their king and queen. The answer was, as usual, by acclamation. The king was presented by the Bishop of London, although, as Lamberti. The Archbishop of York was actually in the abbey, the queen by the Bishop of St. Asaph. The Bishop of Rochester, as Dean of the Church, gave the king instructions how he was to conduct himself. Notwithstanding these instructions, an odd blunder occurred. Their majesties were kneeling by the rail of the altar, at the time when their first offering was to be made, consisting of 20 guineas wrapped in a piece of rich silk. The envelope was there, but alas, the gold was absent. The Grand Chamberlain looked aghast at the Lord Treasurer. The Lord Treasurer returned the glance. Then each demanded of the other the guineas for the offering. None were forthcoming. The gold basin was handed to the king. The king was penniless. To the queen, her majesty had no money. The basin remained void. A long pause ensued, which everyone began to deem excessively ridiculous, when Lord Danby, who had had assuredly enough of the public money, drew out his purse and counted out 20 guineas for the king. The basin was therefore not sent empty away. The Holy Bible was presented for King William and Queen Mary to kiss, and it was especially noticed that it was not presented to King James, and that there was no communion service at the preceding coronation. Dr. Burnet, the new Bishop of Salisbury, then presented himself in the pulpit and preached his sermon from the following text, 2 Samuel chapter 23, verses 3 and 4. The God of Israel said, the Rock of Israel spake to me, He that ruleth over men must be just, ruling in the fear of God. And he shall be as the light of the morning when the sun riseth, even a morning without clouds. The sermon lasted just half an hour, and their majesties were observed to be very attentive to it. It was considered to be an excellent one, and so it was, for the purpose, being an invective on the queen's father by name from beginning to end. The Bishop of London tendered the coronation oath according to the recent alterations, to maintain the Scripture and the Protestant religion as established by law. The king and queen replied simultaneously to each proposition, blending their voices in assent, and each holding up the right hand. They likewise kissed the book together. The unction was not simultaneous. The Bishop of London first poured the oil on the head of William, and then went to the queen and performed the same ceremony. King William appropriated all that was possible of the ceremonials, symbolical of sovereign power, wholly to himself. Queen Mary was neither girt with the sword, nor assumed the spurs or armilla, like the 2 queen regnants, her predecessors. When the sword was offered at the altar, Mary and her regal partner carried it between them, when the difference of their stature must have had an odd effect, and the action itself, A diminutive man and a very tall, fully formed woman, carrying an enormous sword between them, appeared rather absurd. The ancient coronation ring by which England had been wedded to her royal admiral, James II., still encircled his finger, for he mentions his struggle to preserve it in the scene of his direst distress, when plundered by the rabble at Feversham. As he was successful, it is certain that this ancient gem was never worn by either Mary or her spouse. There exist, in fact, accounts of charges made by the court jeweler at this time for 2 new coronation rings. The Archbishop of Canterbury having positively refused to crown either William or Mary, his office was performed by the former tutor of the Queen, Compton, Bishop of London. The usual supporters, the Bishops of Durham and of Bath and Wells, were likewise absent. One was infirm, the other said he would not come. Altogether, it was a coronation completely out of sorts. Something new and extraordinary happened in every part of it, and ever and anon fresh tidings respecting the progress of James II in Ireland were discussed between the parties most concerned. Queen Mary looked hot and flushed, and being commiserated by her sister, made that well-known rejoinder, "A crown, sister, is not so heavy as it appears." The Queen's train was borne by the Duchess of Somerset, the celebrated Percy heiress, who was assisted by the Queen's aunt, Lady Henrietta Hyde, accompanied by Lady Diana Vere, Lady Elisabeth Cavendish, and Lady Elizabeth Paulet. The additional length of the service, owing to the partnership regality and the interruptions occasioned by the absence of the cash for the offering, caused such delay that the crown was not set on the head of the Queen until 4 o'clock. The coronation banquet was in Westminster Hall. The story goes that the challenge, when given, was accepted, for when Dymoke flung down the glove, an old woman upon crutches hobbled out of the crowd, picked it up, and retreated with singular agility, leaving a lady's glove in its place, in which was an answer to the challenge, time and place being appointed in Hyde Park. It is certain that some incident of an extraordinary kind connected with the usual challenge of the champion took place, according to the narrative of a person present, the diplomatist and historian Lamberti, who says, "When the proper time arrived for the entrance of the champion, minute passed after minute. At last 2 hours wore away. The pause in the high ceremonial began to be alarming, and promised to be still more awkward than that in the morning. Sir Charles Dymoke at last made his entrance in the dusk, almost in the dark. He was the son of James II's champion," continues Lamberti. "He made his challenge in the name of our sovereign, Lord and Lady William and Mary. I heard the sound of his gauntlet when he flung it on the ground, but as the light in Westminster Hall had utterly failed, no person could distinguish what was done." The circumstances of the challenge are thus proved by Lamberti to have been favorable enough for the adventure mentioned by tradition. The banquet, he says, had not been lighted up, and the long delay of the challenge of the champion made it past 8 o'clock before the king and queen retired from Westminster Hall. A stalwart champion, who by his attitudes seemed an excellent swordsman, was observed to pace up and down the appointed spot in Hyde Park from 2 to 4 the next day. Dymoke did not appear to maintain his own defiance, and the champion of James II went his way unscathed for his boldness. This incident has been told as a gossip's tale pertaining to every coronation in the last century which took place while an heir of James II existed. Sir Walter Scott has made use of it in his romance of Red Gauntlet. If it ever took place, it must have been at the coronation of William III and Mary II. The times were most unsettled. Half the people considered them usurpers, and the other half fully expected the return of James II, which perhaps encouraged the adventure. Next day the House of Commons in a full body walked from Westminster to the banqueting house, where they attended their majesties to congratulate them on their coronation, in a speech which we do not inflict on our readers at length, but merely quote the concluding line, which seems to allude to the altered coronation oath. "That the lustre of their deeds might eclipse their predecessors, so that the English should no longer date their laws and liberties from St. Edward the Confessor's days, but from those of William and Mary." To this address the queen did not reply. Her lord and master briefly answered, that by God's assistance they both hoped to render them shortly a flourishing people. A great pearl and divers pieces of plate and pewter, bearing the royal arms of England, were lost or stolen at the coronation. A notice appeared in the Gazette, inviting those who had them to return them to the board of green cloth. The king and queen were at Hampton Court receiving ambassadors, April 18th, with congratulations on their coronation. The sovereignty of Scotland was assumed by Mary and her consort, without a trace of coronation ceremonial. In truth, the commissioners could not get at the Scottish regalia, as it was safe in Edinburgh Castle, held out by the Duke of Gordon for James II. The Earl of Argyll, Sir James Montgomery, and Sir John Dalrymple of Stair were the commissioners sent by post from the Convention of the Estates of Scotland to offer them the northern sovereignty, assisted by a procession of such of the Scottish nobility in London as could be induced to attend. Mary and William entered the banqueting house, Whitehall, in state. A sword was carried before them by Lord Cardross. They seated themselves on a throne under a rich canopy. The commissioners being introduced by Sir Charles Cottrell, the Earl of Argyll prefaced his presentation of the letter from the Estates with a speech affirming that the king and queen had been called to the Scottish throne by the unanimous votes of the Senate, but in reality Dundee and all the unequivocal friends of James II had left the House of Convention after almost fighting a battle there, and had flown to arms before the vote was passed. The Scottish coronation oath was tendered to the king and queen. Lord Argyll pronounced distinctly, word by word, and Mary as well as William repeated it after him, holding up their right hands according to the custom of taking oaths in Scotland. We, William and Mary, King and Queen of Scotland, faithfully promise and swear, by this our solemn oath, in the presence of the eternal God, that during the whole course of our life we will serve the same eternal God to the uttermost of our power, according as he has required in his most holy word, revealed and contained in the New and Old Testament, and according to the same word shall maintain the true religion of Jesus Christ, the preaching of his holy word, and the due and right administration of his sacraments, now received and preached within the realm of Scotland, and shall abolish and gainsay all false religion contrary to the same, and shall rule the people committed to our charge, according to the laudable laws and constitutions received in this realm, no ways repugnant to the said word of the eternal God, and shall procure, to the utmost of our power, to the Kirk of God and whole Christian people, true and perfect peace in all time coming, that we shall preserve and keep inviolate the rules and rents, with all just privileges of the crown of Scotland, neither shall we transfer or alienate the same, that we shall forbid and repress, in all estates and degrees, reef or robbery, oppression, and all kinds of wrong, and we shall command and procure that justice and equity be kept to all persons without exception, as the Lord and Father of mercies shall be merciful to us, and we shall be careful to root out all heretics. Here King William interrupted the Earl of Argyll and said, "If this means any sort of persecution, I will not take the oath." The commissioner replied, "It was not meant in any such sense." And the voices of the king and his consort again proceeded in unison. "And we shall be careful to root out all heretics and enemies to the true worship of God, that shall be convicted by the true Kirk of God of the aforesaid crimes out of our lands and empire of Scotland, and we faithfully affirm the things above written by our solemn oath. Under our hands, April 24th, 1689. Before the signature, the Earl of Argyll explained to their majesties that obstinate heretics, by the law of Scotland, can only be denounced and outlawed, and their movable goods confiscated. And this interpretation appearing to imply no persecution, in the eyes of William and his consort, the ceremonial was completed, each signing the deed. The oath of allegiance to William and Mary was remarkable for its simplicity. It ran thus: I do promise and swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to their majesties, King William and Queen Mary, so help me God. When the coronation was over, the people expected to see the king take the queen in grand state to her Houses of Parliament. Strange to say, although elected by them to the regal diadem of England, Her Majesty never attained the privilege of meeting her constituents assembled. Yet it had been usual, in former ages, for the kings of England to bring their consorts with them to Parliament on grand occasions, even when such queens claimed no higher royalty than that bestowed by the crown matrimonial. For instance, Anne of Denmark meant to have accompanied her spouse when he intended to open Parliament on the well-known 5th of November, to identify which fact, no other document need be quoted than the Common Prayer Book, where thanksgiving is duly recorded for her preservation, as well as for that of king and Parliament. Charles I was not deterred by the danger of his mother. He brought his bride, Henrietta, to Parliament, and seated her on the throne by him, all which was not innovation, but according to the frequent examples of their Plantagenet ancestors. Therefore the petty jealousy of the Orange King, which interposed betwixt the English Senate and the daughter of England, was the more remarkable. There is a curious Dutch print, representing what never took place, namely, a grand state progress of William and Mary returning through the park to St. James's Palace, after opening their first Parliament. The Queen is depicted in her royal robes, invested with the crown and scepter, similar regal emblems to those borne by her husband. William and Mary were drawn as seated in a fine four-posted car, the pillars ornamented and draped with festoons. The Queen's face is girlish and laughing, and so broad withal, that no likeness is apparent. Were it not for being seated with William, whose resemblance to his other portraits is remarkable, her identity might be doubted. The royal procession is delineated as passing towards St. James's, near that spot where the solitary cannon now stands. Although the design comprises a curious and correct drawing of old Whitehall Palace, yet the whole must be deemed no other than a Dutch figment, an invention of an incident very probable and very proper, yet which never actually occurred. For the fact may be indisputably ascertained by the Gazette of that year, that King William never went by land to meet his Parliament in the first years of his reign, but slipped there by water privately, and went without his queen. In proof of this, a few retrospective passages are here offered. 5 days after the proclamation of William and Mary, February 18, 1688-89, the king entered his state barge at Whitehall Stairs, and was rowed in a few minutes to Parliament Stairs, Westminster Palace, where he was received by the great officers of state, the yeomen of the guard making a lane for him to pass all the way from the waterside to the prince's lodging. He wore the parliamentary robes, and the state crown was set upon his head. Thus William III met his Parliament for the first time, his ostensible purpose being to pass an act to prevent acrimonious and violent disputations in debates. The king returned in the same quiet and closely guarded manner to Whitehall, assuredly without the queen, or the Gazette must unavoidably have named her. William again wore the crown and robes the next week, February 25th, and again he went and came by water to Parliament, his armed guards forming an impervious line for his passage from Parliament Stairs till he reached the interior of the ancient palace of Edward the Confessor. In short, the Gazette enumerates King William's visit to Parliament, both before and after the coronation of himself and Mary, as taking place at least every week while he was in London. Yet never by any chance is the Queen named as his companion in these short voyages from Whitehall Stairs to Parliament Stairs. The fact that William III wore the state crown and robes in Parliament almost every third day, whenever he was in or near London, stands in odd contradiction to his assumed preference for simplicity and scorn of royal magnificence. Perhaps he had satiated himself thus early in his reign with the coveted externals of majesty, and found no permanent satisfaction in their use. His queen, however, had no chance of coming to the same conclusion, for she never was permitted to have any communication with her Parliament, excepting by means of deputations, which carried up addresses to her. And her usual mode of receiving them was, seated by her husband in that very fatal banqueting room, where the last tragic scene in the life of her hapless grandsire, Charles I, had been performed. when it is remembered how sadly and solemnly Mary had been accustomed from early infancy to observe the anniversary of the butchery that formerly had there taken place, how she had been taught to raise her little hands in prayer, how she had seen her father and mother in mourning garb and bitter sorrow seclude themselves with all their children and household, and pass the 30th of January in tears and supplications to heaven, it seems passing strange that she could shake off her early impressions so far as to endure such receptions, especially as it has been shown that her customary observance of that day of sad remembrances had been rudely broken by her husband. King William returned in the middle of May from Portsmouth, whither he had been to see the English fleet after its return from the defeat of Bantry Bay in Ireland. The Queen went with him soon after to look at the Earl of Nottingham's house at Kensington, which they were inclined to purchase. Their Majesties liked the situation, but did not think the building sufficient. Yet they proposed to the Earl of Nottingham to resign his rights to the lease he held from the Crown of Kensington House for the sum of £20,000 to be paid out of the treasury. King William considered the air wholesome, notwithstanding its vicinity to London, and that it would be possible to hold councils there when his asthma would not permit him to breathe a smoke-polluted atmosphere. The solemn entry of the Dutch ambassadors, being Odick, Dykvelt, and 4 others, to congratulate the king and queen on their coronation, took place at the end of May. On their landing at the Tower, the royal state carriages came for them, both of those of the king and queen, attended by 16 pages and 60 running footmen in splendid liveries. The Dutchmen were then brought to Cleveland House, St. James's, where they received messages of welcome from the king, by Lord Cornwallis, from the queen, by Sir Edward Villiers, her master of horse. Lord Cornbury brought compliments from Prince George, and the Princess Anne sent Colonel Sandys on the same errand. Such enumeration gives information regarding the persons who were at the important epoch of the coronation in the most responsible offices about the persons of the royal sisters and their spouses. The coldness that soon ensued between the Princess Anne and her sister the Queen partly arose, observes Lady Marlborough, from the conviction that William III had that the princess and her husband, Prince George of Denmark, had been of more use than they ever were like to be again, and partly from the different humours of the 2 sisters. Queen Mary soon grew weary of anybody who would not talk a great deal, and the Princess Anne was so silent that she rarely spoke excepting to ask a question. Whilst giving the world these characteristics of the royal sisters, the writer indulges in an enthusiastic flow of self-praise, because she, by earnest representations, kept her mistress from quarrelling with the new queen. It was impossible for anybody to labor more than I did, to keep the 2 sisters in perfect unison and friendship, thinking it best for them not to quarrel when their true interest and safety were jointly concerned to support the revolution. There were likewise other interests at stake, for if we may believe the uncle of the queen and princess, strong bribes had been promised to this person and her husband for the service of inducing Princess Anne to give precedence to her brother-in-law at his coronation. Great rewards and honors had been distributed at the coronation among all the agents and promoters of the revolution, especially those who held situations in the households of either Mary or Anne. Lord Churchill received the title of Earl of Marlborough and a rich income arising from court places, and from this time his wife, whose domination over the mind of the Princess Anne rendered her the ruler of her fortunes and the leading spirit of her history, will be known by the name of Lady Marlborough. But to the infinite consternation of the Princess Anne, she discovered that whatsoever golden harvests other agents of the revolution had reaped, she herself, so far from having bettered her condition, was likely to be deprived of the certain and liberal income which had been settled on her by her indulgent sire. It had been whispered to her that King William, when examining the treasury lists, had said to Lord Godolphin, that he was astonished to think how it was possible for the Princess Anne to spend her revenue of £30,000 per annum. As Anne had been malcontent with her father for not adding £10,000 to this allowance, it may be supposed that the observation of her brother-in-law created some alarm in her mind. It had been discussed in the royal circle that it was quite a novelty for any junior branch of the royal family to receive an independent revenue. Even the princes of Wales had never been entrusted with any revenue that was not controlled by the king. At least, such was Bishop Burnet's version of history. These were ominous hints, for the Princess Anne, who had actually yielded her place in the succession to her brother-in-law on the promise of a large addition to her revenue. So far from that promise being realized, King William seemed to consider that a separate table ought not to be allowed to any cadet branches of royalty. Certainly the king's conduct at his own table was not of that of courtly polish, which would render a domestication at his board during life a very pleasant anticipation. "I could," says Lady Marlborough, who speaks as an eyewitness, "fill many sheets with the brutalities that were done to the princess in this reign. William III was indeed so ill-natured and so little polished by education that neither in great things nor in small had he the manners of a gentleman. I give an instance of his worse than vulgar behaviour at his own table when the princess dined with him. It was the beginning of his reign, and some weeks before the princess was put to bed of the Duke of Gloucester. There happened to be just before her a plate of green peas, the first that had been seen that year. The king, without offering the princess the least share of them, drew the plate before him and devoured them all. Whether he offered any to the queen I cannot say, but he might have done that safely enough, for he knew she durst not touch one. The Princess Anne confessed, when she came home, that she had so much mind for the peas, that she was afraid to look at them, and yet could hardly keep her eyes off them. Some relators of this anecdote add that on account of her earnest wish for green peas, the Hampton Court gardens and forcing houses had been searched, to gratify the Princess Anne, whose situation rendered disappointment in such cravings somewhat dangerous. Assuredly hospitality was not among the royal virtues on the throne. When the king dined at St. James's Palace, no one was permitted to eat with him but the Marshal Schomberg, the general of the foreign troops, and some Dutch officers. Schomberg was always placed at the right hand of King William. If any English noblemen came in, according to their national custom, during the royal dinner, they stood behind William's chair, and never a word did the monarch speak to them, nor were they ever invited to sit down to eat, a courtesy common in such cases. So there did the haughty English stand, humbled and neglected witnesses of the meal of the Dutchmen, who evidently deemed themselves their conquerors. The Earl of Marlborough had, as an aide-de-camp, a young noble cadet named Dillon, who had formed a great intimacy with Arnold von Keppel, the handsome page and favourite of the Dutch king. These boys were usually present at the royal dinners. Dillon observed to Keppel that he had been present at several of them before he heard the king utter one word to anybody, and asked, "Does your master ever speak?" "Oh, yes," replied the young favourite. "He talks fast enough at night over his bottle, when he has none about him but his Dutch friends." The bottle was not one that could be produced before the proud English magnates, who were too apt to commit excess with champagne or burgundy, but they scorned Holland gins. Lady Marlborough sent for young Dillon and questioned him on what he saw and heard at the king's table. The boy told the truth, which was in all probability what her spouse did not. He said, "that he never saw any man treated with such neglect and contempt as Lord Marlborough." "It is just what he deserves," exclaimed the gracious helpmeet, who had certainly led him into this awkward situation. "He should have considered how much better he was off some months ago." This speech marks the earliest period that can be traced of enmity expressed by the favourite of the Princess Anne towards the sovereign of the Revolution. The weak intellect of the princess followed the lead of her ruler as a matter of course. From the same source, the gossiping of the two pages, Keppel and Dillon, King William was reported to have said, that Lord Marlborough had the best talents for war of any one in England, but he was a vile man, and though he had himself profited by his treasons, he abhorred the traitor. William really acted according to this idea, for he gave Marlborough the command of the English troops sent to Holland, to fill the place of Dutch forces kept to awe the English, and removed him for some months from communication with the factions fermenting at court. Other causes of dissension had arisen. They were, it is true, of an undignified nature, and resembled more the petty bickerings of lodgers in humble dwellings than aspirants for royal dignity in palaces. When the changes took place at the Revolution, Anne was, with her favourite, very vigilant to secure all that could accrue for their personal convenience. They had fixed their desires on those splendid apartments at Whitehall, which had been built, rebuilt, and fitted up several times by Charles II to indulge the luxury of the Duchess of Portsmouth. This grant King William had promised Anne before the arrival of her sister. When Queen Mary was settled at Whitehall, the Earl of Devonshire, who had a great taste for balls, made interest with Queen Mary to be put in possession of them, declaring that these apartments were the best in England for dancing. The princess averred that she desired these apartments because of their easy access and vicinity to those of the queen, and that she was ready to give up the cockpit in exchange for them. Unfortunately, Queen Mary happened to say she would consult the Earl of Devonshire on the subject, which gave her sister high displeasure. The princess sullenly observed, whichever way he decided, she would not take the Earl of Devonshire's leavings. It appears that King William interposed his authority, that the Princess Anne might have the benefit of his promise, and she remained in full possession of the cockpit, and of these coveted apartments as well, having therefore obtained her own way, and more than she had originally desired. It was scarcely reasonable to cherish resentment on the subject. The next acquisition desired by the Princess Anne was the Palace of Richmond. She said that she loved it in her infancy, and the air agreed with her. Richmond had been, since the time of Henry VII, the seat of the heir of the crown, a fact which did not lessen its charms in the eyes of the Princess Anne, but Lady Villiers, the deceased governess of the princess, had had a lease of the palace, and Madame Puissars, one of her daughters, had obtained the reversion, and refused to yield it to the heiress of the throne. The mistress of William III, Elisabeth Villiers, and the arrogant favourite of the Princess Anne, declared fierce war against each other in the course of the controversy, but the matter ended by the triumph of the Villiers alliance. From that hour, the hostility extended itself to the royal sisters, although for some time their mutual heart-burnings rested smouldering under the semblance of kindness. End of section 2. Section 3 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 11, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary II, Chapter 5, Part 3. The unpopular seclusion in which William III enveloped himself at Hampton Court was no more to the taste of his queen than it was to that of the English in general. Many indications showed that Mary had an extraordinary relish for pleasure, yet her first attempts at dissipation brought considerable mortification with them. In June 1689, several skirmishes had taken place between the Williamite army in Ireland and the troops of James II. Blood had flowed, soldiers in the name of the queen and her husband were constantly arrayed against the life of her father, and fresh reports were every day raised that King James was killed, taken, or had died of fatigue or grief. Just as these agitating rumours were the most rife in London, King William came for a few days to hold privy councils at St. James's Palace, and his queen took the opportunity of recreating herself with seeing a play. There was but one play which had been forbidden to be acted by James II, and this his daughter particularly desired to see performed. This was The Spanish Friar by Dryden. It was disliked by James II because its licentious comic scenes held up one of the Roman Church to ridicule. It deserved banishment altogether for its sins against general decorum. The queen had probably never read the drama, for instead of finding, as she hoped, passages which would tell severely against her father, she found that the tragic part of the plot seemed as if it had been written for her own especial castigation. Perhaps the great enmity she ever manifested against Dryden arose from some vague idea that he had purposely caused the vexation she endured that night. "The only time," wrote her Lord Chamberlain Nottingham, That Her Majesty gave herself the diversion of a play has furnished the town with discourse for a month. Some unlucky expressions put her in disorder and forced her to hold up her fan, often look behind her, and call for her palatine, or pelerin, hood, or anything she could contrive to speak of to her women. It so happened that every speech in that play seemed to come home to her, as there was a strong report about town that her father James II was dead in Ireland, and whenever anything applicable was said, everyone in the pit turned their heads over their shoulders and directed their looks most pointedly at her. Nor could this be wondered at, for a daughter sitting to see a play acted which was too free for the morals of that age, at the moment when news had just arrived that her own father was dead, was indeed a sight to be gazed upon with consternation. The English public, notwithstanding all that partisans may do or say, always feel rightly in such cases, and they took care that the queen should be conscious of that feeling. 20 things were said which were wrested by the audience to her confusion. When it was uttered on the stage, "'Tis observed at court, who weeps and who wears black, for good King Sancho's death," the words were made to come home to her. Again, when the Queen of Aragon is going in procession, it is said, "She usurps the throne, keeps the old king in prison, and at the same time is praying for a blessing on her army." Another speech occurred, "Can I seem pleased to see my royal master murdered, his crown usurped, a distaff on his throne? What right has this queen but lawless force?" The observations then made furnished the town with talk, till something else happened, which gave as much occasion of discourse. The historical scene above narrated, which really may be cited as part of a drama performed by the spectators of a comedy, receives no little corroboration by a manuscript entry at the Lord Chamberlain's office, noting that, just at this period, Mrs. Betterton received a donation from Mary II for performing in the Spanish Friar by the Queen's command. Another play was ordered by the Queen, to which she came not. Most likely King William himself had commanded the Queen's absence, since she had so far forgotten her political position as to order the Cavalier comedy of the committee. He or his ministers foresaw some mortifying manifestation of popular feeling during its representation. In fact, such was the case, as recorded by the pen of Lamberti, the secretary of his prime minister, Bentinck. This writer says that when the Roundheads tendered the oath to the Commonwealth to the loyal colonels, blunt and careless those cavaliers reply, "Why should we take it when the king will be restored in a few days?" When the passage occurred, the pit rose simultaneously and gave 3 rounds of applause. The popular allusion pointed at the oath just tendered, at the coronation of William and Mary. The master of the revels, from the time of those memorable performances, was a harassed and distressed man, his duty leading him to weigh every word on the stage, and to examine in all possible lights the action, lest the perverse public should draw therefrom any allusion to the Queen's father in the plays permitted to be performed. Shakespeare was viewed with peculiar suspicion, for the Inquisition extended not only to new plays, but to those stamped with the admiration of several generations. King Lear was condemned root and branch. No one could wonder at that circumstance. But alas! The master of the revels flew upon Richard III, when it was afterwards revived at a great expense, and docked off unmercifully a whole act. The players lamented piteously and begged that a few speeches of Shakespeare might be restored to them, only to make the remaining 4 acts intelligible. "Not one," replied the director of the diversions of royalty. At last the distressed manager ventured to ask the reason wherefore the play of Richard III was alarming to the court. "Because," replied the great man, "the death of Henry VI will remind the people of King James II, now living in France." From these anecdotes, and from others illustrative of Queen Mary's tastes and proceedings at the epoch of her accession, it becomes evident that Her Majesty wished to frequent the national theatres with the freedom of her uncle Charles, and that King William chose that she should confine her diversions to the palace theatres, or to the beset table. "Her Majesty," continues Lord Nottingham, Being disappointed of her second play, amused herself with other diversions. She dined at Mrs. Greydon's, the famous woman in the hall, that sells fine ribbons and head dresses. From thence she went to Mrs. Ferguson's, to De Vet's, and other Indian houses, but not to Mrs. Potter's, though in her way. Mrs. Potter said that she might as well have hoped for that honour as others, considering that the whole design of bringing Queen Mary and King William was hatched at her house. But it seems that since my Lord Devonshire has got Mrs. Potter to be laundress, she has not had much countenance of the Queen. These tours through the curiosity shops, then called Indian houses, were rather more respectable than the next freak Queen Mary thought fit to indulge in. The Queen had heard that Mrs. Wise, a famous fortune-teller, had prophesied that King James II should be restored, and that the Duke of Norfolk should lose his head. The last, adds Lord Nottingham in comment, I suppose will be the natural consequence of the first. Her Majesty went in person to the fortune-teller to hear what she had to say regarding her future destiny, probably to know if report had spoken truly, and whether she might reckon her hapless sire among the dead. Queen Mary took this disreputable step without obtaining the gratification of her profane curiosity. The witch woman was a perverse Jacobite, as may be supposed from the tenor of her prophecies, and positively refused to read futurity for her Majesty. King William was completely incensed at these proceedings. His reprimand is not only severe but public. Whether the visit to the fortune-teller ever came to his ears is doubtful, but his wrath was particularly excited by the dinner at Mrs. Greydon's, in terms not to be repeated here, but which proved that his Majesty, although a Dutchman, was a proficient in the English vulgar tongue. He observed to the Queen that he heard she had dined at a house of ill repute, and added, with some little humour, that the next time she went to such a place, he thought it was only proper that he should be of the party. The Queen replied in excuse, that the late Queen, that is Mary Beatrice, had done the same. The King growled the retort, whether she meant to make her an example? More was said, concludes Lord Nottingham, than ever was heard before, but it was borne like a good wife, who leaves all to the direction of the King, who amuses herself with walking 6 or 7 miles every day, with looking after her buildings, making fringe, and such like innocent things. The Queen's curiosity was by no means restrained by her husband's reproof, rude as it was, for she afterwards went to visit a place of entertainment on the Thames called the Folly, accompanied by some of her suite. According to the description of a very coarse delineator of London, her contemporary, this floating ark of low dissipation well deserved its name, or even a worse one. The censures of the town, wrote Lord Chamberlain Nottingham, were loud on the Queen's utter absence of feeling in regard to her father. Her conduct provoked a fierce satire, which was handed about in manuscript among the coffee-houses where Dryden and the literati of the day and the wits of the court did congregate. In lines of great originality, portraits were drawn of Queen Mary and the Princess Anne as the elder and the younger Tulia. In time when princes cancel nature's law, in declarations which themselves did draw, when children use their parents to disown, and gnaw their way like vipers to a crown. The King removed, the assembled states thought fit that Tarquin in the vacant throne should sit, voted him regnant in the Senate house, and with an empty name endowed his spouse, that elder Tulia, who some authors feign, drove o'er her father's trembling course a wain, but she, more guilty, numerous wains did drive, to crush her father and her king alive, and in remembrance of his hastened fall, resolved to institute a weekly ball. She, jolly glutton, grew in bulk and chin, feasted in rapine, and enjoyed her sin, yet when she drank cool tea in liberal sups, the sobbing dame was maudlin in her cups. Queen Mary and her partisans attributed these lines to Dryden, and indeed the structure of the verse resembles his cadence and metre. A courtier, of the name of Mainwaring, is now supposed to have been the author, but this person was a great flatterer and correspondent of Lady Marlborough. He would never have been pardoned by her if he had attacked her with such uncompromising earnestness. A portrait of that dame is drawn, describing her with the air peculiar to her portraits, in all of which she seems to be turning up her nose at her beholders, and indeed this odious expression is the only flaw on her beauty. As for her husband, his treachery to his master is discussed with a pen of fire, and then the author adds, his haughty female, who, as folks declare, did always toss proud nostrils in the air, was to the younger Tullia governess, and did attend her when in borrowed dress. She fled by night from Tullius in distress, a daughter who by letters brought his foes, and used all arts her father to dispose. A father always generous bent, so kind that he her wishes would prevent. The author of this severe satire must have been intimately acquainted with the interior history of the royal family, since the treacherous letter written by Anne, at the same time with that affected one of duty left on her table, slept in the obscurity of William III's private box at Kensington, till George III opened it to Sir John Dalrymple. Even now it is scarcely known. This, and the curious coincidence between the comparison of the family of Tullius, made by James II himself, whose manuscript memoirs were then not only unpublished but known to few, shows that the author of this extraordinary poem must have been deeper in the hidden archives of the royal family than either Dryden or Mainwaring could possibly be. Perhaps Count Hamilton, who had lingered at the court of England in hopes of doing some mischief in behalf of his master, was the author. Hamilton was a favorite of Queen Mary II, who found him among her courtiers at her accession. He was her relative by descent from the royal line of Stuart. He affected great zeal for her interest, and undertook, with the gayest air in the world, to induce Lord Tyrconnell, the Lord Lieutenant, who had married his brother's widow, Frances Jennings, to give up Ireland into the hands of King William. Lord Clarendon, who had lately been Lord Lieutenant there, and was more of a patriot than a partisan, alarmed at the peril of the Protestant community, overcame his abhorrence for William sufficiently to offer his assistance in obtaining the allegiance of the Irish without bloodshed. The newly elected sovereigns treated the only honest statesman who came in contact with them with contumely, being enraged that the oath he had sworn to his royal brother-in-law prevented him from taking another to his niece on the throne, or to her husband. The advice of the gay deceiver, Hamilton, although, if he had a religion, he was of the Church of Rome, was preferred, and off he went as plenipotentiary to confer with Tyrconnell. The way in which he performed his mission was by persuading Tyrconnell to hold out the kingdom for James II. When the news came of the part acted by Hamilton, the heir of Sir William Temple, who had accepted the office of Secretary of State and had advised the measure, drowned himself at London Bridge, and the court remained in consternation. Suicide had become hideously prevalent in England at the end of the 17th century. While Queen Mary was in London, endeavouring to revive the spirit of gaiety which had forever departed from Whitehall, her sister remained at Hampton Court, where she awaited her accouchement. Whenever the Princess Anne went abroad, her extraordinary figure excited astonishment. Evelyn seems to behold her with no little consternation, and thus described her in June 1689. The Princess Anne of Denmark is so monstrously swollen that it is doubted that her state may prove only a violent tympany, so that the unhappy family of the Stuarts seems to be extinguishing. Then, what government is likely to be set up is unknown, whether regal or by election, the Republicans and dissenters from the Church of England looking that way. Although the whole hopes of the country were fixed on the expected offspring of Anne, and she was thus rendered in some degree a person of more importance than either of the sovereigns, her pecuniary anxieties continued, and if the narrative of her favourite may be credited, she did not receive a single payment of money throughout the year 1689, or rather, from the time of the departure of her father from England. The Queen took up her residence at Hampton Court permanently, for the summer, in the commencement of July. The manner of life led there by her and her spouse is dimly remembered by tradition. when the king used to walk with her across the halls and courts of that antique palace. He never gave the queen his arm, but hung on hers, and the difference of their size and stature almost provoked risibility. The king every day seemed to grow smaller and leaner beneath the pressure of the cares which his 3 crowns brought him, while Mary, luxuriating in her native air and the pleasures of her English palaces, seemed to increase in bulk every hour. She took a great deal of exercise, but did not try abstinence as a means of reducing her tendency to obesity. She used to promenade at a great pace, up and down the long straight walk, under the wall of Hampton Court, nearly opposite to the Toy. As her Majesty was attended by her Dutch maids of honour, or English ladies naturalized in Holland, the common people who gazed on their foreign garb and mien named this promenade Frau Walk. It is now deeply shadowed with enormous elms and chestnuts, the frogs from the neighbouring Thames, to which it slants, occasionally choosing to recreate themselves there, and the name of Frau Walk is now lost in that of Frog Walk. The pleasures of the Dutch monarch were not of a sociable kind. He neither loved the English nor English manners, but preferred Dutch smoking parties, with doors closed, guarded from all approach by foreign soldiers, with pipes in their mouths, and partisans grasping in their hands. The daily routine of the life of William and Mary is only preserved in squibs and lampoons. Among these manuscripts, detestable as they are in construction and metre, some lost traits are found. Hampton Court Life in 1689. Man and wife are all one, in flesh and in bone. From hence you may guess what they mean. The queen drinks chocolate to make the king fat. The king hunts to make the queen lean. Mr. Dean says grace with a reverend face. Make room, cries Sir Thomas Dupa. Then Bentinck uplocks his king in a box, and you see him no more until supper. This supper took place at 9:30. By 10:30, royalty and the royal household were snoring. If Queen Mary had to write a letter or dispatch at 11 at night, she could not keep her eyes open. The regal dinner hour was 1:30, or 2 at the latest, and breakfast was at an hour virtuously early. Queen Mary, like everyone, descended from Lord Chancellor Clarendon, with the exception perhaps of her uncle Henry, Earl of Clarendon, indulged in eating rather more than did her good. Her enemies accused her of liking strong potations. The elegance of her figure was injured by a tendency to rapid increase, on which the satires and lampoons of her political opponents did not fail to dwell. She was scarcely 28 years of age when she became Queen of England, but her nymph-like beauty of face and form was amplified into the comeliness of a tall, stout woman. Among the valuable collections of Colonel Bradel at Conishead Priory, Lancashire, was preserved a very fine miniature of William III, delicately executed in pen and ink etching. It is a small oval, laid on a background of white satin, surrounded with a laurel, embroidered in outline tracery in his royal consort's hair, surmounted with the crown royal. The frame is of wood, curiously carved and gilded, and at the foot is a circular medallion, radiated and enclosed in a ribbon of the garter, containing also, under a fair crystal, Queen Mary's hair, which is of a pale brown colour, and of an extraordinarily fine and silky texture. At the back of the picture, Queen Mary has inscribed on a slip of vellum with her own hand, "My hair, cut off March G. 5th, 1688. Under the royal autograph is written, "Queen Mary's hair and writing." The Princess Anne was, at this time, living dependent on the bounty of her sister and brother-in-law at Hampton Court. Here she was treated, it is true, as princess, but was forced to owe to them the supply of the very bread she ate at their table. Her retirement from Whitehall to Hampton Court for her accouchement must have taken place in June 1689, as the following historical events are recorded by the Gazette of that month. Hampton Court, June 30th. On the 28th instant, the Baron de Leyenburg, envoy extraordinary from the King of Sweden, had a public audience of the King, and on the 30th of the Queen, to notify the death of the Queen Christina. He had afterwards audience, on the same occasion, of their Royal Highnesses the Prince and Princess of Denmark, being conducted by Sir Charles Cotterell, Master of the Ceremonies. The Queen of Sweden, whose death was thus formally announced at the British court, was the eccentric Christina, who had long abdicated her throne and lived as a Roman Catholic, under the protection of the Pope at Rome. The Gazette announced, July 24th. This morning, about 4 o'clock, Her Royal Highness the Princess Anne of Denmark was safely delivered of a son at Hampton Court. Queen Mary was present the whole time, about 3 hours. The king, with most of the persons of quality about the court, came into Her Royal Highness's bedchamber before she was delivered. Her Royal Highness and the young prince are very well, to the great satisfaction of their majesties and the joy of the whole court, as it will, doubtless, be of the whole kingdom. The queen and the whole of the party who had effected the revolution were, in fact, unfeignedly rejoiced at this event. The existence of an heir to the throne, who would be assuredly educated in Protestant principles, was likely to be the best security against the restoration of the Roman Catholic line of Stuart. The infant was baptized William in Hampton Court Chapel. The king and queen stood sponsors. They proclaimed him Duke of Gloucester the same day, and were generally understood to regard him as their adopted son. He was not created Duke of Gloucester because his mother considered that title as dreadfully unlucky. The King of Denmark was the other godfather, represented by the Earl of Dorset. The queen paid great attention to her sister during a long period of weakness and ill health. Her Majesty was, however, deeply incensed to find, before the princess was wholly recovered, that she was secretly making interest by the agency of Lady Marlborough with some members of the House of Commons to move that an independence might be settled on her according to promise. The large sum of £600,000 had been voted by the Commons as the civil list of William and Mary, and it was then specified that the Princess Anne was to be provided for out of it. It seems extraordinary that either the king or the queen could expect that their sister would forego her undefined share of this provision. They must have known that she could not dispense with her income, and that if she derived all her funds from their caprice, incessant quarrels must have been the inevitable result. William's nature was harsh and tyrannical to every person related to him. He was never easy without, they were from day to day dependent upon him. The queen, who had no feelings, but as they were reflected from the mind of her husband, was utterly exasperated when she found that a motion regarding the revenue of her sister was pending in the House of Commons. She deemed her sister deceitful and ungrateful in a remarkable degree to carry on this measure in an underhand manner at the very moment when she was cherishing her as her guest and bestowing maternal care on her and her infant. One night, the queen took the princess severely to task for this offense and began by asking her, "What was the meaning of the proceedings in the House of Commons?" Anne replied, "That she heard her friends there wished to move that she had some settlement." The queen replied hastily, with a most imperious air, "Friends? Pray what friends have you but the king and me?" Lady Marlborough was not in attendance on the princess when this memorable dialogue took place. Anne, however, repeated it to her with more resentment than she had ever been known to express. The queen never mentioned this business again to her sister, although they met every night, but King William prorogued the Parliament just as the motion was about to be made. That his Majesty would please to allow the Princess Anne £50,000 out of the civil list lately granted to him. This matter the public agitated all the summer. Meantime, the princess was burdened with debt and care, and other sorrows began to press heavily upon her. During the first 2 months of the existence of the young prince, his death was frequently expected. His size was diminutive, and his constitution very weakly. A perpetual change of nurses was the remedy proposed. The poor infant seems to have been brought to the last gasp by this plan. All this time the princess and her child were at Hampton Court. One day a fine-looking young Quakeress, a Mrs. Pack, came from Kingston with a baby of a month old at her breast. She wished to tell the Princess Anne of a remedy that had done her children good. When the Prince of Denmark saw her, he begged she would go to bed to the pining and sickly heir of Great Britain, who was that evening expected to breathe his last. The young Quakeress complied. The infant Duke imbibed nourishment eagerly from her, and from that hour his mother felt hopes of rearing him. The Quakeress, it is said, was of a very haughty temper, and endeavored to rule the whole of the princess's household. The residence of the Princess Anne and her husband at Hampton Court, close to that of the king and queen, began to be excessively irksome to them, and before the autumn was past, the princess sought for a place near London, the air of which was unexceptionable, for her delicate child. Lord Craven lent his fine house at Kensington Gravel Pits for the prince's nursery. There he remained 12 months. Every day he went out in a miniature carriage, presented to him by the Duchess of Ormond, nor was the severest cold suffered to detain him from the air. The horses, which were about the size of good-sized mastiffs, were guided by Dick Drury, the Prince of Denmark's coachman. King William went from Hampton Court to Newmarket October 10th or 20th, in one day. This was considered surprising expedition. He passed whole days on the race ground or in hunting. In the evenings he gambled. He lost 4,000 guineas at basset at one sitting. The next morning, being in a great state of exasperation, he gave a gentleman a stroke with his horsewhip for riding before him on the race ground. The English were not used to such manners. The proceeding was satirized by a bon mot, declaring that it was the only blow he had struck for supremacy in his kingdoms. His Majesty thought fit, in his homeward progress, to pay a visit to Cambridge. There he was received and harangued by the Vice-Chamberlain, who was the same Dr. Covell, whose letter concerning the ill treatment of Queen Mary has already been quoted. While the king was absent, Lord Halifax represented to the queen how very inconvenient it was for the council to travel to Hampton Court to meet the king there, and represented that a palace at Kensington would be a great convenience. In the first year of Queen Mary's reign, most of her household were Dutch. A few of the higher offices were perhaps given to English. Her Majesty's chamberlain was Lord Wiltshire, her vice-chamberlain Jack Howe, familiarly so called, her equerry Sir Edward Villiers, her first lady and mistress of her robes the Countess of Derby, her ladies of honour Mrs. Mordaunt and Mrs. Forster. These seem to have been all the English of her household. Madame Sturham, who had accompanied her Majesty from Holland, returned in great dudgeon, because she could not be her first lady in England. The Princess Anne prudently withdrew her child and herself from the vicinity of her royal sister and brother-in-law, while the great cause of her own future provision was debated by Parliament. The measure was made a trial of strength of party, and many intrigues were set at work to induce her Royal Highness to withdraw her appeal to the justice of the House of Commons. Lady Fitzharding, the household spy in the establishment of the Princess Anne, was strongly in the interest of her own sister, that is Elisabeth Villiers, and of the king. She was, besides, considered to possess an extraordinary share of the queen's favour. This lady was instructed to persuade the princess to let the motion in Parliament drop. But the Earl of Marlborough had returned from the campaign in Holland, and both he and his wife carried on the measure as if their dearest personal interests were concerned. Finally, on the 18th of December, 1689, the Commons signified to the king the propriety of allowing his sister-in-law £50,000 out of the civil list. From this moment, Queen Mary became the enemy of her sister, not openly and avowedly as yet, for the outward grimace of friendly intercourse continued more than 2 years. Meantime, Anne was considered not only as heiress to the British throne, but in the more important light of mother to the future line of sovereigns, for her infant son grew and prospered. The circumstance of her bearing an heir at a very important political crisis, and that he should live, while 3 children she had previously borne had died, formed a parallel case to the birth and prolonged existence of her unfortunate brother. One winter's night of 1689, the Queen's apartment at Whitehall was entered by a scaling ladder from the Thames, and the daring burglars carried off the plate of Her Majesty's toilet and the branches of a silver lustre, in all prayed to the amount of 500 or 600 pounds. The apartment of the Queen's Dutch official, Overkirk, was at the same time robbed of a large silver cup. This most daring act was generally supposed to have been committed under the auspices of Captain Richardson, gaoler of Newgate, or rather captain of the thieves put under his charge, to whom he was dreadfully cruel by day, but at night let the worst of them out to rob for his benefit. The perpetrators of the Whitehall burglary were never discovered, although some of the booty was found, being a branch of one of the Queen's toilet lustres, thrown into a darksome hole in Westminster, which had never before needed a lustre from a Queen's table to illumine its depths. It was one of the peculiar features of the era of the Revolution that English poetry, such as it was, consisted of hard, unpleasant facts. The above observation on the governor of Newgate presents the original from whence the satirist drew his well-known lines called London. The turnkey now his flock returning sees, duly let out at night to steal for fees. Gay, in his well-known drama called The Beggar's Opera, instead of giving an exaggerated picture of prisons in his day, showed a mere shadow of what they actually were since the era of Henry VIII. The foregoing stream of occurrences but brings us down to the Christmas of 1689–90, an epoch equally marked with infinite anxieties to the Protestant branch of the royal family reigning in England, and to their exiled father reigning in Ireland. The saying went throughout the British realm that if King James would give some proper pledge for the security of the established religion, he could not be kept out of the government a single day. In truth, every description of plunderer, high and low, has seized on the finances with such vigorous activity that in 1/12 month only the revenue, which James II had left perfectly clear and free from debt, was minus but 3 millions. What was worse, the English navy, left by their sailor king, the ruler of the seas, had sustained a scandalous defeat at Bantry Bay, not for lack of skill or bravery, but because the infamous peculators, who had been kept at bay by King James, now embezzled all the funds provided for food and ammunition. The merchant marine, which had been sedulously cherished by James and carefully guarded in their voyages to his colonies and foreign factories by efficient convoys, had been so fearfully plundered by pirates and privateers since his deposition that we care not to write down the enormous calculation. Dismal petitions were sent by the merchants when the Parliament of 1689–90 met, complaining of the cruel extortion of convoy money, especially forbidden by King James. The most guilty of the naval commanders was Captain Churchill, the brother of Lord Churchill, who had been the first to desert King James, and had made his market that same year of convoy money to such an enormous amount that on proof the House of Commons expelled him from his seat as a member with infamy, and he was afterwards broken and deprived of his ship. Queen Mary exerted herself strenuously to prevent this act of justice, and we shall see her use her sovereign power to restore him. Therefore it could not have been his punishment that aggravated the enmity borne to her by the Marlboroughs. The war was carried on in Ireland in the same spirit of peculation. The soldiers sent to oppose King James perished with disease because the contractors supplied them with rotten food and damaged clothing. The Duke of Schomberg wrote piteous dispatches from Ireland on the iniquity of the Englishmen in office, especially if they were leaders in the House of Commons. It is scarcely possible to withhold a smile at the naive pathos of some of the old veterans' complainings, or at the picture he draws of the peculations of the notorious General Kirke and the patriotic Mr. Harbord, declaring that each knew the robberies of the other so well that they dared not audit any accounts. Harbord could not check Kirke's audacious robberies, he himself being paid every week for a regiment he had affected to raise. And, wrote Schomberg to William III, I do assure your Majesty that the existence of this fine regiment is limited to its standard, which leans in a corner of his dressing-room, and that is all that he can show of it. Almost every army commissioner drew pay for a fictitious regiment. Some who had numerous connections to pension appointed the regular officers, but others only the standard, like Mr. Harbord. Never, groaned poor Schomberg, after relating these enormities, never did I see a nation so willing to steal. William III writhed under the consciousness that his corruption was sapping the foundations of his throne. One day he was discussing these troubles with his minister and confidant, Bentinck, whom he had lately created Earl of Portland. They observed with consternation the appalling public defalcations which had impaired the revenue since the deposition of King James. Portland asked his royal friend whether he believed that there was one honest man in the whole of Great Britain. Yes, there are many, replied King William, with a sigh. There are as many men of high honor in this country as in any other, perhaps more, but my Lord Portland, they are not my friends. This conviction did not prevent King William from disgracing himself by the patronage he afforded to the noxious wretch, Titus Oates. The Parliament reversed the just sentence of the law against the perjurer, and William and Mary not only pensioned him with £400 per annum, but what was far worse, rewarded him for his deeds with 2 rich livings in the Church of England. Titus likewise wrote a most libelous book against James II, and was impudent enough to present it in full levee to the king and queen. Evelyn mentions with disgust that his work contrived to insult the grandfather as well as the father of the queen, being entitled Ike and Basilike, or a picture of the late King James. It was a vulgar parody on the beautiful work of Charles I. The patronage of this foul character occasioned horror, but King William was supposed to be in his power on account of former political intrigues. The queen was observed by her courtiers to put on a statue-like coldness whenever she communed with her sister, who was glad to retreat to her old dwelling, the Cockpit, from the coveted Portsmouth apartments, which were in near vicinity to those of her majesty. The queen's side of the ancient palace of Whitehall seems to have been on the site of the range of buildings now called Whitehall Terrace, while the residence of the princess, the Cockpit, was on the other side of the Holbein Gateway and opened into St. James's Park. The Portsmouth apartments were occupied by the infant Duke of Gloucester as his nursery whenever he was in town, and the queen could at times approach her adopted son without always meeting the mother, and assuming the austere frown with which she usually beheld her. This arrangement, though really contrived by Anne in an evident spirit of conciliation, was made the means of insults to her of a description as absurd as they were annoying. Of course, the princess, who was a tender mother, passed much of her time in the nursery of her heir. Whenever the queen heard that her sister was there, she forbore to enter the room, but would send an inquiry or a message to her infant nephew. A compliment, as it was called in the phraseology of the day. The set speech used to be delivered by the queen's official in formal terms to the unconscious infant as he laid on his nurse's knee, and then the courtly messenger would depart without taking the slightest notice of the Princess Anne, although she sat by her child. Sometimes Queen Mary sent her nephew rattles or balls or other toys, all which were chronicled in the Gazette with great solemnity. But every attention shown to the little Gloucester was attended with some signal impertinence to his mother. Early in the year 1690, King William completed the purchase of Lord Nottingham's lease of Kensington House, and determined to build there a palace which would be conveniently contiguous to London for councils, and yet out of the reach of its smoky atmosphere, which often aggravated his constitutional disease of asthma to agony. The Earl of Nottingham's ground at Kensington consisted of only 25 acres, being the angle between the present conservatory and Kensington town, and the whole demesne in King William's occupation never exceeded it. Hyde Park then came up to the Great Walk, which now reaches from Bayswater to Kensington, extending in front of the palace. A wild gravel pit occupied the ground between the north of the palace and the Bayswater Road, afterwards enclosed by Queen Anne. A straight avenue of trees and a formal carriage drive led across the park to William III's suburban palace. The round pond did not then exist, therefore the present features of the scene are essentially different. The king wished the buildings he planned at Kensington to be finished against he returned from his Irish campaign, as he meant to take the field against his uncle in the ensuing spring. Among the important avocations deputed to the Queen's management, the superintendence of the erection of Kensington Palace was not the least in her estimation, as will be presently shown by her letters. It was in this spot that Queen Mary displayed that extraordinary taste in gardening, which 20 years afterwards was mirthfully discussed by Addison and Steele in the Spectator. Notwithstanding their lively satire, the vegetable whimsies in which Her Majesty's Dutch predilections delighted continued prevalent for a century. Let the reader give a glance at the black groups of yews and hollies which rear their odd outlines over the private garden wall at Kensington Palace, near the chapel. Those queer contorted trees were once the cherished ornaments of Queen Mary's private garden. They were then and there clipped into the forms of lions and unicorns, ducks and drakes, cocks and hens, dragons, tigers and basilisks, by the ingenious shears of Her Majesty's gardeners, London and Wise. These worthies and their royal mistress once effected the formation of the vegetable statues of Adam and Eve and the tree of knowledge, but the serpent long defied the utmost efforts of their skill. There are some odd black, dwarfish yew trees among the now delightful gardens at Hampton Court, on which Her Majesty and her favourite gardeners once exercised their peculiar taste. End of section 3. Section 4 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 11, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary II, Chapter 6, Part 1. Queen Mary was brought by William III to Council, June 3, 1690, an Act of Parliament having previously passed, investing her with full regnal powers of governing solely during the king's absence. William proceeded to appoint and declare in her presence the junta of 9 privy councillors whom he had chosen to assist her. The president of this cabinet council was Lord Danby, who first invented the black art of swaying the English Senate by personal bribes from government. He was now pursuing his unrighteous career on a more extended scale, under the title of Marquis of Carmarthen. His 8 coadjutors were Lord Pembroke, Lord Devonshire, Lord Nottingham, Lord Godolphin, Lord Marlborough, Lord Monmouth, Admiral Russell, and Sir John Lowther. The individuals composing this junta possessed the greatest offices at court. 6 at least of them were in secret correspondence with her father. 2 or 3, as Godolphin and Nottingham, are supposed to have been personally attached to him, but we believe they may be clearly acquitted of any attachment excepting to their own interest. Such were the materials of Mary II's government, when in the prime of life, in her 29th summer, the reins of a divided empire were placed in her inexperienced hands. A most extraordinary story was at the same time circulated concerning her, which was that she had suffered, since her coronation, great mental agony on account of her conduct to her father, and in consequence had had recourse to the spiritual aid of her friend, Dr. Tillotson. He, to comfort her, preached a sermon from Matthew 30, verse 46, on hell torments. It appears that Tillotson leaned to doubts as to their eternity, for furious comments were made on the sermon by his enemies as a promulgation of the tenets of the Socinians. The most provoking comment was that they were adopted to soothe the Queen's despair. In fact, Burnet thinks proper to affirm that Mary, and particularly her husband, gave some hints that they were conscious of the moral horror of their position when the latter was setting out for the campaign in Ireland. The manner in which Burnet discusses this extraordinary passage in their lives is sufficiently remarkable, even in the printed version he has given to the world, but it assumes a still stranger appearance when the incident is collated with his unprinted manuscript notations still extant. "The day before the king set out for Ireland," says Burnet, "he called me into his closet. He seemed to have a great weight on his spirits from the state of his affairs, which were then very cloudy. He said, 'For his part, he trusted in God, and either would go through with this business or perish in it, only he pitied the poor queen, the poor queen. Repeating that twice, with great tenderness, and wished that those who loved him would wait much on her and assist her, adding, the going to a campaign was naturally no unpleasant thing to him. He was sure he understood that better than how to govern England, and though he had no mistrust or doubt of the cause he went on, yet going against King James in person was hard upon him, since it would be a vast trouble, both to himself and the queen, if her father should either be killed or taken prisoner. He, that is King William, desired my prayers and dismissed me very deeply affected with all he had said. Now for a specimen of how the prayers worked and the fruits of the deep affectedness with which these filial patterns had inspired the revolutionary bishop, no words excepting his own shall be used, but his manuscript, instead of the printed copy familiar to everyone, furnishes the narrative. I had a particular occasion to know how tender he, that is William III, was of King James's person, for one had sent by me a proposition to him, that is William, which seemed fair, that a first-rate ship, manned by men on whom the king, that is William, might depend, and commanded by one that the king, that is William, might trust, should be sent to Dublin and had orders to declare for King James. He, the commander of the ship, offered to be the person who should carry the message to King James, then at Dublin, for he had served him at sea and was known to him. He knew the king's temper, that is James, so well, that upon an invitation he was sure he would come on board, and then they might sail away with him either to some part of Spain or Italy, for he, the betrayer, would not engage in it unless he was assured that he, that is James II, was not to be made a prisoner. Very remarkable is the last clause, when compared with the result and consecutive circumstances. When I, that is Burnet, carried this to the king, that is William, he thought, the thing might, probably enough, succeed. But he would not hearken to it. He would have no hand in treachery, and besides, if King James should go on board with his guards, there might be some struggle with them and the seamen, and in it somewhat might happen to King James's person, in which he would have no hand. So he would not entertain the notion. I told this afterwards to the queen, and saw in her a great tenderness for her father, and she seemed much touched at the answer the king had made. Would for the honor of human nature that this passage were true, but sternly is it gainsaid by existing documents. It seems that William and Mary took an immediate opportunity of privately acting on the hint which Burnet says he gave to them, yet not by the agency of either this clerical plotter or his naval coadjutor. A warrant has been found among Herbert, Earl of Torrington's papers, written throughout by Queen Mary's great confidant, the Earl of Nottingham, and signed by the hand of King William, authorizing the same admiral, that is Torrington, who piloted William's Dutch navy through the Downs to Torbay the year before, to seize the person of James II and to deliver him up, certainly not to Spain or Italy, but to the States of Holland, to be disposed of as they should think proper. The mercies of the Dutch to the Admiral Prince, who had quelled their flag in so many tremendous conflicts, were not likely to be very tender. The new information gained by comparing Burnet's manuscript notation of current events with the printed version given to the world in general is worth attention. It has been shown that he claims the introduction of the above plan for kidnapping King James II by enticing him on board one of the ships that had formerly belonged to him, and asserts that he, the sea captain who had formerly served James, refused to have anything to do with this first scheme, which Burnet thought fair enough, if his old master was to be made prisoner. Therefore, King James, when entrapped, was to be set on shore in Spain or Italy. Then ensued all the scene of filial tenderness for the bishop to put down in his book. But lo, as soon as the garrulous contriver of the scheme is bowed out, with tears and pious ejaculating and desired prayers, the filial pair agree that neither conspirator have gone far enough. The fools dictate scruples, and finally William, the nephew, and Mary, the daughter, executed the Torrington warrant to act on the plan for betraying the old king, but instead of sending him to be set on shore, endowed with £20,000, as Burnet has printed, the old admiral is to be surrendered to the Dutch sailors, whom he had so often defeated. The real nature of William and Mary's intentions towards their unfortunate father is apparent from this consignment, which is in disgusting contrast with the qualms of remorse or apprehension, which their flatterer terms tenderness. In further illustration of their true feelings may be seen, to this day, the London Gazette, printed under Mary's regency, in which exultant mention is made that the cannons of her husband, pointed against the tents of her father, had beat down many in close vicinity to him. The husband of the Princess Anne shared in the campaign against her father, Prince George being made available by William III to obtain a large body of forces, chiefly heavy cavalry, from Denmark. He hired nearly 7,000 of these troops. The consort of the Princess Anne, although he volunteered to assist in the strife against his father-in-law, was not given the command of his countrymen. It was according to etiquette that Prince George should ride in the same coach with the king, but William III excluded him with undisguised disgust. So exact was the queen that she would not enter on the government until the king was upon the seas, says Burnet in his manuscript, and likewise gives the following sketch of her majesty's demeanour. She was regular in her private and public devotions to admiration. She was much in her closet, and read a great deal. She wrought much in handiworks, and seemed to employ her thoughts on anything but business. All she did was natural and unaffected. Her conversation was natural and obliging, and she was singular for her vast charities to the poor. A vast mass of people of quality had fled from Ireland, and drew from her great marks of her bounty and goodness. Nor was she ever uneasy or angry with those who threw objects in her way. But all this was nothing to the public. If the king talked to her of affairs, it was in so private a way as nobody seemed to apprehend it. Only Shrewsbury told me, that is Burnet, that the king said to him, that though he could not hit the right way of pleasing the nation, he was sure she could, and that we should be all very happy under her. Queen Mary bade adieu to her husband, June 4th or 14th, 1690. He commenced his journey towards the coast of Cheshire the same day, meaning to land in that part of Ireland which would enable him to effect a speedy junction of the great forces he brought, with the miserable and dispirited army commanded by Schomberg and Kirke. The day of his departure, the queen came to Whitehall Palace, where she ostensibly took up her residence and assumed the reins of government. In due time she received a letter from her husband, announcing his safe arrival at Carrickfergus, June 14th or 24th. Henceforth, the queen becomes the historian of that part of her own reign which is paralleled with her husband's campaign in Ireland, in a most extraordinary series of letters addressed to him. The letters of William III in reply unfortunately exist not. They were probably destroyed by the queen a few hours before her death. Her own were carefully preserved by him, and were found at Kensington Palace after his decease. Her first letter was written in answer to the announcement of his safe arrival in Ireland. Queen Mary to King William, Whitehall, June 19th or 29th, 1690. You will be weary of seeing every day a letter from me, it may be, yet being apt to flatter myself, I will hope that you will be as willing to read as I to write. And indeed it is the only comfort I have in this world, besides that of trust in God. I have nothing to say to you at present that is worth writing, and I think it unreasonable to trouble you with my grief, which must continue while you are absent, though I trust every post, to hear some good news of you. Therefore I shall make this very short, and only tell you I have got a swelled face, though not quite so bad as it was in Holland 5 years ago. I believe it came by standing too near the window when I took the waters. I cannot thank God enough for your being so well past the dangers of the sea. I beseech him in his mercy still to preserve you so, and send us once more a happy meeting upon earth. I long to hear again from you how the air of Ireland agrees with you, for I must own I am not without my fears for that, loving you so entirely as I do, and shall do till death. This love letter to her husband was followed by another, dated June 21st, which shows Mary launched on the sea of troubles belonging to her exalted station. She details to her absent lord her refusal to sign the death warrant of Maguire, the burglar, and her determination of commuting his sentence of death to transportation, and then adds, I shall not trouble you with everything the Lord said to me at this time. The chief thing is that they had the parson in examination. Her Majesty proceeds to relate, in diction rather too involved for direct quotation, why this parson was in trouble with the Privy Council. A prayer had been ordered by her to be said in all Church of England places of worship for the success of King William's arms against her father in Ireland. Lord Feversham, chamberlain to the Queen Dowager, Catherine of Braganza, had taken upon him to stop this prayer from being said by the parson of the Savoy Chapel, because it was under the jurisdiction of Somerset House, the dower palace of Catherine of Braganza, whereby King William was deprived of the benefit of the prayers of the Protestant part of the Dowager's household, conduct which Mary viewed with intense indignation. The whole proceeding brings strongly to mind the rugged but noble lines of Davenant on the political prayers of his day. Still does the ambitious world rudely prefer their quarrels which they call their prayers to heaven, deeming the Almighty like themselves can err, depriving some of what's to others given. The bitterness which pervaded the mind of Mary against the forlorn Queen Dowager, her uncle's widow, whose friendless state in a foreign land ought to have called forth better feeling, is apparent throughout the whole of this correspondence. She proceeds thus to describe to her wedded partner how she took Lord Feversham to task for the offences of his royal mistress. I was, she writes, extreme angry, which the lords of the Privy Council saw, but I shall not trouble you with it. I told them that I thought there was no more measures to be kept with the Queen Dowager herself after this, that is, if it were her order, which no doubt it is. First, Lord Nottingham was to send for Lord Feversham to him. I desired him to speak as angrily to him as possible, which he promised to do. Lord Feversham was with him as soon as he got home, having heard of the parson being examined. When Lord Nottingham told him all I said, he seemed much concerned, and desired to come and throw himself at my feet, and own all the matter as a very great fault in him, but done out of no ill design. To be short, he came yesterday to my bedchamber at the hour when there was a great deal of company. I mean just before dinner. He looked as pale as death and spoke in great disorder. Mary has been regarded by the world as the passionless idol of the glorious Revolution, but if her own account of her sayings and doings in this present series may be trusted, it must be owned that she could show vixenish vivacity enough on occasions. As Lord Feversham had recently been a prisoner in the Round Tower at Windsor Castle, on the committal of King William, perhaps his pallor proved his alarm lest the Queen should send him back to his old place of durance. Queen Mary's narrative proves that she gave her morning receptions in her bedchamber. She thus continues to narrate the tribulations of poor Lord Feversham, who, being a Frenchman, was, of course, rather hyperbolical in his mode of apology to the fair offended Majesty of Great Britain. He said, continued the Queen, that he must own that it was a very great fault, since I took it so, but he begged me to believe it was done not out of any ill intention, nor by agreement with anybody. He assured me the Queen Dowager knew nothing of it, that it was a fault, a folly, an indiscretion, or anything I would call it. I told him that after doing a thing of that nature, the best way was not to go about excusing of it, for that was impossible, since to call it by the most gentle name I could give it, 'twas an unpardonable folly, which I did not expect, after the protestations he had made. Upon which he said an abundance of words. I doubt whether he himself knew what he meant by them. At last he spoke plain enough. He said, God pardoned sinners when they repented, and so he hoped I would. I told him, God saw hearts, and whether their repentance was sincere, which since I could not do, he must not find it strange if I trusted only to actions. And so I left him. I pity the poor man for being obliged thus to take the Queen Dowager's faults upon him, yet I could not bring myself to forgive him. I remember I did say more. That if it had been myself, I could have pardoned him, but when it immediately concerned your person, I would not, nor could not. The Queen Dowager sent me a compliment yesterday on my swelled face. I did not know whether I have writ you word of it. Yesterday I had leeches set behind my ears, which has done but little good, so that it mends but slowly. And one of my eyes being again sore, I am fain to write this at so many times, that I fear you will make but ill sense of it. The Queen Dowager will come today to see me, but desired an hour when there was least company, so I imagine she will speak something of herself, and that which inclines me the more to this opinion is, that she has sent for Lord Halifax, and was shut up in her chamber about business with him and others the whole morning. I shall give you an account of this before I seal up my letter. Queen Mary was, however, disappointed. Catherine of Braganza came not as a suppliant to her levee, to receive a rating like her Lord Chamberlain Feversham. As that nobleman had promised and vowed that his queen knew nothing of the offense, Catherine wisely resolved to appear as if she had remained in utter ignorance of the whole affair. Nor could Queen Mary insist that her dowager aunt knew aught of what was going on in a Protestant place of worship, which she never attended. At the close of her letter, Queen Mary says, "The Queen Dowager has been, but did not stay a moment or speak 2 words. Since she went, I have been in the garden, and find my face pretty well, but it is now candlelight, therefore I dare say no more. I still have the same complaint to make, that I have not time to cry, which would a little ease my heart. But I hope in God I shall have such news from you as will give me no reason, yet your absence is enough. But since it pleases God, I must have patience. Do but continue to love me, and I can bear all things with ease." The next day brought tidings of sufficient import to divert her mind from dwelling on her heart burnings with the Queen Dowager. It was, that a mighty French fleet, which had been long expected to invade England, was seen passing through the Channel. Queen Mary announced this event in 2 duplicate letters to her husband. Queen Mary to King William. Whitehall, June 22nd, 11:30 at night. The news which is come tonight of the French fleet being upon the coast makes it thought necessary to write to you both ways, and I, that you may see how matters stand in my heart, prepare a letter for each. I think Lord Torrington, Admiral of the English fleet in the Channel, has made no haste, and I cannot tell whether his being sick and staying for Lord Pembroke's regiment will be a sufficient excuse, but I will not take up your time with my reasonings. I shall only tell you that I am so little afraid, that I begin to fear that I have not sense enough to apprehend the danger, for whether it threatens Ireland or this place, that is England. To me 'tis much as one to the fear, for as much a coward as you think me, I fear me for your dear person more than my poor carcass. I know who is most necessary in the world. What I fear most at present is not hearing from you. Love me whatever happens, and be assured I am ever entirely yours till death." In the duplicate letter which she wrote at this exigencies, the chief variation is in her pretty expressions of affection to her husband. She says to him, "As I was ready to go into my bed, Lord Nottingham came and brought me a letter of which he is going to give you an account. For my own part, I shall say nothing to it, but that I trust God will preserve us, you where you are, and poor I here." She again repeats, that her insensibility to fear is so complete that she attributes it to a defect of character. William, it seems, had formed no high idea of her valor, for she playfully alludes to his opinion of her cowardice. She nevertheless showed, at this awful crisis, as valiant and steady a spirit as her most renowned sires. Left alone, or surrounded by those whose fidelity was doubtful, Mary II acted with decision and vigor. While a victorious fleet threatened her coasts, she issued warrants for the capture of a large number of the discontented nobility, among whom her mother's brothers were numbered, and strong in her reliance on the middle classes of England, who were the true supporters of the Revolution, and the only disinterested ones, she reviewed in person the militia called the London and Westminster Train Bands. Her next measure was to banish all the Catholics from the vicinity of the metropolis, a step which met with the enthusiastic applause of her party. All Mary's apprehension was limited to the dread lest she should incur the displeasure of her absent partner in any of these measures. She devotes a whole letter to her husband on the subject of the arrests, and manifests as little affection at incarcerating, or as she calls it, clapping up, her uncle, Lord Clarendon, in the Tower on suspicion, as she did when dispossessing her father of his throne and country. These are her words on the subject, dated Whitehall, June 24th, or July 4th, Old Style. Since I writ to you about the coming of the French fleet upon the coast, the lords have been very busy. I shall not go about to give you an account of all things, but shall tell you some particular passages. One happened today at the Great Council, the Privy Council, where I was by their advice, when they had resolved to seize upon suspected persons. In naming them, Sir H. Capel would have said something to Lord Clarendon, whose first wife, you know, was Sir H. C.'s sister. Everybody stared at him, but nobody preparing to answer, I ventured to speak, and told Sir H. Capel that I believed everybody knew, as I did, that there was too much against him, that is Lord Clarendon, to leave him out of the list that was making. I can't tell whether I ought to have said this, but when I knew your mind upon it, and had seen his, that is Lord Clarendon's, letter, I believe it was necessary that he should be clapped up as any, and therefore thought myself obliged to say so. But as I do not know when I ought to speak and when not, I am as silent as can be, and if I have done it, now mal à propos, I am sorry, but I could not help it, though at the same time, I must own, I am sorrier than it may be well believed for him, finding the Dutch proverb true, which you know, but I should spoil in writing. It is to be regretted that Queen Mary did not quote her Dutch proverb, since everything in illustration of her feeling towards her mother's family would be an historical curiosity. Mary knew that the manner in which her uncle treated her advancement implied the severest blame on her conduct, and she could never forgive him for viewing her queenship with grief and shame instead of rushing to profit by her power. The sorrow she speaks of was somewhat singular in its effects. End of section 4. Section 5 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 11, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary II, Chapter 6, Part 2. At an early period of regnal labors, the Queen requested her council to assist her in framing regulations for the better observance of the Sabbath. All hackney coaches and horses were forbidden to work on that day, and their drivers to ply for customers. The humanity of this regulation was, however, neutralized by the absurdity of other acts. She had constables stationed at the corners of the streets, who were charged to capture all puddings and pies on their progress to bakers' ovens on Sundays, and such ridiculous scenes in the streets took place, in consequence of the owners fighting fiercely for their dinners, that her laws were suspended amid universal laughter. Perhaps some of her council, remembering her own Sunday evening gamblings, both in England and Holland, thought that she might have had mercy on the less culpable Sunday puddings and pies of the hungry poor, belonging to persons too often destitute of fire and convenience for preparing their humble meal. The Privy Council is often mentioned in the Queen's letters, but it must not be confounded with the council more deserving that name, which consisted of the junta of 9, where all the real business was resolved on. Mary seldom appeared at the full Privy Council board, and then only when there was some measure in agitation which required the weight of her personal influence and viva voce observations, such as the consignment of her eldest uncle to the Tower. Did she then cast a thought on his devoted attachment to her expatriated sire? or take shame that the love of the brother-in-law and the friend of early youth so far exceeded that of Mary the daughter, as her Scottish subjects, in the utmost bitterness of satire, ironically termed her? No, for there was but one spot of tenderness in the marble of her heart, and that was exclusively devoted to her husband. The Queen continues her narrative, in the course of which the reiteration of her sneering phrase, clapped up, proves that she had little pity for those whom her warrants had hurried into captivity. She says, I hope the easterly wind is the only cause I do not hear from you, which I am very impatient for now, and when I consider that you may be got a great way, if you began to march last Sunday, I am in a million of fears, not knowing when you may be in danger. That alone is enough to make me the greatest pain imaginable, and in comparison of which all things else are not to be named. Yet by a letter from Lord Torrington, dated 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, I see he thought this day was like to decide a great deal there. I cannot but be in pain. It may be I do not reason just on the matter, but I fear, besides disheartening many people, the loss of a battle would be such an encouragement to the disaffected ones that might put things here in disorder, which in your absence would be a terrible thing. But I thank God I trust in him, and that is really the only consolation I have. I was last night in Hyde Park for the first time since you went. It swarmed with those who are now ordered to be clapped up. Yesterday Lord Feversham, that is Queen Catherine's Lord Chamberlain, came to Lord Nottingham, that is Queen Mary's Lord Chamberlain, and told him that he put Queen Dowager off the Hamburg voyage, but she would go to the Bath. After which he came again and said, that seeing it might be inconvenient to have guards there, she desired to go to Islington, but Lord Marlborough desired an answer might not be given for a day or two, till we hear something of the success of the fleet. Since I have writ this, I was called out to Lord Nottingham, who brought me your dear letter, which is so welcome that I cannot express it, especially because you pity me, which I like, and desire from you and you only. As for the buildings, I fear there will be many obstacles, for I spoke to Sir J. Lowther this very day, and hear so much use for money, and find so little, that I cannot tell whether that of Hampton Court will not be the worse for it, especially since the French are in the Channel, and at present between Portland and us, from whence the stone must come. But in a day or two I hope to give you a more certain account, this being our only conjecture. God be praised that you are so well. I hope in his mercy he will continue it. I have been obliged to write this evening to Schulenburg to desire him to advance money for the 6 regiments to march, which they say is absolutely necessary for your service as well as honor. The lords of the treasury have made me pawn my word for it, and tomorrow 20,000 pounds will be paid to him. It is now candlelight, and I dare say no more, but that I am ever and entirely yours. The Queen alludes in this letter to the quadrangle at Hampton Court, which had been demolished by William III, and was then in course of reconstruction by Sir Christopher Wren. It is apparent that the Queen was fearful that her consort could not enjoy his tastes for war and building both at the same time. The sovereigns of England possessed, at that time, statelier palaces than at the present day. Whitehall, as yet unscathed by the destroying flames, displayed all the glories lavished on it by the last of the ecclesiastical architects, by the magnificence of the Tudors, and by the elegance of the Stuarts. St. James's Palace, the private residence of our kings, was of 4 times the extent of the present building. But nothing could satisfy King William till he possessed a Dutch house and gardens, reminding him of home, situated where the smoke of London would not choke and poison him, as he complained it did at Whitehall and St. James's. His queen frequently alludes to his buildings and his sanitary precautions against the smoke of London in her letters. She wrote 2 days after to her absent king, dated Whitehall, June 26th, Old Style, or July 6th, New Style, 1690, and in her narrative, the troubles of empire appear to thicken around her. By this express I shall write freely, and tell you what great suspicions increase continually of Major Wildman. It would be too long to tell you all the reasons of suspicion, but this one instance I will give, that since your going from hence, there is not one word from Scotland, neither from Lord Melvin, nor Colonel Mackay to Lord Marlborough, which methinks is unaccountable. Lord Nottingham desired I would sign letters to the governors of Berwick and Carlisle, not to let any persons go by who had not a pass, and that they should stop all the mails. This I have done, and the express is to be immediately sent away. I ever fear not doing well, and trust to what nobody says but you, therefore I hope it will have your approbation. It is a strange thing, that last night Sir R. Holmes writ to Lord Nottingham and Mr. Braithwaite both, that the fleets were briskly engaged, which he could see from the hills, which letter was writ at 6 yesterday morning, since which we have not heard a word from him, but another letter from Sir H. Goodricke from Portsmouth, dated at 3 in the afternoon, assures that then there had been no engagement, but some shooting between the scouts. What to think of this, nobody knows, but it seems to me everyone is mightily afraid of themselves, for Sir R. Holmes desires some succours, or else the Isle of Wight is lost. Lord Bath is very backward in going down, but with much ado he sends his son, who only says, "He stays for a letter of mine," which is signed this morning, to empower him to command at Plymouth in his father's absence, which he tells me you promised before you went, and it is upon your leave Lord Bath pretends to stay here till the term is over, but I told him, I suppose you had not foreseen the French being so near. The intense difficulty of the Queen's position, surrounded as she was by secret enemies, petulant friends, or partisans solely devoted to their own interests, was really frightful, and if she had had no truer support from the English people than she had from the English court and aristocracy, her cause would have been a desperate one. Such as it was, it is best to be comprehended through the medium of her own pen, as she relates her troubles to her only friend and confidant. The Duke of Bolton also tells me last night you had given him leave to raise some horse volunteers, for which he should have had a commission, but that you went away, and therefore he would have me give it. I put it off, and Lord Marlborough advises me not to give it. Lord President Carmarthen, some time since, told me the same thing, but I will not give any positive answer till you send me your directions. I must also give you an account of what Lord Nottingham told me yesterday. He says, Lord Stuart, that is the Earl of Devonshire, was very angry at Lord Torrington's deferring the fight, and proposed that somebody should be joined in commission with him, but that the other lords said could not be done, so Lord Monmouth offered to take one whose name I have forgot. He is newly made, I think, Commissioner of the Navy, and, as Lord Nottingham tells me, you had thoughts of having him command the fleet if Lord Torrington had not. This man Lord Monmouth proposed to take and go together on board Lord Torrington's ship as volunteers, but with a commission about them to take the command in case he should be killed. I told Nottingham I was not willing to grant any commission of that nature, not knowing whether you ever had any thoughts of that kind, so that I thought he was only to be thanked for his offer. I added, that I could not think it proper, that he being one of the 9 you had named, as her council of regency, should be sent away. Upon which Lord Nottingham laughed and said, that was the greatest compliment I could make Lord Monmouth, to say I could not make use of his arm, having need of his counsel. I suppose they are not very good friends, but I said it really as I meant, and besides, to hinder propositions of this kind for Mr. Russell, for Lord President Carmarthen has, upon several occasions, to me alone, mentioned sending Mr. Russell, and I believe it was only to be rid of him. For my part, after what you have told me of all the 9, I should be very sorry to have him from hence. This Mr. Russell was the person called Admiral Russell in history. Queen Mary seems to have placed the utmost reliance on his fidelity, though his rough and savage temper, together with his perpetual grasping after money and profit, make him by no means a practicable member of the Regency Council. Just at this time he had taken some affront, a frequent case, and the Queen was forced to court him back to her aid, at this awful crisis, by the assistance of his relative, the celebrated Rachel Lady Russell. Her Majesty continues. And now I have named Mr. Russell, I must tell you that, at your first going, he did not come to me, nor I believe to this hour would not have asked to have spoken with me, had not I told Lady Russell one day I desired it. When he came, I told him freely that I desired to see him sometimes, for being a stranger to business, I was afraid of being led or persuaded by one party. He said, that he was very glad to find me of that mind, and assured me that since I gave him that liberty, he would come when he saw occasion, though he would not be troublesome. I hope I did not do amiss in this, and indeed I saw, at that time, no one but Lord President Carmarthen, and I was afraid of myself. Lord Carmarthen is, on all occasions, afraid of giving me too much trouble, and thinks, by little and little, to do all. Everyone sees how little I know of business, and therefore, I believe, will be apt to do as much as they can. Lord Marlborough advised me to resolve to be present as often as was possible. Out of what intention I cannot judge, but I find they meet often in the secretary's office, and do not take much pains to give me an account. This I thought fit to tell you. Pray be so kind to answer me as particular as you can. Queen Dowager has been to take her leave, in order to go to Hammersmith, where she will stay till she can go for Windsor. I have tried you with this long letter, and it is now stayed or waited for. I shall say no more, but beg you to believe it is impossible to love more than I do. Don't love me less. This letter and the succeeding one were written during the period of anxiety which preceded the impending sea fight off Beachy Head, suspicion of Lord Torrington, and an earnest desire to interfere in his business as admiral were the prevalent feelings in the Queen's cabinet. Just time enough had elapsed for the English navy to feel the want of the royal admiral, for the harpies of corruption, ever on the alert in an elective monarchy, had done their business so effectually with the well-appointed ships and stores he had left, that a discomfiture had been experienced by the English navy at Bantry Bay the year before, and another disgraceful defeat awaited it. Great jealousies existed between the Dutch admiral, Evertson, and the English admiral, Lord Torrington, who was desirous of avoiding an engagement, and knowing the miserable state of his appointments, he wished to defend the English coast from invasion, and this opinion he communicated to the Queen. Her proceedings may be gathered from her letter to her husband. Queen Mary to King William, June 28th, New Style, 8 in the morning, July 8th, Old Style. Since I cannot always write when I will, I must do it when I can, and that upon something that happened yesterday. As for Lord Torrington's letter, you will have an account of that, and the answer from Lord Nottingham. I shall tell you, as far as I could judge, what the others did. Lord Carmarthen was with me. Continues Her Majesty's narrative. When Lord Nottingham brought the letter, he was mightily hot upon sending Mr. Russell down to the Fleet. I confess, I saw, as I thought, the ill consequence of that, having heard you say they were not good friends, and believing Lord Torrington, being in the post he is in, and of his humour, ought not to be provoked. Besides, I do believe Lord President Carmarthen was willing to be rid of Mr. Russell, and I had no mind to that, so I said what I could against it, and found most of the lords of my mind when they met, but Lord Monmouth was not with them. Mr. Russell drew up a pretty sharp letter for me to sign, but it was softened, and the only dispute was, whether he, that is Lord Torrington, should have a positive order to fight. At last it was wrote in such terms as you will see, to which all agree but Lord Stewart Devonshire, who said, it was his duty to tell his thoughts upon a subject of this consequence, which was, that he believed it very dangerous to trust Lord Torrington with the fate of 3 kingdoms. This was his expression. And that he was absolutely of opinion that some other should be joined in commission with him. To which Mr. Russell answered, you must send for him prisoner then. And all the rest concluded it would breed too much disturbance in the sight of the enemy, so the letter was signed, and Lord Nottingham writ another letter, in which he told him our other accounts received of the fleets from the Isle of Wight. I was no sooner abed, but Lord Nottingham came to me from the lords, who were most of them still at his office, where Lord Monmouth was come very late, but time enough to know all. He offered his service immediately to go down post to Portsmouth, so that the Admiralty would give him the commission of a captain, and fit out the best ship there, which he believes he can do with more speed than another, with which he will join Lord Torrington, and being in a great passion, swears, he will never come back again if they do not fight. Upon his earnest desire, and the approbation of the lords who were present, Lord Nottingham came up to ask my consent. I asked, who was there? And finding few besides Lord Monmouth and Lord Nottingham, I remember but the names of 3 of them, which were the Lord President, Lord Steward Devonshire, and Sir John Lowther, but the 4th was either Lord Pembroke or Lord Marlborough. I thought in myself, they were 2/3 of the committee, so would carry it if put to the vote. Therefore, seeing they were as earnest as he was for it, I thought I might consent. Monmouth's absence was welcome to Mary and her council on account of the tormenting suspicions with which they were beset. Yet it seems that his absence was dearly purchased by trusting him with a ship of war. The wheels within wheels of treachery and secret dealing were portentously revolving in the royal council. Every post day, Lord Monmouth brought to the Queen and her junta letters written in lemon juice, which he declared his friend Major Wildman had intercepted. He began to show these letters about 4 days before King William sailed for Ireland. They contained an abstract of everything that was done by either the sovereigns or their ministers in the Cabinet Council, of which Lord Monmouth was one. They were directed to M. Contenay, Amsterdam. The Marquis of Carmarthen expressed his opinions to King William that the letters were fabricated by Lord Monmouth himself with the aid of Major Wildman, in order to breed doubts and strife in the Queen's council. Mary intimates her own suspicions on the subject to her absent consort in the following guarded terms. I own to you that I had a thought which I would not own, though I did find some of the lords have the same, about the lemon letters, which I suppose you have heard of, which come so constantly and are so very exact, the last of which told even the debates of the council, as well as if one of the lords themselves had writ them. This, I think, looks somewhat odd, and I believe makes many forward this expedition, and for my own part, I believe he, that is Monmouth, may be best spared of the company, though I think it a little irregularity, yet I hope you will excuse it, and nobody else can find fault. 10 at night. Since my writing this, there has come a great deal of news. As I was going to Cabinet Council, Sir William Lockhart came with a letter from the committee there. Lord Monmouth was there, after having been in the city, where he has found one Major Bourne, I think his name is, who has the commission of captain, and not himself, he desiring his intentions may be kept a secret as may be, lest he should come too late. In the meantime, his regiments being at Portsmouth is the pretence. He, that is Lord Monmouth, made great professions at parting, and desired me to believe there are some great designs. This passage reveals remarkable differences in the customs of England, scarcely 1 century beyond the memory of man in the present time. The professions of naval and military warfare were not separate. Lord Monmouth, whose regiment laid at Portsmouth, demanded of the Queen the command of a ship of the line. Although many of these land officers had greatly distinguished themselves in the mighty naval battles which made James II sovereign of the seas, Monmouth being one among them, yet James, in his famous naval regulations, forbade anyone to command ships without such person had, to use his own term, served a proper apprenticeship to a naval life. His daughter did not observe this excellent rule, and a disgraceful naval defeat was the consequence. Monmouth was desirous of taking the whole command of the navy from the admiral who had possession of it, a measure Queen Mary demurred upon, not because soldiers ought not to command fleets, but because she doubted Monmouth's fidelity. Her Majesty proceeds. We had another lemon letter with things so particular that none but some of the 9 lords could know them, especially things that were done at our office late last night, upon which all sides are of the same mind. Before I went out of the room, I received your dear letter from Low Brickland, which I cannot express what I then felt, and still feel, at the thoughts that now you may be ready to give battle, or have done it. My heart is ready to burst. I can say nothing but pray to God for you. This has waked me, who was almost asleep, and almost put out of the possibility of saying anything more. Yet must I strive with my heart to tell you this afternoon the ill news of the Battle of Fleury came. I had a letter from the Prince of Waldeck with a copy of the account he sent you, so that I can say nothing but that God, in whose hands we only are, knows best why he has ordered it so, and to him we must submit. This evening there has been a person with me with whom you heard at Chester, probably Earl of Breadalbane, and whom you there ordered to come to me, as he says. He believes you will know him by this, and will by no means be named, and what is worse, will name nobody, so I fear there is not much good to be done, yet I won't give over so. I must end my letter, for my eyes are at present in somewhat a worse condition than before I received your letter. My impatience for another is as great as my love, which will not end but with my life, which is very uneasy to me at present, and I trust in God, who can alone preserve and comfort me. The disastrous news of the naval defeat at Beachy Head followed fast on this interesting letter, and Queen Mary had again to strive with her heart, as she poetically expresses herself, and communicate to her lord the most signal naval overthrow that England had ever experienced. Queen Mary to King William. Whitehall, June 29th, New Style, July 7th, Old Style, 1690, 7 in the morning. I am sorry there is not as pleasing news to send you from hence as what I had last from you. I would not write last by the post, being assured the messenger this morning should overtake him before they came to Highlake. Here has great things been done, but so unanimously, that I hope when you have an exact account from Lord Nottingham, you will approve of it. I must confess I think they were in the right, but if I had not, I should have submitted my judgment when I saw all of a mind. What Lord Torrington can say for himself I know not, but I believe he will never be forgiven here. The letters from the fleet, before and since the engagement, show sufficiently he was the only man there who had no mind to fight, and his not doing it was attributed to orders from hence, that is, from the council. Those orders which were sent and obeyed have had but very ill success, the news of which is come this morning. I will not stop the messenger with staying for my letter, and it is unnecessary for me to say much, only as to the part of sending Mr. Russell away. I believe it was a great irregularity, and for my own part I was sorry to miss him here, after what you had told me, and the fear I am in of being imposed upon, but all were for it, and I could say nothing against it. I confess as I was sorry Lord Monmouth came so soon back, for all agree in the same opinion of him. The above letter was an answer to one which King William had sent, in remonstrance against Russell being transferred from his post in her council to superintend the disabled fleet, for the Queen had evidently sent to recall him, since she resumes, Mr. Russell was overtaken before he came to Canterbury, so the 9 are again together. As to the ill success at sea, I am more concerned for the honour of the nation than for anything else, but I think it has pleased God to punish them justly, for they really talked as if it were impossible they should be beaten, which looks too much like trusting to the arm of flesh. I pray God we may no more deserve the punishment. The same God who has done so much can tell what is best, and I trust he will do more than we deserve. This afternoon I am going to the Great Council, that is the Privy Council, to take order about the prorogation of the Parliament, according to your orders. I long again to hear from you, which is my only comfort. I fear this news may give courage to those who retired before, but God can disappoint them all, and I hope will take care of his own cause. He of his mercy send us a happy meeting again. That will be a happiness to me beyond all others, loving you more than my life. It will be observed that the Queen says she knows not what Lord Torrington can say for himself, but he had a great deal to say for himself in his letter to the Lord President, Carmarthen, dated off Beachy Head, July 1st. In her next letter, she continued the painful subject of the defeat to King William, who was daily expecting to give battle to her father in Ireland. Queen Mary to King William, Whitehall, July 3rd or 13th. If you knew in what fear I am that my letter I writ yesterday morning did not overtake the post, you would pity me, for though it is but 1 day's difference, yet I would not for anything seem to have missed an opportunity of writing to you, and indeed, as sleepy as I was a Tuesday night, I would have writ, had not Lord Nottingham assured me the message should follow the next morning early, and so he was certain it would come time enough. But when the letter came in from Lord Torrington, and, what was to be done, being thought necessary to acquaint you with, he stopped the messenger without telling me. The Queen then describes to her husband the proceedings of her 9 assistants, among whom she wished to choose 2, to send down to take charge of the remains of the fleet, while Lord Torrington was displaced and brought to trial. Lord Monmouth and Mr. Russell, the 2 professed seamen of the junta, both excused themselves to the Queen from the ungracious office. Monmouth, because he was related to the delinquent, and was not to command the fleet. Russell declined, because he had served for many years under Torrington as his officer. Therefore, pursues Queen Mary in the phraseology of the times, it would seem something indecent in him to be forward in offering his service in this particular. Queen Mary, in this dilemma, turned to her Lord Chamberlain, and then to Lord Marlborough, who both told her very truly, that they should make themselves ridiculous if they interfered in sea matters. On this, the Queen herself named Lord Devonshire and Lord Pembroke, but at the same time she observed Lord President Carmarthen look very black, and found that he wished to undertake the commission himself. She drew him aside after her consultation broke up and told him she could not spare him from his post, as King William had informed her he was the person whose advice she was most to rely upon. He replied, he did not look upon himself so tied. As Earl of Danby, he had been deep in the popish plot. He had assisted in the calumny which stigmatized the birth of the Queen's unfortunate brother, and altogether had been the enemy of the Queen's father in a sufficient degree to make Her Majesty confident that he would not subvert her government, as such a measure was thoroughly against his own safety. Carmarthen had a son who was one of the amphibious warriors of that age, willing alike to command on sea or shore. Her Majesty says, there is another thing that I must acquaint you with, by the by, that I believe will anger him, that is Carmarthen, which is, that neither Mr. Hampden nor Mr. Pelham will sign the docket for Lady Plymouth's £8,000. He complained to me. I promised to ask them about it, which I have done, and both of them asunder have told me the sum was too great to be spared at present, when money was so much wanted. And indeed I think they are in the right. I hope you will let me know your mind about it. But they say Sir Stephen Fox signed it by surprise, and is of their mind. The only thing I could say to this was, that you had signed the warrant before you went, which I thought was enough. This mysterious order for so large a mass from the public money is proved to have originated wholly from King William. It was equally distasteful to his wife and his ministers. The Queen proceeded to say, by advice, I writ a letter to Admiral Evertson, but I forgot to tell you so, and not knowing he spoke English, with much ado, I wrote it in Dutch, so as, I believe, he could have understood me, but 'tis come back to be burnt. What a literary curiosity this Dutch letter of English Mary would have proved, if it had not, very provokingly to autograph collectors, come back to be burnt. The next paragraph of Mary's narrative touches on a point calculated to awaken curiosity. It mentions interviews with her reputed lover, Lord Shrewsbury, who might be considered, when all his advantages were computed, the mightiest power among the aristocracy of Great Britain. He was at this juncture a displaced prime minister, yet displaced by his own obstinate renunciation of office. Lord Shrewsbury was at my dinner. I told him, I was glad to see him so well again. He said, he had been at Epsom for the air, or else he would have been here sooner. He stayed not long, but went away with Mr. Wharton, who I have not seen once at council, but seldom anywhere. Lord Shrewsbury was here again at my supper, and as I thought took pains to talk, which I did to him, as formerly, by your directions. Though by my letter, it may be, you would not think me in so much pain as I am, yet I must tell you, I am very much so, but not for what Lord Monmouth would have me be. He daily tells me of the great dangers we are in, and now has a mind to be sent to Holland, of which you will hear either this or the next post. I see every one is inclined to it, for a reason I mentioned before, and indeed, things have but a melancholy prospect. It seems ambiguous whether Mary means that all her political assistants proved alarmists, and endeavoured to intimidate her like Lord Monmouth, or whether, as he did, they all wished to seek refuge in Holland. In whichever way the sense is taken, it affords strong proof that Mary's courage was firm when the leading spirits of England quailed before the expected storm. I am fully persuaded, she continues, that God will do some great thing or other, and it may be when human means fail, he will show his power. This makes me that I cannot be so much afraid as it may be I have reason for, but that which makes me in pain is for fear what is done may not please you. I am sure it is my chief desire, but you know I must do what the others think fit, and I think they all desire, as much as may be, to act according to your mind. I long to hear from you, and know in what we have failed. For my own part, if I do in anything what you don't like, 'tis my misfortune, and not my fault, for I love you more than my life, and desire only to please you. The Queen's next letter is a hurried one, written under the influence of sadness. She was suffering from disease in her eyes, and is perforce obliged to confine the limits of her dispatch to affectionate expressions. Queen Mary to King William, Whitehall, July 5th or 15th, 1690. This is only to tell you I have received yours of the 28th of June, old style, which puts me in so many troubles that I shall not trouble you with at present. Tomorrow night an express shall go to you that cannot possibly be dispatched tonight, and I am not sorry, for at this time I dare say but little by candlelight, and 'tis tomorrow, the first Sunday of the month. I have really hardly time to say my prayers, and was fain to run away to Kensington, where I had 3 hours of quiet, which is more than I have had together since I saw you. That place made me think how happy I was there when I had your dear company, but now I will say no more, for I shall hurt my own eyes, which I want more than ever. Adieu, think of me, and love me as much as I shall you, who I love more than my life. I should have sent this last post, but not seeing Madame New Hughes hindered me then, and makes me send it now, which I hope you will excuse. Thus it is evident that the Queen dared not give vent to her overcharged heart by tears, because weeping would injure her eyes. Her anxiety was increased the next day by the tidings that her husband had been wounded in one of the skirmishes that preceded the hourly expected battle in Ireland. Queen Mary to King William, Whitehall, July 6th or 16th, 1690. I can never give God thanks enough, as long as I live, for your preservation. I hope in his mercy that this is a sign he preserves you to finish the work he has begun by you, but I hope it may be a warning to you, to let you see you are exposed to as many accidents as others, and though it has pleased God to keep you once in so visible a manner, yet you must forgive me if I tell you that I should think it a tempting God to venture again without a great necessity. I know what I say of this kind will be attributed to fear. I own I have a great deal for your dear person, yet I hope I am not unreasonable upon the subject, for I do trust in God, and he is pleased every day to confirm me more and more in the confidence I have in him. Yet my fears are not less, since I cannot tell if it should be his will to suffer you to come to harm for our sins. For though God is able, yet many times he punishes the sins of a nation as it seems good in his sight. Your writing me word how soon you hope to send me good news shows me how soon you thought there might be some action, and this thought puts me in perpetual pain. This morning, when I heard the express was come, before Lord Nottingham came up, I was taken with a trembling for fear, which has hardly left me yet, and I really don't know what to do. Your letter came just before I went to chapel, and though the first thing that Lord Nottingham told me was that you were very well, yet the thoughts that you expose yourself thus to danger fright me out of my wits, and make me not able to keep my promise to myself. For God's sake, let me beg you to take more care for the time to come. Consider what depends upon your safety. There are so many more important things than myself, that I think I am not worthy naming among them. But it may be, the worst may be over before this time, so that I will say no more. I did not answer your letter by the post last night, because the express could not be dispatched. I can say little on any subject at present, for really I had my head and heart so full of you, I can mind nothing else. It is now past 10 o'clock. I don't tell it you for an excuse, for I am not sleepy. The expectation of a battle between her father and her husband's forces in Ireland, and the alarm regarding the wound the latter had received, had the effect of keeping Her Majesty Queen Mary wide awake at the hour of past 10 o'clock, which was evidently the time usual for their high mightinesses of Holland to go to bed, or to roost, according to the Dutch language, for in the course of this correspondence she often mentions that it is 10 o'clock, and that she is so sleepy she cannot write. Such were the customs of royal domesticity in the 17th century. A king and queen retired to rest just at the hour when modern belles set out to their evening parties. It may be observed that, in the commencement of this letter, Her Majesty dwells with much spiritual unction on the possibility that her husband's wound was sent as a visitation for the sins of the British nation. She proceeds to ask the king's directions for the command of the fleet, which remains still unsettled. Lord Monmouth claimed the command, of which Torrington had been deprived, but Mary was fully aware of his Jacobite tendencies, and suspected that his confidant, Major Wildman, was author of the letters written in lemon juice. She declined his services. She wished to appoint Russell, but he positively refused. Sir Richard Haddock and Sir John Ashby were proposed by the council, but Sir Richard Haddock wished the office might be put in commission with 2 seamen and 1 man of quality. The Queen adds, she thought that person might be the Duke of Grafton, first because he had behaved lately very brave in this last business, that is, the defeat at Beachy Head, and also that he might learn and so in time prove good for something. A plain indication she did not consider this illegitimate cousin good for aught without improvement. While discussing the difficult matter of naval command, she observes to the king that Shovel was considered the best officer of his age. He had just taken her father's only remaining frigate. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 11, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary II, Chapter 6, Part 3. The news of the long-expected battle arrived the next day. The victory at Boyne Water obliterated from the public mind the recent defeat of the British Navy. The disastrous naval defeat occurred on the 30th of June. The land victory took place the very day after, July 1st. But, as may be perceived by their correspondence, the Queen did not receive the news until a week had elapsed. Queen Mary to King William. Whitehall, July 7th or 17th, 1690. How to begin this letter I do not know, or how ever to render to God thanks enough for his mercies. Indeed, they are too great, if we look on our deserts. But as you say, 'tis his own cause, And since 'tis for the glory of his great name, we have no reason to fear, but he will perfect what he has begun. For myself in particular, my heart is so full of joy and acknowledgment to that great God, who has preserved you, and given you such a victory, that I am unable to explain it. I beseech him to give me grace to be ever sensible, as I ought, and that I and all may live suitable to such a mercy as this is. I am sorry the fleet had done no better, but 'tis God's providence, and we must not murmur, but wait with patience to see the event. I was yesterday out of my senses with trouble. I am now almost so with joy, so that I cannot really as yet tell what I have to say to you by this bearer, who is impatient to return. I hope in God, by the afternoon, to be in a condition of sense enough to say much more, but for the present I am not. If novelists or dramatists had been describing the situation of Queen Mary, they would, according to the natural feelings of humanity, have painted her as distracted between tenderness for her father and her love for her husband, mourning amidst victory for her sire, and alive only to the grief that such unhallowed contests should awaken in the bosom of the woman who had been the indulged daughter of the one antagonist and was the wife of the other. Such feelings were attributed by the Greek tragedians to virtuous heathens of old, and by Shakespeare to the royal heroines of England's earlier day. But no trace of them is to be discerned in Mary's actual letters. Unmixed joy and exalting thanksgiving are the first emotions which burst from her heart in this epistolatory Te Deum. Towards the end of the letter, however, she recollects herself sufficiently to express her satisfaction that the late king, as she calls her father, was not among the slain, a passage which will be read with intense interest by those who know Mary's situation, but who are utterly in the dark regarding her own opinion of her extraordinary position in the world. The queen resumes after she has given vent to her joy. When I writ the foregoing part of this, it was in the morning, soon after I had received yours, and 'tis now 4 in the afternoon, but I am not yet come to myself, and fear I shall lose this opportunity of writing all my mind, for I am still in such a confusion of thought that I scarce know not what to say, but I hope in God you will more readily consent to what Lord President wrote last, for methinks you have nothing more for you to do. I will hasten Kensington as much as it is possible, and I will also get ready for you here, for I will hope you may come before that is done. I must put you in mind of one thing, believing it is now the season, which is, that you would take care of the church in Ireland. Everybody agrees 'tis the worst in Christendom. There are now bishoprics vacant and other things. I beg you will take time to think who you will fill with them. You will forgive me that I trouble you with this now, but I hope that you will take care of these things, which are of so great consequence as to religion, which I am sure will be more your care every day, now it has pleased God still to bless you with success. I think I have told you before how impatient I am to hear how you approve what has been done here. I have but little part in it myself, but I long to hear how others have pleased you. I am very uneasy in one thing, which is want of somebody to speak my mind freely to, for 'tis a great restraint to think and be silent, and there is so much matter that I am one of King Solomon's fools, who am ready to burst. I believe Lord President and Lord Nottingham agree very well, though I believe the first pretends to govern all, and I see the other, that is Lord Nottingham, is always ready to yield to him, and seems to me to have a great deal of deference for him. Whether they always agree or not, I cannot tell. Lord Marlborough is much with them, and loses no opportunity of coming upon all occasions with others. As yet I have not found them differ, or at least so little, that I was surprised to find it so. I mean the whole 9, for it has never come to put anything to the vote. But I attribute that to the great danger I believe all have apprehended, which has made them all of a mind. Great natural sagacity is shown by the Queen in her remarks on the unwonted unanimity of her counsellors. The whole of her cabinet had so far committed themselves with King James that they were obliged to unite in one common purpose to prevent his return, which they knew would ruin them. Mary likewise adopted a very rational idea of the origin of the intercepted letters written in lemon juice, which was suggested to her by Mr. Russell, that they were written on purpose to be intercepted, and to raise vain suspicions and doubts in the councillors towards each other. While Lord Monmouth and his colleague, Wildman, were away at the Fleet, these letters ceased, but directly they returned, the correspondence recommenced. But totally unconscious of the conclusions the Queen had drawn, Lord Monmouth sedulously seized the opportunity of every conference he held with her to insinuate distrusts of his colleagues, which Her Majesty thus detailed to her partner in regality. I had a conversation with Lord Monmouth t'other morning, in which he said, "What a misfortune it was that things thus went ill, which was certainly by the faults of those that were in trust. That it was a melancholy thing to the nation to see themselves thus thrown away. And, to speak plain," he said, "do not you see how all you do is known, that what is said one day in the Cabinet Council is wrote next day to France? For my part," he added, "I must speak plainly. I have a great deal of reason to esteem Lord Nottingham. I don't believe 'tis he, but 'tis some in his office." And then he fell on Mr. Blathwayt. I owned, "I wonder why you would let him serve here, since he would not go with you. But I said, I suppose you know why you did it." And when he, Lord Monmouth, began to talk high of ill administration, I told him in the same freedom that he seemed to speak to me, that I found it very strange that you were not thought fit to choose your own ministers, that they had already removed Lord Halifax. The same endeavours were used for Lord Carmarthen, and would they now begin to have a bout at Lord Nottingham too? I would show they would prevent even to control the king in his choice, which, if I were he, I would not suffer, but would make use of whom I pleased. I cannot tell if I did well or no in this, but in the free way we were speaking I could not help it. Upon this, he, that is Lord Monmouth, said, he had, indeed, been an enemy to Lord Halifax, but he had done what he could to save Lord Carmarthen, out of personal friendship, as well as he because he believed him firm to our interest. Upon which I took occasion to remember my obligations to him, that is Lord Carmarthen, upon account of our marriage, from which he, that is Lord Monmouth, still went on, that he thought it necessary the nation should be satisfied. I asked him if he thought that possible. He said he could tell me much on that subject, but we were called to council, and so our discourse ended for that time. The reader will observe in this colloquy how fiercely the Queen resented the shadow of an attack on her friend and Lord Chamberlain, Lord Nottingham. She shows, too, resentment because Lord Halifax had been displaced from the ministry, and her expressions are in thorough contradiction to the resentment King William affirmed she bore that lord for his personal ridicule of her father. Queen Mary proceeds to give her absent husband a rapid sketch of the characteristics and conduct of the chief of her councillors. As for Lord Pembroke, I never see him but in council, and Lord Cham, that is Shrewsbury, comes as little as he can with decency, and seldom speaks, but he never comes in the Cabinet Council. Lord Steward, that is Devonshire, you know, will be a courtier among ladies. Speaking of him puts me in mind that Monsieur Cessac, before we went to cards, came and made me a very handsome compliment on your victory and wound, and assured me, no man living wished us a longer and happier reign. But to return to that lord, who, I think I have named all, I must say once my opinion, that Lord Nottingham seems to be very hearty in all affairs, and, to my thinking, appears to be sincere, though he does not take much pains to persuade me of it upon all occasions, as others do, for he never spoke but once of himself, yet I confess I incline to have a good opinion of him. It may be, his formal grave look deceives me. He brought me your letter yesterday, and I could not hold it. So he saw me cry, which I have hindered myself before everybody till then it was impossible. And this morning, when I heard the joyful news from Mr. Butler, I was in pain to know what was become of the late king, meaning her father James II. and durst not ask him, but when Lord Nottingham came, I did venture to do it, and had the satisfaction to hear he was safe. I know I need not beg you to let him be taken care of, for I am confident you will, for your own sake. Yet add that to all your kindness, and for my sake, let people know you have no hurt come to his person. Forgive me this. In this last paragraph is comprised all that can, with truth, be urged in Mary's vindication regarding the reports of her alleged parricidal instigations against the life of her father, which had been previously brought to that hapless parent's ears. Her sole defense rests on the passage above mentioned, in which, nevertheless, she can find no kinder name than the late king for the author of her being, and withal asks forgiveness, as if such cold and unnatural expressions were too kind towards her unfortunate sire. I have writ this, resumes Mary in her letter, at so many times that I fear you will hardly make sense of it. I long to hear what you will say to the proposition that will be sent you this night by the Lords, and I do flatter myself mightily with the hopes to see you, for which I am more impatient than can be expressed, loving you with a passion which cannot end but with my life. The proposition on which the queen dwells with such fond interest was that the king, having broken the Jacobite army, should return instantly to England. William was too good a general not to be aware that the Battle of the Boyne, if attention had been fixed solely on its physical advantages, was far from decisive of the contest. The praises of William III's great valor in this battle have resounded throughout Europe, but he had in Ireland 30,000 regular and disciplined troops. He had the most formidable train of artillery in the world at his command. Surely, the very act of looking such a formidable force in the face, as opponents, was one of superior valor in the ill-armed and undisciplined and unpaid militia who fought for James. That unfortunate king has been called a coward on account of its loss, which indeed made good his own representations in his naval regulations, that a wholly different genius is required for marine and land warfare. Everyone to his own profession. The Battle of the Boyne was won by a furious charge of cavalry, and we never hear that English sailors were particularly skillful in equestrian evolutions, or that a British admiral ought to be called a coward because he was not an adroit general of horse. When the sailor king met the Dutch on his own element, history gave a different account of him. The cavalry tactics of William would have availed him as little on the seas. That most mysterious politician, Defoe, although a Dutchman by descent, in his Memoirs of Captain Carleton, first called on Englishmen to notice this point, and remarks the injustice and ingratitude of condemning their greatest admiral as a coward, because he was not equally skillful in a cavalry skirmish. Charles Montague, Earl of Halifax, wrote a long poem on the battle, in heroic verse. It consists of the most lofty eulogiums on William, without either naming or alluding to his antagonist. After lauding his valor and generosity, he leaves it in complete mystery against whom he fought, and but for the word Boyne, no one could ever guess the subject. He sums up with the presumption that if William had been a Frenchman, France would have said and done more to his honor and glory than ungrateful Englishmen deemed necessary. Their plays, their songs would dwell upon his wound, and operas repeat no other sound. Boyne would for ages be the painter's theme, the goblin's labor, and the poet's dream. The wounded arm would furnish all their rooms, and bleed forever scarlet in their looms. The queen, the charming queen herself, should grace the noble piece, and in an artful place soften war's horrors with her lovely face. Who can omit the queen's auspicious smile, the pride of the fair sex, the goddess of our isle? Who can forget what all admired of late, her fears for him, her prudence for the state? Dissembling cares, she smoothed her looks with grace, doubts in her heart, and pleasure in her face. As danger did approach, her courage rose, and putting on the king, dismayed his foes. The last couplets present a true picture of the queen's personal demeanor at this tremendous crisis, and it is satisfactory to be able to produce contemporary evidence that the self-portraits drawn in her letters of her efforts to grin when her heart was bursting were seen by bystanders in the light she wished. Queen Mary to King William, Whitehall, July 8th or 18th, 1690. Being resolved never to miss a post, I write now to let you know I have received yours by Mr. Gray, who came at 9 in the morning, and was dressing till 1 before he brought it. Tomorrow I think to write again by him. Now I shall only tell you, says the Queen, resuming her historical narrative, that I have been satisfied with the sight of Lord Lincoln, which I have so often wished for in vain. I met him as I came from prayers, with 100 people at least after him. I can't represent to you my surprise at so unexpected an object and so strange a one, but what he said was as much so if it were possible. He called Lord President Carmarthen by name, and all in general who are in trust, rogues, told me, I must go back with him to council, that is Privy Council, to hear his complaint, which I think was against Lord Torrington. He talked so like a madman that I answered him as calmly as I could, looking on him as such, and so, with much ado, got from him. I shall say no more now, but that I am so sleepy I can't see, but I shall live and die entirely yours. The unfortunate noble, who was thus met by Queen Mary with a rabble at his heels, to whom he was addressing his wayward ideas on politics, was Edward, the last Earl of Lincoln, of the elder line of Clinton. It is plain by this amusing little letter of the Queen that her curiosity had been excited by the reported eccentricities of that peer, but that she did not expect so strange an encounter in her progress to Whitehall Chapel. The Earl of Lincoln then seated himself in Whitehall Gallery, bawling out to everyone, that the Queen was shut up by 3 or 4 lords who would not let her appear at the Privy Council or suffer her nobles to have access to her. Although, as the Queen herself observed, he never asked it all the while. He was evidently incited to torment the Whig junta of 9, by whose counsels her Majesty was implicitly guided, instead of having recourse to the Privy Council. The troubles in which the Queen was involved with these inimical counsels are best described by her own pen. Whitehall, July 10th or 20th, 1690. I wrote to you a Tuesday night by the post, only to show that I would miss no opportunity of doing it, and have kept Mr. Gray ever since, having nothing worth writing or troubling you with. I shall now begin with answering your letter to him by him, and thank God with all my soul for the continuance of your good success, and hope you will have no more to do, but come back here, where you are wished for by all that love you or themselves. I need not say most by me. It would be a wrong of me to suppose you doubt it. If the first part of your letter was extreme welcome, the next was not less so, for next to knowing of your health and success, that of your being satisfied with what has been done here, is the best news, and till then I was very much in pain. You will see also that we have had the good fortune here to have done just as you would have had it yourself, in sending Mr. Russell down to the fleet, but that was prevented, as you will know before this. I told Mr. Russell that your design was there, and asked what I might write on it now. He told me he should be always ready to serve you any way, and seemed mightily pleased at what I had told him. I did not say it openly at the committee, that is the Council of 9, because I know how much Lord Monmouth would have been troubled, but I told Lord President as you writ him word, and Lord Nottingham and Lord Marlborough. It seems he, that is Russell, still wishes for a commission to other people, and not to be alone. The day that I received yours by Mr. Gray, which was on Tuesday noon, the Great Council was called extraordinarily, being thought fit to acquaint them with the good news. This was the tidings of the recent victory at the Boyne. By the Great Council, the Queen means to designate the Privy Council, which the King and his ministers had warned her from attending often. The members conceived their functions were unconstitutionally superseded by a body bearing some resemblance, at least in name, to the Venetian Council of 10. They were enraged and almost in a state of insurrection because the Queen's presence was denied them. Mary was, indeed, placed in a situation of the most exquisite difficulty, which no person could have passed through without imminent danger, excepting one who possessed her peculiar concentrativeness of purpose. Had she felt an atom of kindliness to her father, sister, brother, nephew, or friend, or even a particle of egotism or personal ambition, which was not centered in that second self, her ungracious and ungrateful little partner, she could not have steered the vessel of state steadily enough to have avoided the shoals of the oligarch faction on the one side and the rocks of Jacobism on the other. She likewise had to dread the political jealousy of her spouse, however well she might govern, if she put herself too forward in her function of queen regnant. This dread is apparent in the continuation of her narrative, where she expresses her reluctance to attend the Privy Council, and describes the stormy scene raised therein because she had hitherto denied her presence according to her husband's orders. Seeing you had left me to the advice of the Committee of 9 when to go to the Privy Council, I asked them in the morning if they thought it necessary. That for my part, I did not. Lord President Carmarthen said, no. In the afternoon, when the Privy Council met, all began, it seems, to ask if I came. The Lord President Carmarthen said, no. Upon which there were some who grumbled. Sir R. Howard made a formal speech, wherein he hinted many things, as if he thought it not reasonable that I did not come to Privy Council. He was seconded by the Duke of Bolton. That afternoon, faction ran very high in the Privy Council. In the midst of the murmurs, on account of Her Majesty's absence, Lord Monmouth and the Lord Stewart Devonshire thought proper to leave their seats at the council board and enter her private apartments, where they began to entreat her to accompany them back to appease the malcontents. The Queen, who shrewdly suspected Lord Monmouth to be the secret mover of the storm, and dreading the displeasure of her husband, if she appeared too often at the more public council, thus expresses herself in the dilemma. I was surprised at it, for they sent for me out of my closet. I will not trouble you with all they said, but they were very pressing, and Lord Stewart Devonshire told me there were many there who absolutely told him. They would not speak but before me, that they were privy councillors established by law, and did not know why they should be denied my presence. I answered them, that is, Devonshire and Monmouth, at first as civilly as I could, and as calmly, but being much pressed, I grew a little peevish, and told them, that between us, I must own I thought it a humour, or a caprice, in some there of the Privy Council, that I did not think myself bound to please, for should I come now for this, I should at last be sent for when anybody had a mind to it, and that I wondered they, who had heard me in the morning say, I would not come, should now be so importunate. But all I could say would not satisfy them, and had not Lord Nottingham come in, I believe they would not have left me so soon. I cannot tell if I had done well or no, but I think I did. This was the same day Lord Lincoln was here, as I wrote you word before, and he said in the gallery, crying aloud, that 5 or 6 lords shut me up, and would let nobody else come near me, yet never asked it all the time. Lord Nottingham will give you an account of Lord Mayor's being called next day to the Great Council, that is the Privy Council, where I was, but I must needs observe that he came with his answer ready wrote, and pulled out his paper and read it, upon which many of those who came with him looked upon one another as amazed, and the more because the Lord President did not desire it till Friday. Thus it is plain that Queen Mary was obliged, in order to appease the discontents of the Privy Council, to call the whole of that body together, and preside over their deliberations on the ensuing day. Lord Monmouth, who had fomented a faction, and gained a partisan among the Junta of 9, of which he was a member, was now very active among the malcontents of the Privy Council. The Queen suspected some treachery in the singular circumstance that the Lord Mayor brought his speech, ready written, in his pocket, and pulled it out and read it to her. Her Majesty was not quite so familiar with speeches ready cut and dried as her successors have been. This was one of the first experiments of the kind, and Queen Mary confessed herself amazed at the proceeding. Neither could she comprehend how this ready-written speech could suit a council suddenly called on the Thursday, when my Lord Mayor did not expect it till the day after. The speech was assuredly provided by the cunning Caermarthen. The Queen found that the noble members of the Privy Council were bent on showing their displeasure by protecting the Jacobite lords who had been marked down by herself and council for imprisonment and prosecution. A plot was maturing in Scotland, which gave great uneasiness to William and Mary, and in conjunction with the French invasion, might have wrecked their government if the leaders, Lord Annandale and Lord Breadalbane, had not severally visited the King and Queen and made their confessions, to the discomfiture of their colleagues. Lord Ross, then in London, was one of those betrayed. Queen Mary thus expresses herself regarding his apprehension. Another thing happened that I must tell. Lord Nottingham had secured Lord Ross, and now desired the Privy Council that he might be sent to the Tower, as well as so many others. All consented. Duke of Bolton asked, why? Lord Nottingham said, there was informations against him, and more his own letters to Sir John Cochrane. Upon which all said a warrant should be drawn. But when it came to be signed, Duke of Bolton would not. He hindered Lord Devon by a whisper, and his son by a nod. Lord Montague would not sign it neither. If this be usual, I cannot tell, but methinks it ought not to be so. Her Majesty continues in her letter to discuss, in no very perspicuous terms, the half-revealed Jacobite plot in Scotland, and mentioned the opinion of her junta of 9 that Sir James Montgomery, a Whig lately turned Jacobite, was deeply concerned in the plot. Ought to be arrested and sent from Scotland, for he was crafty and malicious, and his confessions, if listened to, would implicate honest persons. Meaning, doubtless, by honest persons, not only various members of the now discontented oligarchy who had aided in the revolution, but most of themselves, the Queen's assistant junta. Many traces are to be found in Mary's letters of the suspension of the Habeas Corpus Act, and if we may judge by the glee with which she mentions persons being now clapped up, who were fluttering in the park but a few hours before, she had some satisfaction in the exertion of this despotism. Jacobitism was, in the year 1690, so frequent in everyday life that it was a common occurrence to see a messenger enter a house, a theatre, or Hyde Park, show a Privy Council warrant to some gallant, all embroidery, cravat, and ruffle, and march him off, bewigged and befringed as he was, from among a circle of belles to the Tower. If not seriously implicated in any of the numerous plots then in active concoction, either in Scotland or England, the prisoner was let out, after some weeks' detention, much impoverished in purse by his visit to the grim fortress, for no one, in the 17th century, was freed from the Tower at less than the cost of £200 in fees and other expenses. So common was this maneuver in the reign of William and Mary that the matter-of-fact comedies of the day make these arrests, either feigned or real, incidents for the purpose of removing rivals or furnishing adventures to the hero of the piece. In illustration of these traits of the times may be quoted a passage from an original letter of Sir George Rooke, who seems not a little scandalized at the conduct of one of Queen Mary's captives, when Her Majesty was pleased to sign a Privy Council warrant for his liberation. I could easily believe that my Lord Falkland was very much transported with his release from the Tower, but did not think that he would leap from thence into a ball. Jacobite poetry now began to form a powerful means of offense against the government of Mary. It had originated in opposition to the faction which strove to exclude James II, when Duke of York, from the throne. The first of these songs, York, our great admiral, and We'll stand to our landlord as long as we've breath, were decidedly of English composition, but the subject was caught up in the more musical and poetical land beyond the Tweed. Numerous Jacobite lyrics were adapted to the rhythm of the exquisite melodies of Scotland. Some were tender in pathos, others bold and biting in satire. There was one of the latter, written by the heir of Lothian, which dashed at the points on which the 4 persons of the royal family in England were most liable to censure, and combined them in one fierce couplet. There's Mary the daughter, there's Willie the cheater, there's Georgie the drinker, there's Annie the eater. Another party song took its rise within a few months of the accession of William and Mary. It was hummed by every voice, and being set to a bold original air, haunted every ear, although it was but a burst of audacious doggerel. Can ye the rhyme to porringer? Can ye the rhyme to porringer? King James VII had a daughter, and he gave her to an oranger. Can ye how he acquitted him? Can ye how he acquitted him? The dog has into England come, and ta'en the crown in spite of him. The rogue he sall nae cape it lang, to budge we'll make him fain again. We'll hang him high upon a tree, King James shall hae his ain again. The plaintive and elegant Jacobite songs of this period are not numerous. The exquisite one, both in words and melody, by Ogilvy of Inquharity, written after the loss of the Battle of the Boyne. It was for our rightful king, has previously been quoted. Perhaps the following beautiful song, which is the only one in which Queen Mary is alluded to, was composed by the same brave exile. It is the lament of a Jacobite lady for the absence of her lover at Saint-Germain. I hain kith, I hain nae kin, nor ane that's dear to me, for the bonny lad that I loe best, he's far ayond the sea. He's gane with ane that was our ain, and we may rue the day when our king's ain daughter came to play sae foul a play. O gin I were a bonny bird, with wings that might flee, then I would travel o'er the main, my ain true love to see. Then wad I tell a joyful tale to ane that's dear to me, and sit upon a king's window, and sing my melody. At Saint-Germain, the window of the room was tenanted by King James, juts boldly over a commanding view, as if to invite such winged minstrels, and strongly did it recall this exquisite old melody to the mind of the reader, when standing, in musing mood, within it. The concluding verses allude to the plots of the period, regarding which the Jacobites were high in hope. By the crow, or corby, is meant William III and his party. The adder lies in the corby's nest, beneath the corby's wame, and the blast that reaves the corby's nest shall blaw our good king's hame. Then blaw ye east, or blaw ye west, or blaw ye o'er the fame, or bring the lad that I loe best, and ane I dare a name. The Queen, in full expectation that King William would return speedily from Ireland, found it requisite to apologize to him that his Kensington villa was not ready for his reception. She concludes her letter, dated July 10th or 20th, with these words. You do not know how I please myself with the hopes of seeing you here very soon, but I must tell you that it is impossible to be at Kensington. Your closets here are also not in order, but there is no smoke in the summer, and the air much better than in another season. Pray let me have your orders, if not by yourself, then by Lord Portland, and let him write. I see I can hardly end this, but I must force myself, without saying a word more, but that I am ever yours, more than ever, if that be possible, and shall be so till death. The next letter was written by the Queen from her bed at 11 at night, at which hour she was too sleepy to write a long one, having fatigued herself by a visit to Hampton Court, to superintend the Dutch devices disfiguring the ancient palace. The grand apartments, where the English-born sovereigns held their state, had been demolished, and had it not been for a felicitous lack of money and Portland stone, not a fragment of their noble country palace would have been left. Queen Mary to King William. Whitehall, 1690, July 12th or 22nd, New Style, at 11 at night. You will excuse me from answering your letter I received yesterday morning, which was writ on Sunday last, when you know I have been this morning to Hampton Court and back again by noon, and ever since have had one or other to speak to me, of which I will give you an account when I have more time. Now, says the Queen, resuming her narrative of incidents, I shall only tell you that things go on there at Hampton Court very slowly. Want of money and Portland stone are the hindrances, and indeed, in a time when there is such pressing necessities, I am almost ashamed to speak about it, and yet it is become so just a debt that it ought to be paid. I mean the Privy Seal which you passed long ago. Sir Charles Littleton has sent to me to offer to give up his commission, which I expect now and am glad of, for reasons too long to tell now. Pray send word who shall have the government, for 'tis judged necessary to be filled up as soon as may be. I fancy the joy at St. Patrick's Church was greater than can be expressed, and wish I had been with you, but though at a distance, none ever praise God so heartily for many reasons, chiefly that your wonderful deliverance, upon which the Queen Dowager sent Lady Arlington to compliment me. I am now in bed, having bathed, and am so sleepy I can say no more, but that I am ever and entirely yours. In the 3 succeeding days, she wrote 2 more letters to her husband, full of hopes of seeing him quickly, mingled with fears that the French ships, which then rode victors both in the English and Irish channels, in a manner unprecedented for centuries, should intercept him on his return. All my fears, observes the Queen, is the French ships, which are going to St. George's Channel, and are already at Kinsale. If those should hinder you, what will become of me? I think the fright would take away my reason, but I hope the express, which goes this evening to Sir Cloudesley's Shovel, will come time enough to prevent any surprise. I am the most impatient creature in the world for an answer about your coming, which I do hope may be a good one, and that I shall see you soon, and endeavor myself to let you see, if it be possible, that my heart is more yours than my own. The Queen, in continuation, gives more laudable proofs of her sincerity in religion than can previously be discovered in her conduct. I have been desired, she says to her husband, to beg you not to be too quick in parting with the confiscated estates, but consider whether you will not keep some for public schools to instruct the poor Irish. For my part, I must needs say that I think you would do very well if you would consider what care can be taken of the poor souls there, and indeed, if you will give me leave, I must tell you, I think the wonderful deliverance and success you have had should oblige you to think upon doing what you can for the advancement of true religion and promoting the gospel. Alas, King William, like all mere military sovereigns, had no endowments to bestow on the gospel or on Christian civilization of any kind. The property she mentions was the private inheritance of her father from the Earls of Clare and Ulster. It was given by her husband to his mistress, Elisabeth Villiers. Probably it was some intimation of its infamous destination that prompted Mary to make the request that it might be destined to the above virtuous use. But her regal partner little thought of any atonement for the excessive miseries that wretched Ireland groaned under during his reign. Far from that, it is to be feared that he was the cause of many atrocities being perpetrated by his cruel troops, the slightest mention of one of which thrills the nerves with horror. When William was compelled to raise the siege of Waterford, he was asked, in what manner he should dispose of the sick and wounded prisoners? Burn them, was his ill-tempered reply. There is too much reason to believe that this peevish expletive was literally obeyed, for 1,000 of these unfortunates were destroyed in this inhumane manner by the place in which they were penned, directly afterwards burst into flames, in which they miserably perished. Towards the end of July, it was found necessary that Queen Mary should in person review the militia, which had been called out for the defense of the country, then threatened with invasion by the victorious fleets of France. This was trenching very closely on the office of her military lord and master, and she evidently deemed it proper to apologize for playing the general, as well as the sovereign, in his absence. I go, she says in her next letter, to Hyde Park, to see the militia drawn out there next Monday. You may believe I go against my will. I still must go back to my first saying, which is, that I do hope and flatter myself that you will be come back, if it can be with safety. I'm sure if that can't be, I shall wish you may rather stay where you are, though I long never so much to see you, than that you should venture your dear person, which is 1,000 times more so to me than my own self, and ever will be so while I breathe. All that has been hitherto known of Mary II has been imbibed by the public through Burnet's panegyric, But with what promptitude would the revolutionary bishop have demolished his own work, could he, like us, have read Her Majesty's letter to the king of July 16th or 26th, and seen the contemptuous reluctance with which she acceded to his desire of having his thundering long sermon on the Boyne victory printed. Many passages in these letters, written with unstudied grace and simplicity, prove that Mary's tastes in composition were elegant and unaffected. Consequently, Burnet's style must have been odious to her. How differently did the man himself and the world believe he was rated in Her Majesty's estimation? Let her speak for herself as follows. I will say no more at present, but that the Bishop of Salisbury made a thundering long sermon this morning, which he has been with me to desire me to print, which I could not refuse, though I should not have ordered it, for reasons which I told him. I am extreme impatient of hearing from you, which I hope in God will be before I sleep this night. If not, I think I shall not rest. But if I should meet with a disappointment of your not coming, I don't know what I shall do, for my desire of seeing you is equal to my love, which cannot end but with my life. Queen Mary to King William, Whitehall, July 17th or 27th, 1690. Every hour makes me more impatient to hear from you, and everything I hear stir, I think brings me a letter. I shall not go about to excuse myself. I know 'tis folly to a great degree to be so uneasy as I am at present, when I have no reason to apprehend any ill cause, but might only attribute your silence to your marching farther from Dublin, which makes the way longer. I have stayed till I am almost asleep, in hopes, but they are vain, and I must once more go to bed, in hopes of being waked with a letter from you, which I shall get at last, I hope. By the conclusion of this letter may be gathered that Her Majesty's councillors were much agitated with quarrelsome divisions, and that stormy discussions constantly sprang up, to her great uneasiness. In truth, the immediate danger of her father's restoration had frightened them into something like unanimity, while the queen presided over them. But after the battle of the Boyne, they deemed that danger past, and they relapsed, in consequence, into their usual state of factious animosity. Their tempers had previously greatly annoyed her liege lord, who had prepared her for their troublesome behaviour. She had secretly imagined that he found fault from his own cynical spirit. She thus owns that he knew them better than she did. I cannot resolve to write you all that has passed at council this day, till which time I thought you had given me wrong characters of men, but I now see they answer my expectation of being as little of a mind as of a body. Adieu, do but love me, and I can bear all. As the king was detained in Ireland, Mary's next dispatch brought details more particular of the quarrels which pervaded both the cabinet and the privy council, and had for their object the appointment of commanders of the shattered and fugitive navy, then skulking dishonourably in the ports of the Thames. The queen mentions that she had had vapours in the evening of the 27th of July, having been worried by the mad Lord Lincoln that morning. The term vapours requires explanation, as much as any other historical antiquity of a bygone day. We believe it is synonymous with an attack on the nerves in the present century. But nervous complaints were classed by Queen Mary's court into 3 separate maladies. These were vapours, megrims, and spleen. Vapours, we believe, veered in symptoms towards hysterics, megrims to nervous headache, while the spleen simply meant a pain in the temper. Pope, in his brilliant court poem, The Rape of the Lock, represents all 3 keeping watch round his fainting Belinda, a fair belle of the courts of Queen Mary and Queen Anne, Mrs. Arabella Fermor by name, from whom Lord Petre of that day had contumaciously, and against her consent, stolen a curl. Queen Mary may be excused then for having had one of these feminine afflictions, especially when she had been agitated by conflicting feelings that day, plagued by the council and beset by a madman withal, according to her own description in the following letter. Queen Mary to King William, Whitehall, July 28th or 18th. Could you but guess at my impatience for a letter, you would be able to judge of my joy at receiving yours from Timolan. At present I shall say nothing to you, but that I have had at last seen the council in a great heat, but shall stay till I see you to tell you my mind upon it. Lord Nottingham will send you the account the commissioners have brought from sea of the assurance of the fleet being ready Wednesday next. Lord Lincoln, pursues Her Majesty's historical narrative, was with me this afternoon no less than an hour and a half, reforming the fleet, correcting abuses, and not shy either of naming persons. He talked so perfectly like a madman as I never heard anything more in my life. He made the most extravagantest compliments in the world, but was by no means satisfied that I would do nothing he desired me. He had an expression that I have heard often within these few days, which is, that I have the power in my hand, and they wonder I do not make use of it. And, why should I stay for your return? And, whether I should, or ought to, lose so much time as to write you a word or no, is doubted, that is, when they must stay till an answer come. I shall tell you more of this when I shall be so happy once more to see you, or when I can write you a long letter, for I have taken the vapors and dare not tonight. But you know, whatever my letters are, my heart is more yours than my own. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 11, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary II, Chapter 7, Part 1. Whether for the purpose of breaking the unanimity of purpose between the king and queen, or really from motives of personal preference to herself as the native-born monarch, it is certain that a strong party existed, eager to urge Her Majesty to acts of independent sovereignty. It is no slight amplification of her conjugal virtue to find her strenuously resisting every temptation to her own separate aggrandizement. A long historical dispatch from the Queen to her absent partner opens, according to custom, like a love letter, as follows. Queen Mary to King William, Whitehall, August 1st, New Style, that is July 21st, Old Style, 1690. Last night I received your letter with so much joy that it was seen by my face, by those who knew the secret of it, that you were coming. I will not take more of your time with endeavoring to tell you what is impossible to be expressed, but you know how much I love you, and therefore you will not doubt of my delight to think I shall soon see you. I will not at this time tell you anything that can be writ by others. The gist of the political part of the epistle is the detail of the feuds in the two councils, founded on the facts that the king and queen wished Mr. Russell to take the command of the fleet. Subsequent events proved they were perfectly right, but Russell would not take the responsibility after the disastrous defeats which had succeeded each other since the Revolution. He chose to have two partners, one a nobleman, his friend Lord Shrewsbury, the ex-minister, the other a seaman. The queen did not object to the appointment of Shrewsbury, but she always named him with a mysterious degree of prudery. Both herself and the king insisted on the third admiral being Sir Richard Haddock, but Russell remained obstinate, for he hated Haddock. The lords of the Admiralty, too, thought fit to place themselves in strong opposition to the queen, and in her next letter appear positively disobedient and contumacious to her authority, ostensibly out of hatred to Sir Richard Haddock, between whom and Sir Thomas Lee, a leading man in the Admiralty, there was a violent enmity. The queen concluded her letter with these words. "'Tis impossible for Kensington to be ready for your coming, though I will do my best that you shall not stay long for it. When you are come, I will make an apology for the matter when I see you. I shall now only tell you I am in great pain, to know if I have done well in this business or no. Pardon all my faults, and believe that I commit none willingly, and that I love you more than my life." 2 days afterwards, the queen describes, with some animation, a dialogue between herself and Sir Thomas Lee. So the commissioners of the Admiralty were sent for, and Lord President Caermarthen told them what the resolution was, namely, that Russell and Haddock should have the command of the fleet, with some great noble as partner with them. Sir Thomas grew as pale as death and told me that the custom was that they, the Lords of the Admiralty, used to recommend, and that they were to answer for the persons, since they were to give them the commissions, and did not know what they might be called to account in Parliament. Lord President answered and argued with them. At last Sir Thomas Lee came to say plainly, Haddock was the man they did not like. He added afterwards, I might give a commission if I liked, but they could not. When I saw he talked long and insisted upon their privilege, I said, I perceived then that the king had given away his own power and could not make an admiral which the Admiralty did not like. Sir Thomas Lee answered, No, no more he can't. I was ready to say, then the king should give the commission to such as would not dispute with him. But I did not, though I must confess I was heartily angry. It may be I am in the wrong, but as yet I cannot think so. Lord President, after much discourse, desired them to retire. The blunt answer of Sir Thomas Lee could not be digested by the Queen, who soon found that he was sat on by her friend Russell, whose hatred to Sir Richard Haddock was equal to that of Sir Thomas Lee. The next step taken by the Lords of the Admiralty was a downright refusal to sign the commission. Caermarthen, the Lord President, brought this intelligence to the Queen. He was, or pretended to be, in a very great rage. The observations Her Majesty made on his angry demeanor display good sense and command of temper. I asked Lord President what answer was to be sent. He was very angry and talked at a great rate, but I stopped him and told him, I was angry enough and desired he would not be too much so, for I do not believe it a proper time. Lord President answered, the best answer he could give from me was, that they, the Lords of the Admiralty, would do well to consider of it. I desired he would add, that I could not change my mind if it were proper to say so much. He said, it was rather too little. I saw Mr. Russell this morning, and I found him very much out of humour. He excused Sir Thomas Lee, and would not believe he had said such a thing as I told you. I said, indeed, that he had angered me very much. But he, that is Russell, endeavoured to talk it over. He said, that Haddock was not acceptable to them because they believed Lord Nottingham had recommended him, and they did not like that. I saw Russell shift off signing the commission, and indeed I never saw him out of humour before. There was company by, so I had not a fair opportunity of saying more to him, only he pressed naming Lord Shrewsbury for a third, as joint admiral of the fleet, as the best means to allay all these things. But as I had not time or convenience to say more to him then, I was fain to leave off at a place I would have said more upon. This I had the opportunity of doing so this morning to Lord Marlborough, who came to me about the same thing. I told him why I should be unwilling to name Shrewsbury myself, for I thought it would not be proper for me, by any means, to name a person who had quitted, that is, resigned office. Just upon your going away, though I was persuaded you would trust him, and had a good opinion of him, yet for me, to take upon me alone, for we concluded none would be for it, but those only who are trusted with the secret. I mean Lord Marl and Mr. Russell, and Lord Sham. For me, I say, now so to name him, that is Shrewsbury, without being assured from yourself of your approbation, I thought not proper. The Queen's pique that Shrewsbury should have resigned office just at the time when he had an opportunity of assisting her in reigning is perhaps apparent here. The rest of her detail of passing events is full of interesting individual particulars of her thoughts and feelings at this trying epoch. I pray God send you here quickly, for besides the desire I have to see you for my own sake, which is not now to be named, I see all breaking into flames. Lord Stewart Devonshire was with me this afternoon from Sir Thomas Lee to excuse himself to me. He said, the reason was because he saw this, the appointment of Haddock, was a business between 2 or 3, a concerted thing, and that made him he could not consent. I told him, that is Devonshire. He himself could have assured Sir Thomas Lee it was your own orders, in your letters from me. At which he shaked his head. I asked, if he, or Sir Thomas Lee, did not believe me? He said, Sir Thomas Lee thought that Haddock was imposed on the king. I said, I did not believe that was so easy. I mean, said Lord Devonshire, recommended by persons they don't much like. Indeed, my lord, if they only dislike Sir Richard Haddock because he is recommended by such as they don't approve, it will only confirm me in the belief that he is a fit man, since they make no other objection against him. I confess, said I. My lord, I was very angry at what Sir Thomas Lee said yesterday, but this is to make me more so, since I see 'tis not reason but passion makes Sir Thomas Lee speak thus. Upon which we, that is the Queen and Lord Devonshire, fell into discourse of the divisions, that is the quarrels in council, which we both lamented, and I think we were both angry, though not with one another. He complained that people were too much believed that ought not to be so, and we could not agree. I should never have done, should I say, or repeat, all I hear on such matters, but what I have said I think absolutely necessary for you to know. If I have been too angry, I am sorry for it. I don't believe I am easily provoked, but I think I had reason. If I may say so, I do not think people should be humoured to this degree. Mr. Russell again desired the Duke of Grafton should not be in, that is, in the command of the fleet. And Lord Nottingham, who was one of those who mentioned him before, desired me to let you know he is concerned at having mentioned him, having since been informed how unfit he is. On account of his rude and brutal manners, which exasperated everyone with whom he came in contact, the Queen, who had wished this illegitimate cousin of hers to be employed, that he might become good for something, now shrank from the responsibility of her recommendation. She continues thus. One thing more I must desire to know positively, which is about Kensington, whether you will go there, though my chamber is not yet ready. Your own apartment, Lord Portland's, Mr. Overkirk's, and Lady Derby's are done, but mine impossible to be used, and nobody else's lodgings ready. The air there is now free from smoke, but your closet as yet smells of paint, for which I will ask pardon when I see you. This is the true state of your 2 houses, but if you will go lie only at Kensington, for I suppose your business will keep you here, that is, at Whitehall, all day, pray let me know. You may be sure I shall be very willing to suffer any inconvenience for the sake of your dear company, and I wish I could suffer it all, for I deserve it, being something in fault, though I have excuses which are not lies. I hope, concludes the Queen, this long letter may meet you so near that you may bring your own answer. If not, if you love me, either write me a particular answer yourself, or let Lord Portland do it for you. You see the necessity of it for the public. Do a little also for my private satisfaction, who love you much more than my own life. The succeeding letter is wholly devoted to the personal and private arrangements of the royal pair. Queen Mary to King William, Whitehall, August 5th, New Style, that is July 25th, Old Style, 1690. Last night I received yours from Bennet Bridge, by which I find you design to summon Waterford again last Monday. I beseech God give you good success, and send you safe and quickly home. There was an order taken yesterday in council for the proroguing the Parliament for 3 weeks. I have been this evening at Kensington, for though I did not believe you would not be willing to stay at Whitehall, yet what you write me word makes me in a million fears, especially since I must needs confess my fault that I have not been pressing enough till it was too late. King William had certainly written a sharp reproof to his loving spouse on the subject of Kensington Palace not being ready for his reception. How humbly she asked pardon for his closet at Kensington smelling of paint has been shown in the preceding letter. It was rather unreasonable of the king, who only left her in the middle of June, to expect that, With an exhausted treasury, his queen could prepare his palace for his reception in the first days of August. Therefore her apology and extreme humiliation for the non-performance of impossibilities, especially in asking pardon for smells for which the house painter and his painting pots were alone accountable, seems somewhat slavish. The rest of her letter is couched in the same prostration of spirit. The outside of the house at Kensington is the fiddling work, which takes up more time than one can imagine, and while the scaffolds are up, the windows must be boarded up. But as soon as that is done, your own apartments may be furnished, and though mine cannot possibly be ready yet a while, I have found out a way, if you please, which is, that I may make use of Lord Portland's, and he lie in some other rooms. We, that is, she and the king, may lie in your chamber, and I go through the council room down, or else dress me there. And as I suppose your business will bring you off into town, so I must take some time to see company here, and that part of the family which can't come there must stay here. For 'tis no matter what inconveniencies any else suffers for your dear sake. I think this way the only one yourself will have, will be my lying in your chamber, which you know I can make as easy to you as may be. Our being there, at Kensington, will certainly forward the work. I hope this letter will not come to your hands, but that you will be on your way hither before this. My greatest fear is for your closets here. But if you consider how much sooner you come back than anyone durst have hoped, you will forgive me, and I can't be but extreme glad to be so deceived. God in his mercy send us a happy meeting, and a quick one, for which I am more impatient than I can possibly express. Although extremely interesting as a transcript of Queen Mary's private feelings, and affording an amusing view of her domestic arrangements and expedients, the foregoing narrative presents us with the most faulty specimen of her orthography and phraseology which has been yet discovered. Those of our readers who are familiar with the epistolatory literature of the 17th century will consider Mary's letters in general as wonderful productions, not only on account of the good sense and graphic power of expressing what she has to say, whether in dialogue or narrative, but as presenting occasionally good specimens of the familiar English of her era. It may be observed that Her Majesty was in advance of Steele and Addison and of the dramatists of her day who wrote you was instead of you were. She generally uses her subjunctives correctly, and her sentences, however hurriedly written, have a logical connection in their divisions. Throughout this mass of voluminous correspondence, not a word occurs regarding the Princess Anne, nor does the Queen ever allude to her nephew and heir presumptive, the infant Duke of Gloucester, then 12 months of age. The hatred that was brooding in the minds of Queen Mary and her sister had not yet burst into open flame. They still observed the decencies of dislike, had ceremonious meetings and formal leave-takings when courtly etiquette required them. The princess having discovered the Craven house was too small for her son's nursery, the Queen condescended to accompany her to look at Campden House, situated, as the remains of it are at present, behind Kensington Palace. The princess considered that its vicinity would be convenient for the Queen to see her godson and nephew at pleasure, when Her Majesty took up her abode at the new-built palace. She therefore hired Campden House for her nursery, at an enormous rental of Mr. Bertie, the guardian of young Noel, to whom the house belonged. Here the infant Duke of Gloucester was established, and his improved health showed the salubrity of the site the Queen and his mother had chosen. The Queen continued to devote a large portion of her time to epistolary communication with her absent husband. His replies have been vainly sought, yet from the remaining specimens of his letters, their absence is perhaps no great historical loss, as it is doubtful whether His Majesty ever wrote a narrative letter in his life. His enormous handwriting spreads far and wide over his papers, as if to prevent the introduction of much matter, and this habit was acquired as an adult. for his hand in his boyish letters to his Uncle Charles in the State Paper Office is not quite so large as children's writing in general. Few of his notes consist of more than 2 or 3 prettily turned French sentences, from which it is scarcely possible to extract any individual information. In consequence, it may be observed that Her Majesty was often in great perplexity to know his wishes and intentions. The following letter from the king, written throughout by his own hand, to the Earl of Devonshire, then one of the Council of 9, belongs to this period. The original is in French. It contains more matter than any other extant from William's pen, excepting the wrathful one relating to Dr. Covell's transgressions. The present document, hitherto inedited, is in answer to a compliment on the king's wound, previously sent to Ireland by the Lord Steward of the household, the Earl of Devonshire. William III to the Earl of Devonshire, at the Camp of Wells, this July 17th. I am very much obliged by the part that you take in what concerns my person and the advantage that I have gained over my enemies. The misfortune that has befallen my fleet has sensibly touched me, but I hope that it will soon be in a state to put to sea. It will be necessary to chastise severely those who have not done their duty. If it had been possible without abandoning all here, I should have set out as soon as yesterday morning, when I received your dispatches, but without losing all the advantages I have gained, I cannot leave the army for 5 or 6 days. Of this I have written to the Queen and to the Lords of the Committee, to whom I refer you, and hope very soon to have the satisfaction of seeing you, and of assuring you of my constant friendship and esteem, on which you may entirely rely. William R. The absence of nomenclature is a curious feature in this epistle of the royal diplomatist. No one is named in it but the Queen, although he refers to several persons. No place is mentioned, yet he alludes to the Battle of the Boyne, the defeat at La Hogue, and the court-martial pending at Sheerness on Lord Torrington. From the contents of the royal missive from the seat of war, Lord Devonshire concluded that Queen Mary would be forced to postpone a grand ball for which the palace was in preparation. Her Majesty meant, by this festival, to celebrate the king's victory of the Boyne and his return to England. For purposes either of her royal pleasure or policy, the Queen had been indefatigable in giving balls at Whitehall during the king's absence. The Earl of Devonshire, her high steward, notwithstanding his known taste for these diversions, required a respite. Other troubles annoyed the Lord Steward. The ladies of the Queen's court danced awkwardly, and there were more ladies than gentlemen. Some of the young nobles were fighting in Ireland against the Queen's father, some were fighting for him, others were exiled for maintaining his cause, and not a few of the best beaux were incarcerated by the Queen's warrants in the Tower. However, Her Majesty had expressed her particular wish that the daughter-in-law of the Earl of Devonshire might be present at her grand celebration ball. The royal pleasure was thus notified to that lady by her mother-in-law, Lady Devonshire. The Countess of Devonshire to Lady Cavendish, daughter to Rachel, Lady Russell. Saturday. I am very glad to hear by Mr. Woolman not only of your good health, but that I shall see you sooner than you seem to intend I should. You may still be in time, as the Queen desires, for the ball, for nobody can tell when it will be, the king's coming not being so soon as was expected. I hope there will be a respite too in the dancings at Whitehall, till it be for the great ball, yet there is more ladies than men, and worse dancers than them they have found, can hardly be met with. Mrs. Moon danced rather worse than better than she did last year. My lord is come from Newmarket. My head aches, so I leave Betty, dear daughter, to end my letter with what news she knows. Betty's conclusion. I hope you will pardon my not answering yours at this present, but you may believe that I am very full of business when I fail it. We have danced very often at Whitehall, where you are wanting extremely, there being not above 1 or 2 tolerable dancers, and as for myself, I am worse at it than last year. We are just going to supper. I believe this will hardly pass with you for a letter if I should say more, so I will only desire you will give my humble service to my Lady Ross. I am very sorry to hear by Mr. Bellman that she does not come with you to town. Endorsed. To the Lady Hartington, at Woburn Abbey in Bedfordshire. The husband of Lady Ross here mentioned is the same Lord Ross who, it will be remembered, was then the object of Queen Mary's particular displeasure. Her Majesty, in a letter quoted a few pages back, we have seen express her lively displeasure that the powerful families of Devonshire and Bolton have successfully prevented her from incarcerating Lord Ross in the Tower, on her mere Privy Council warrant. The Queen's hopes of the return of her husband, which had been lively at the beginning of July, were now deferred from week to week. Success had turned in Ireland against the Protestant party. The defence of Limerick by the Jacobite general, Sarsfield, rivaled in desperation that of Londonderry in the preceding year by the Calvinist minister, Walker. An equal number of William's highly disciplined soldiers fell in the siege as King James had lost of the half-armed Irish militia at the passage of the Boyne. The Protestants of Ireland had been discouraged by the speech that broke from the ungrateful lips of the Orange King, when one of them told him, in a tone of lamentation, that Parson Walker was among the slain in the melee at the Boyne. "Why did the fool go there?" was the best tribute King William gave to the memory of the valiant partisan to whom he owed Ireland. The reverend gentleman had given his aid at the Boyne, in the expectation of gaining further renown in regular warfare, and the regimental king scorned all glory that had not been at drill. William remained unwillingly in Ireland, witnessing the waste of his army in the fatal trenches of Limerick. His passage home was by no means an easy matter, for the victorious French fleets not only rode triumphantly in the English Channel, but in that of St. George, rendering dangerous the communication between England and Ireland. The Queen's letters continue to describe the difficulties which beset her at the helm of government. Her next epistle details the feuds and factions regarding the command of the fleet. Queen Mary to King William, Whitehall, August 9th, New Style, that is July 30th, Old Style, 1690. You will not wonder that I did not write last night, when you know that at noon I received yours by Mr. Butler, whose face I shall love to see ever hereafter, since he has come twice with such good news. That he brought yesterday was so welcome to me, that I wouldn't go about expressing it, since 'tis impossible. But for my misfortune, I have now another reason to be glad of your coming, and a very strong one, if compared to anything but the kindness I have for your dear self, and that is the divisions, which, to my thinking, increase here daily, or at least appear more and more to me. The business of the commission is again put off by Mr. Russell. Points of precedence had been settled between the admirals Killigrew and Sir John Ashby before Sir Richard Haddock could accept the promotion the Queen designed for him. Her Majesty, in discussing the affair with Russell, again mentioned her displeasure against Sir Thomas Lee. Russell went to excuse him, that is Lee, she continues. I said that I must own to him that were I in your place, I would not have borne his, that is Sir Thomas Lee's, answer. But when he had in a manner refused to sign the commission, I should have put it into such hands as would have done it. Mr. Russell said, he hoped I would not think of doing it now. I told him, no, he might be sure in your absence I would not think of anything of that nature, especially not without your orders for it. For at my coming from council, I was told of Mr. Butler's being come. This is the messenger with King William's letters. He soon brought me your letters, and though I was in hourly expectation, yet being sure you were coming did really transport me so that I have hardly recovered it yet, and there's such a joy everywhere that it is not to be expressed. I went last night to Kensington, and will go again by and by. They promised me all should be ready by Tuesday next, and this is Wednesday. That is the night, the ensuing Tuesday. By Mr. Butler's reckoning, that with a fair wind you may be here, though I think, by your dear letter, it is possible you may come a day sooner. At most, if you lie here, that is at Whitehall, 2 nights. The 3rd you may certainly, if it please God, be at Kensington. I will do my endeavour that it may be sooner, but 1 night, I reckon, you will be content to lie here. I writ you word in my last, how I thought you might shift at Kensington without my chamber, but I have thought since to set up a bed, which is already ordered, in the council chamber, and that I can dress me in Lord Portland's and use his closet. Monsieur Nineberg is gone to get other rooms for him, thus I think we may shift for a fortnight, in which time I hope my own chamber will be ready. They promise it sooner. This letter will, I hope, meet you at Chester. It shall stay for you there. So if there be anything else you would have done, do but let me know it by one word, and you shall find it so, if it be in my power. I have one thing to beg, which is, that if it be possible, I may come and meet you on the road, either where you desire or anywhere else. For I do so long to see you, that I am sure, had you as much mind to see your poor wife again, you would propose it. But do as you please, I will say no more, but that I love you so much it cannot increase, else I am sure it would. There is a little tender reproach implied in the concluding sentence. Perhaps Mary thought of Elisabeth Villiers, and wished to prevent her from holding a first conference with her husband. However, neither the Queen nor her rival were to meet William so soon as was expected. His next letter declared that his return was delayed, on which intelligence Her Majesty thus expresses herself in her next letter, dated Whitehall, August 2nd or 12th, 1690. Unless I could express the joy I had at the thoughts of your coming, it will be vain to undertake telling you of the disappointment it is to me you do not come so soon. I begin to be in great pain, lest you should be in the storm of Thursday night, which I am told was great, though its being the other side of the house hindering my hearing of it, but was soon delivered by your letter of the 29th from Chapelford. I confess I deserve such a stop to my joy, that is, the delay of the king's return. Since may be it was too great, and I am not thankful enough to God, and we are here apt to be too vain upon so quick a success. But I have mortification enough to think that your dear person may be again exposed at the passage of the Shannon, as it was as that of the Boyne. This is what goes to my heart. But yet I see the reasons for it so good, that I will not murmur, for certainly the glory would be greater to terminate the war this summer, and the people here are much better pleased than if they must furnish next year for the same thing again. Upon these considerations I ought to be satisfied, and I will endeavor, as much as may be, to submit to the will of God and your judgment. But you must forgive a poor wife, who loves you so dearly, if I cannot do it with dry eyes. Since it has pleased God so wonderfully to preserve you all your life, and so miraculously now, I need not doubt but he will still preserve you. Yet let me beg of you not to expose yourself unnecessarily. That will be too much tempting that Providence, which I hope will still watch over you. Mr. Russell is gone down to the Fleet last Thursday, to hasten, as much as may be, all things there, and will be back a Monday, when there is a great council appointed. I don't doubt but this commission will find many obstacles, and this, naming Killigrew, among such as don't like him, will be called in question, as well as the other two, that is Ashby and Haddock. And I shall hear again 'tis a thing agreed among 2 or 3. I will not write now, no more than I used to do what others can, and indeed I am fit for nothing this day. My heart is so oppressed, I don't know what to do. I have been at Kensington for some hours quiet, tomorrow being the first Sunday of the month, and have made use of Lord Portland's closet, as I told you in my last I would. The house, that is Kensington Palace, would have been ready by Tuesday night, and I hope will be in better order now. At least, it shall not be my fault if it is not. I shall be very impatient to hear again from you, till when I shall be in perpetual pain and trouble, which I think you cannot wonder at, knowing that you are dearer to me than my life. The cabals in the 2 councils, relative to the command of the beaten and disgraced fleet of England, continue to harass the Queen. The fine navy her father had formed for his destroyers was at the command of Mary, at least all that remained of it from the 2 disastrous defeats that had followed her accession. But the harpies of corruption had rushed in. The vigilant eye, which watched over the proper appointment of stores and necessaries, was distant. The elective sovereigns durst not complain of the peculations which had become systematic. The English fleet was degraded, not for want of brave hearts and hands, and fine ships, but because all the civilians concerned in finding stores, ammunition, provision, and pay, pilfered daringly. The consequence was, that none of James's former sea captains could be induced to take a command which must perforce end in disgrace, when the British navy came in collision with the well-appointed ships which Louis XIV had been raising for the last 20 years. Queen Mary was fully justified by her husband in the displeasure she had expressed at the insolence of Sir Thomas Lee. She expresses her satisfaction at finding that the king viewed the affront in the same light as herself in the following manner. Queen Mary to King William, Whitehall, August 5th or 15th, 1690. Last night I received yours of the 3rd of July, and with great satisfaction that it was plain. You approving of my anger is a great ease to me, and I hope may make things go on the better, if it be possible, though great pains are taken to hinder the persons named from serving at all, or from agreeing, I hope to little purpose. In order to deprive Sir Richard Haddock of the royal favour, a Dutchman of the Queen's household was employed to tell her Sir Richard railed furiously at everything Dutch. The Queen had him called to account for it, and afterwards wrote to the king that she considered he had cleared himself. She mentioned that Lord Torrington had very earnestly demanded his trial, but doubted whether his acquittal would not greatly incense the Dutch at that time. A scheme she alludes to for the delay of his trial comes the nearest to unrighteous diplomacy of any portion of these letters, for if the Englishman deserved his acquittal, he had a right to it, whether the Dutch approved of it or not. I should not write you this thought of mine, if I did not find several of the counsel of my mind, which makes me apt to believe I am not quite in the wrong, but that you know better, and you may believe I shall do as much as lies in my power to follow your directions in that, and all things whatever, and am never so easy as when I have them. Judge, then, what a joy it was for me to have your approbation of my behaviour. The kind way you express it in is the only comfort I can possibly have in your absence. What other people say I ever suspect, but when you tell me I have done well, I could be almost vain upon it. It was this intimate union of purpose and of interest between these two sovereigns, and the entire confidence in each other, that produced their great worldly prosperity. The same result is usually the case where unanimity prevails between a married pair, in whatever rank of life their lot may be cast. For never was a prophecy or proverb more divinely true than that pronounced by the Saviour. A house divided against itself shall not stand. I am sure, continues the Queen's narrative of events, I have all the reason in the world to praise God, who has sustained me in things so difficult to flesh and blood, and has given me more courage than I could have hoped for. I am sure 'tis so great a mercy I can never forget it. We have received many. God sends us grace to value them as we ought. But nothing touches people's hearts here enough to make them agree. That would be too much happiness. Lord Nottingham will give you an account of all things, and of some letters, which by great luck are fallen into our hands. I have been at Kensington this evening, and made it now so late, that I am very sleepy, and so can't say much more. I shall only assure you that I shall take all the pains I can. Kensington is ready. Had you come this night, as I did flatter myself you would have done, you could have lain there. That is to say, in the council chamber, and there I fear you must lie when you do come, which God grant may be soon. I must needs tell you on the subject, that when it was first known you intended to come back, 'twas then said, What? Leave Ireland unconquered? The work unfinished? Now upon your not coming, 'tis wondered whose counsel this is, and why leave us thus to ourselves in our danger? Thus people are never satisfied, but I must begin upon the subject, which could take up volumes, and as much as I was prepared, surprises me to a degree that is beyond expression. I have so many several different things to say to you, if I live to see you, that I fear you will never have patience to hear half, but you will not wonder if I am surprised at things. which though you are used to, are quite new to me. I am very impatient to hear if you are over the Shannon. That passage frightens me. You must excuse me telling my fears. I love you too much to hide them, and that makes all dangers seem greater, it may be, than they are. I pray God in his mercy to keep you, and send us a happy meeting here on earth first, before we meet in heaven. If I could take more pains to deserve your kindness, that which you write would make me do it, but that has been ever so much my desire, that I can't do more for you, nor love you better. Similar expressions of tenderness pervade her letter, dated August 17th or 7th, intermixed with state information and council disputes relative to calling a new parliament and of the bankrupt state of the treasury, of which sad stories are told, the Queen says, by Mr. Hampden, which I fear will prove true. Queen Mary to King William, Whitehall, August 19th or 9th, 1690. I have had no letter from you since the 31st from Chapelford. What I suffer by it, you cannot imagine. I don't say this by way of complaint, for I really believe you write as often 'tis is convenient or necessary. But yet I cannot help being extremely desirous of hearing again from you. This passage of the river Shannon runs much in my mind, and gives me no quiet, night or day. I have a million fears, which are caused by what you can't be angry at, and if I were less sensible, I should hate myself, though I wish I were not so fearful, and yet one can hardly go without the other. But 'tis not reasonable I should torment you with any of this. Lord Stewart Devonshire desires me to let you know he has had a letter by Monsieur and Madame Legrandmont about her brother Mr. Hamilton. They earnestly desire he may be exchanged for Lord Montjoy. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 11, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary II, Chapter 7, Part 2. The celebrated family group thus named by Queen Mary were all individuals intimately known to her in her youth. Madame de Gramont was the beautiful Miss Hamilton, who married the profligate fop, Count de Gramont. He resided some time at the court of Charles II, which, if possible, he made worse than he found it. Mr. Hamilton, mentioned by the Queen, was the brother of the lady. He is better known as the witty Count Anthony Hamilton, whose pen embodied the scandalous reminiscences of his brother-in-law under the title of Memoirs de Gramont. Count Anthony Hamilton was now a prisoner from the Battle of the Boyne. He had greatly incensed King William by undertaking to induce Lord Lieutenant Tyrconnell to yield up Ireland to him, and when he had obtained all the confidence with which the Whigs could trust him, he posted over to Ireland, and did all in his power, by pen, interest, or sword, in the cause of his master, King James. A man of delicate honour could not, would not, have accepted the confidence of William, or acted thus. But a few falsehoods more or less broke no squares with the author of the scandalous chronicle aforesaid. Yet it is strange to find Count Anthony Hamilton risking at once his life and his honour in the service of James II, whom he had libelled so viciously, and after his ruin too. When Hamilton was brought into the presence of William, a prisoner at the Boyne, he was questioned as to the forces still maintaining the contest. His answer was doubted, when he maintained it by the asseveration, "On my honour." In this, William turned contemptuously away, muttering, "Honour? On your honour?" History leaves the literary soldier in this very bad predicament. No one has ever noticed that Queen Mary interested herself so deeply for him, and she continued her letter, excusing herself, however, for interfering in the behalf of a man so thoroughly on her husband's blacklist, by her sympathy for the sufferings of Lord Mountjoy's family, Lord Mountjoy being then a prisoner in the Bastille, but Louis XIV offered to exchange him for Hamilton. I told Lord Devonshire that I knew nothing of Hamilton's faults, which I see he is very apprehensive the Parliament will take into consideration if he, that is Hamilton, be not out of their power, but that upon his, that is Lord Devonshire's interest, desire I would let you know it, I would have had him, that is Devonshire, write it to you himself, but he begs me to do it. As for Lord Mountjoy, I hope you will consider if anything can be done for him. I can never forget that I promised his son's wife to speak to you, and she really died of grief, which makes me pity her case. His family is in a miserable way, and I am daily solicited by his eldest daughter about him. If you would let Lord Portland give me some answer to this, I should be very glad, for I cannot wonder at people's desiring an answer, though I am tormented myself. There is little doubt but that the united interest of the Queen and the Earl of Devonshire, to say nothing of that of the fair Gramont, obtained the release of Hamilton, for he soon after reappeared at the court of Saint-Germain. I have stayed, continues the Queen, till I am ready to go to bed, and can now put off the sealing of my letter no longer. I pray God to give me patience and submission. I want the first exceedingly, but I hope all is well, especially your dear self, who I love much better than life. The Queen was about the same time deeply occupied in receiving the confessions of the Lords Annandale, Breadalbane, and Ross. These men were not originally the friends of her father, but his enemies, who, with Sir James Montgomery, had headed the deputation sent to offer her and her husband the crown of Scotland, and to receive their oaths. These worthies deemed they had not been rewarded commiserate with their merits, and therefore joined the widely ramified plot against the government, which the death of the great Dundee had disorganized in the preceding year. According to what might be expected from the treachery of their characters, there was a race between these persons as to who should first betray the devoted Jacobites, who had unfortunately trusted them. The titled informers made a bargain that they were not to be brought in personal evidence against their victims. Breadalbane incognito waylaid the king at Cheshire to tell his tale. Annandale came in disguise to the Queen for the same purpose, and, it is said, had an interview with her on the evening of her birthday. Ross, regarding whose imprisonment the Queen has described a contest between herself and the Privy Council, now offered to confess to her all he knew, but as he refused to reiterate his confessions as a witness against those he had accused, the Queen finally committed him to the Tower. Queen Mary to King William, Whitehall, August 22nd or 12th, 1690. You cannot imagine the miserable condition I was in last night. I think if your letter had not come as it did, I should have fallen sick with fear for your dear person. But all that trouble made your news of the French having left Limerick the more welcome. I will not say your letters, for these are ever so. I am sure this news affords new reason of praising God, since I hope it will prevent any more fighting. You speak of your coming back now in a way which makes me hope not only that it will be quickly, but that you will come willingly, and that it is a double joy to me, for before, I confess, I was afraid to have seen you dissatisfied when you were here, and that would have been very unpleasant. But now I hope in God to see you soon, and see you as well pleased as this place will suffer you to be, for I fancy you will find people really worse and worse. Lord Stuart, that is the Earl of Devonshire, continues Mary, falling into her usual style of narrative, was with me this afternoon, with whom I had a long conversation, which will be worth your while, knowing when you come, but he has made me promise to write you word now, some part of it, which is, that he begs you to consider if you will not have a new parliament, for this, he is sure, will do no good. This, he says, is his opinion. I see it is a thing they are mightily set upon. Lord President, methinks, has very good arguments to try this parliament first, but all of this you will judge best when you come. I can't imagine how it comes to pass that you have not received my letter of the 26th of July. I am sure I writ, and that you will have had it by this time, or else there must be some carelessness in it, which must be looked after. I have had this evening Lord Annandale, who is to tell all, and then I am to procure a pardon from you, but I think I shall not be so easily deceived by him, as I fear Lord Melville has been by Sir James Montgomery. But these are things to talk of when you come back, which I pray God may be very soon. 'Tis the greatest joy in the world to hear you are so well. I pray God continue it. I hope this will meet you upon your way back. So it goes by express, that it may not miss you. I can't express my impatience to see you. There is nothing greater than that which it proceeds from, which will not end but with my life. The arrival of 2 Dutchmen in the meantime caused Her Majesty to add as postscript, I have seen Mr. Hop and Mr. Olderson, but have to say no more. You will have an account of the business of the Admiralty from Lord Nottingham. Mr. Hop was ambassador from the Hogan-Mogans, the States General. The utmost jealousy was excited among the other diplomatists, because he had been received with a greater number of bows than any of them. Queen Mary likewise sent her best coach and horses, with their gayest trappings, attended by 40 running footmen and pages, to fetch Mr. Hop to Whitehall when he brought his credentials. Queen Mary to King William, Whitehall, August 23rd or 13th, 1690. Though I have nothing to say to you worth writing, yet I cannot let any express go without doing it, and Mr. Hop, it seems, believes this business of the Swedish ship too considerable to stay till tomorrow. The commissioners of the Admiralty have resolved to come to me tomorrow with some names for flags. Mr. Russell recommends Churchill and Elmore, because, he says, nothing has been done for them, though they were both trusted when you came over, and have ever been very true to your interest. But I think, if it be possible, to let them alone till you come, though Mr. Russell seems to think it cannot be delayed. I shall hear, if it must be so, what the other commissioners think, and do as well as I can. Had the Queen possessed the smallest germ of political justice, she would have recoiled from appointing Captain Churchill to a place of trust. He had, in the succeeding year, been expelled from the House of Commons for his peculations by receiving convoy money, and had at the same time been deprived of the naval command he abused. Taking convoy money of merchant ships had been sternly forbidden by the Sea King, James II, but among the evils of William and Mary's government was a most injurious one, that convoys were seldom provided, and when they were, the captains of the ships of war impoverished the merchants by the extortion of convoy money. Churchill was brother to Lord Marlborough, and worthy of the brotherhood. His ship had been the first that deserted King James. Queen Mary seems to have considered that Churchill's service to her party, thus leading the race of treachery, covered a multitude of sins. At first, King William stood aghast at the rapacity with which such men as the Churchills and other patriots of the same stamp flew on the quarry of the public money, which had been carefully guarded by the frugality of King James. It seemed as if the Revolution had been only effected for liberty of theft. At that very moment, Queen Mary had suspended the habeas corpus law. The Tower and other prisons were full of captives, seized on her mere signature. The summer circuits of the itinerary justices were delayed at her dictum. English soldiers and seamen were subjected to the horrors of the lash, and many millions of debt, besides enormous outlays, had been incurred since her father's deposition. All this was submitted to by the well-meaning people, supposing these portentous measures were effected by the united wisdom of Parliament. The present system of military punishments can be traced no farther back than the era of William and Mary. 2 Scotch regiments, commanded by Lord Dumbarton at the Revolution, refused to submit to William after James II had dismissed them, and unfurling their standards, commenced a bold march to Scotland, but unfortunately for themselves, encumbered their progress home with 4 cannons, because these instruments of destruction had originally belonged to Edinburgh Castle. William III caused the regiments to be pursued and to be surrounded. To make vengeance legal on these soldiers, the Mutiny Bill was brought into Parliament by the ministers of William and Mary. The result was that British soldiers were, whether serving in these islands or abroad, subjected to the punishments which prevailed among William's foreign mercenaries, the wickedest and cruelest troops that England had ever seen, as Ireland knew full well. When King William was armed with the terrific power given by the Mutiny Bill, He broke the loyal Scotch regiments, gave the officers leave to go wheresoever they pleased, and distributed the unfortunate common soldiers among his troops. The most resolute he sent to Flanders, where if they were not flogged to death, it was no fault of the Mutiny Bill and the Dutch Code, which had superseded that of St. George. Stranger innovations than these took place in this free country. Among the Somner's tracts in the British Museum, there is a complaint that the government in 1690, not content with instituting a sharp press of men for both army and navy, actually forced women into the service of the camp and into the navy, at the rate of 10 for every ship of war, as nurses, seamstresses, and laundresses. The atrocities to which such a system naturally gave rise need no comment, but lead at least to the conclusion that if the Dutch prince were a liberator, it was not over every class of the British people that his blessings were diffused. Queen Mary, in her next letter, flattered her husband's known tastes by depreciating Whitehall, the palace of her ancestors. I have been this day to Kensington, which looks really very well, at least to a poor body like me, who have been so long condemned to this place, and seen nothing but wall and water. I have received a letter from Lord Dursley, who I suppose will write of the same thing to yourself, and therefore I shall not do it. I am very impatient for another letter, hoping that it will bring me the news of your coming back. 'Tis impossible to believe how impatient I am for that, nor how much I love you, which will not end but with my life. The succeeding letter is wholly personal. Queen Mary to King William, Whitehall, August 24th or 14th, 1690. I only write for fashion's sake, for I really have nothing in the world to say, yet I am resolved never to miss an opportunity of doing it while I live. Tomorrow I am to go to the Great Council, that is the Privy Council, where my Lord Mayor and aldermen are to come to be thanked for their 2 regiments and release of them. When that is over, I go, if it please God, to Hampton Court, which I fear will not be much advanced. It has been such a storm of rain and wind this whole day, that I thanked God with my whole heart that you could not be near the sea. I hope the ill weather will spend itself now, that when you do come, you may have a quick passage. I have seen Mr. Zulstein today, who is so tanned that he frightens me. Zulstein is the same person whose marriage with Mary Worth caused Queen Mary so much trouble in her youth. He was the beau of the Dutch court, and having made the Irish campaign with the king, had injured his fine complexion, which is rather affectedly mentioned by the queen. He was inseparable from the king, unless dispatched on some mission wherein his diplomatic cunning was indispensable. I was heartily glad to see him, continues the queen, believing you would not have sent him here, but that you resolve soon to follow. Adieu, continue to love me, and I shall be happy, and 'tis the only thing that can make me so. Queen Mary to King William, Whitehall, August 26th or 16th, 1690. This time I write with a better heart than the last, because it goes by an express which must find you out. Maybe the common post will not. I have a letter to send you, which Lord Nottingham is to copy, which is what Lord Annandale has made Sir William Lockhart write, because he was not willing it should be seen in his own hand. I think I write you word, continues Her Majesty's narrative of current events, or should have done, that he, that is Lord Annandale, sent by his wife to Sir William, that he would surrender himself, if he might be sure not to be made an evidence of, upon which Sir William drew up conditions that he should tell all, and that he should be made no evidence, and has my word to get your pardon. I think I writ you this before, but to be short, he is come in, and I have spoken twice with him. Lord Annandale told me that after the time the papers were burnt, wherein this ends, Sir James Montgomery proposed sending a second message by the same Simpson, but he, that is Annandale, rejected it as much as he durst, but was afraid to tell him plainly he would not. So having a mind to get out of this, he, that is Annandale, pretended business at his own house in the country, but his coldness made Sir James Montgomery the warmer in it, and assure him that he would spend his life and fortune in that interest. meaning the interest of her father. The result of these private conferences with the Queen was that Neil, or Neville Payne, a Jacobite of low degree, should be forced to take upon himself the infamy of legal informer regarding the secrets of this Jacobite conspiracy, from which detestable task Montgomery, Annandale, Breadalbane, and the rest of the real betrayers had bargained with the Queen to be excused. The Queen and these double traitors, deeming Neville Payne a plebeian fellow of no reckoning, had not the distant idea of the high-spirited scorn with which he resisted both bribes and torture, and showed to high-born informers how a man of the people could keep his oath and his word. The dreadful scenes that ensued certainly belonged to this portion of the Queen's government, although they actually occurred some days after King William's return to England. The Queen's letters are worded with such guarded mystery that it is difficult to elicit her part in the work of darkness, but as the Prime Minister of Scotland, Lord Melville, was at her court in England, cooperating with her in guiding the whole affair, and her personal conferences with the real informers were frequent, it is utterly impossible to acquit her of pre-knowledge of the atrocities that ensued. In the paper enclosed by the Queen to the King as the confession of Lord Annandale to the Queen, written by the hand of Sir William Lockhart, according to the words of her letter above, Neville Payne is thrice mentioned as being present at the Jacobite meeting at the Globe Tavern, near Northumberland House, Strand. They were likewise convened under the piazzas, Covent Garden. The paper is too long and heavy to be inserted here. We must be content with giving our readers the gist of the Queen's part in the affair, as briefly as the records of a conspiracy, which fill a large quarto, will permit. Mary again alluded to the mysterious man who encountered her spouse at Chester, whom she distinctly named as Lord Breadalbane, and she thus continues Lord Annandale's revelations. Lord Breadalbane came to see Lord Annandale on his way to Chester, where he went to meet you. He told him that Sir James Montgomery had certainly sent another message, that is, to King James her father. But he, that is Breadalbane, was not engaged in it, and he believed nobody was but Lord Arran, though he could not be positive that Lord Ross was not likewise in. This he told me last night, and desires to be asked more questions, not knowing but he might remember more than he can yet think of. Thus he seems to deal sincerely, but to say the truth, I think one does not know what to believe, but this I am certain of, that Lord Ross did not keep his word with me, much less has Sir James Montgomery with Lord Melville, for he has been in town ever since this day was 7 night, and I have heard nothing of him, a plain breach of the conditions. I hope in God I shall soon hear from you. 'Tis a long while since I have, but I am not so uneasy as I was the last time, yet enough to make me wish extremely for a letter. Delone is sent to Lord Portland by this post, a copy of a letter from Mr. Priestman, in which you will see what need you have of that divine protection, which has hitherto so watched over you, and which only can make me easy for your dear sake. The same God who has hitherto so preserved you, will, I hope, continue, and grant us a happy meeting here, and a blessed one hereafter. Farewell, 'tis too late for me to say any more, but that I am ever and entirely yours, and shall be so till death. The Queen, in the continuation of her narrative, affected to regret her former days passed in Holland. In a remarkable passage, dated Whitehall, August 29th or 19th, 1690, she says, Last night, when it was just a week since I had heard from you, I received yours of the 26th or 16th, after I was abed. I was extremely glad to find by it you had passed the Shannon, but cannot be without fears, since the enemies have still an army together, which, though it has once more run away from you, may yet grow desperate, for aught I know, and fight at last. These are the things I cannot help fearing, and as long as I have these fears, you may believe I can't be easy, yet I must look over them, if possible, or presently everybody thinks all lost. Thus the royal countenance was viewed by those who habitually studied it as a species of political barometer, from which might be learned news of the fate of the Irish campaign, or the Jacobite plots. Hence arose the imperturbable demeanour which Mary assumed, designedly as a diplomatic mask. This is no small part of my penance, but all must be endured as long as it please God, and I have still abundant cause to praise Him who has given you this new advantage. I pray God to continue to bless you and make us all as thankful as we ought. But I must own that the thoughts of your staying longer is very uneasy to me. God give me patience. I hope you will be so kind as to write oftener while you are away. It is really the only comfort this world affords, and if you knew what a joy it is to receive such a kind one as your last, you would by that, better than anything else, be able to judge of mine for you, and the belief that what you say on that subject is true is able to make me bear anything. When I writ last, I was extreme sleepy, and so full of my Scotch business that I really forgot Mr. Harbord. The Queen had sent this worthy, who was the hero of the anecdote of the Standard, to apologize to the Dutch for the defeat of their fleet off Beachy Head. Her message of condolence was not very complimentary to the seamen of her country, who, under the flag of her father, had so often beaten the Dutch. Indeed, English Mary, in this whole affair, comported herself much like a Dutch woman, for in her condolence she directly accused her countrymen of cowardice, and said withal she had sent Lord Torrington to the Tower. She likewise had the Dutch sailors taken care of in the hospitals in preference to the English, which, to be sure, was only right in a strange country. The States, in return, sent most affectionate answers and a supply of ships. She continues. Harbord wrote to Sir R. Southwell, as he told me, but he has a great deal to say. He pleased me extremely to hear how much people love me there. When I think of that, and see what folk do here, it grieves me too much, for Holland has really spoiled me in being so kind to me. That they are so to you, 'tis no wonder. I wish to God it was the same here, but I ask your pardon for this. If I once begin upon this subject, I can never have done. To put it out of my head, I must put you once more in mind of the Custos Rotolorum for Lord Fitzhardinge. He thinks his honour depends on it, since it has been so long in his family. The rest of her letter is taken up with the solicitations of Marlborough that his peculating brother might be made an admiral, and for that purpose be put over the head of a veteran officer, despite of the protestations of the Lord President Caermarthen. Marlborough says, continues the Queen, that Lord President may write to you about one Carter. 'Tis like enough he will, for he tells me he is a much older officer, and will quit if others come over his head, and says, all goes by partiality and faction. As indeed I think 'tis but too plain in other things. How it is in this, you are best able to judge. I writ you word before, what Mr. Russell said, you will do in it as you please, for I told the commissioners myself that, I hope you will be here soon, and that I did not see why this matter should not stay for your coming. And so I resolved to leave it, if 'tis possible, but could not refuse my Lord Marlborough, nor indeed myself, the writing you the matter as it is, though he expects I should write in his favour, which though I would not promise, yet I did make him a sort of compliment after my fashion. What fashion this is, both biographer and reader would equally like to know, but if we may judge by the preceding words, it was not a very sincere one. Queen Mary, however, had evidently a hankering to appoint Churchill, broken as he was for dishonesty, both by Parliament and Navy, in preference to the brave Carter, who died a few months afterwards on the deck of his ship in her cause. The confession of Sir John Fenwick, made after her death, names Carter as one of her father's warmest friends, and at the same time implicates Marlborough, Russell, and Churchill, as in correspondence with the Jacobites. It is a strange task to compare the letters extant of all these personages. It is like looking into a series of windows, which betray to the observer all that passed in those treacherous bosoms, until death revealed to them the uselessness of their toils and deceits. The Queen, before she wrote again, was alarmed by the vague rumour of one of the daring actions performed by Sarsfield, her father's partisan in Ireland, who intercepted the supplies of cannons, provisions, and money which she had sent from England for the aid of her husband's troops, then besieging Limerick. Queen Mary to King William, Whitehall, August 31st or 21st, 1690. This is only to let you know that I have received your duplicate of the 14th, which came by Waterford, and got hither last night by 9 o'clock. There was no time lost in obeying your orders, but I have several remarks to make another time. Sir Robert Southwell's letter speaks of a misfortune to the artillery, which he refers to your letter, that is coming by Dublin. I cannot imagine the reason 'tis not come yet, nor can I help being very impatient for it. The messenger tells an imperfect story, which makes a great noise in the town, that is in London, and does not lessen the desire for knowing the truth. Besides, 'tis such a comfort to hear from you, that I cannot be blamed for wishing for it. This is all I have to say tonight, for should I begin to tell my fears that you will not be back so soon as I could wish, I should trouble you, and write myself asleep, it being late. You know my heart, I need say nothing of it, 'tis so entirely yours. The next day brought the confirmation of the bad news. The event was briefly as follows. William had advanced to Limerick on August 8th, Old Style, 3 days after the siege commenced. Colonel Sarsfield having got intelligence that the battering cannon and ammunition were expected to arrive at William's camp next morning, went secretly out of Limerick with his forces and laid an ambush among the mountains. When the convoy arrived, he made a sudden attack, spiked the cannon, and exploded the ammunition. The Irish, in their eagerness, blew up with it 3 barrels of money, which the queen had sent her husband. The uproar alarmed the English camp, but Sarsfield returned safely back to Limerick. The queen alludes to this defeat in her dispatch, dated Whitehall, September 1st or August 22nd, 1690. This day at noon I received yours, which came by the way of Dublin, and am sorry to see the messenger's news confirmed, but it has pleased God to bless you with such continued success, that it may be necessary to have some little cross. I hope in God this will not prove a main one to the main business, though it is a terrible thought to me, that your coming is put off again for so long time. I think it so, I'm sure, and have great reason every manner of way. I will say nothing of what my poor heart suffers, but must tell you that I am now in great pain about the naming of the flags. Mr. Russell came to me last night and said it would now be absolutely necessary. I insisted upon staying till I heard from you. He desired to know if I had any particular reason. I told him plainly that since I could not pretend to know myself who were the fittest, it troubled me to see all were not of a mind, that I was told by several persons that there were ancient officers in the fleet who had behaved themselves very well this last time, that is battle of Beachy Head, and would certainly quit if these were preferred, so that he, that is Russell, could not blame me if I desired in this difficulty to stay for your answer. To this Russell answered in more passion than I ever saw him. That Carter and Davis, the senior officers alluded to, were 2 pitiful fellows and very mean seamen, though he knew Lord President and Lord Nottingham had spoken for them, and that next summer he would not command the fleet if they had flags. After a long dispute about this matter, I have put him off till the last moment comes when they are to sail. He, that is Russell, says, then he must speak of it to the commissioners, and hear who will speak against it, by which I may judge. The matter was for the promotion of the disgraced brother of Marlborough to a flag. How strange it is that Queen Mary did not urge the impossibility of placing a man, branded as Churchill was, in such a situation. In these days, the public press would have thundered their anathemas against such a measure, wheresoever the English language was read or spoken. I see Lord Marlborough's heart is very much set on this matter, and Mr. Russell, as you may see by what I write, on the other side, as Her Majesty. Lord President says, if Churchill had a flag, it will be called the flag by favour, as his brother, that is Marlborough, is called the general by favour. Marlborough had as yet done little to justify, even in the eyes of his party, the extraordinary course of prosperity he had enjoyed, except by his services as revolutionist. Few persons at this period gave him credit for his skill in military tactics, on which his fame was founded in the reign of Anne. As for his personal prowess, that was never greatly boasted, even by his warmest admirers. Queen Mary mentions above the precise value at which he was rated by the revolutionary party, his compeers, in 1690, and as she avowedly linked to the appointment of his peculating brother to an admiral's flag, as shown in her letter of August the 23rd or 13th. She certainly does not speak with the bitterness of opposition. Neither does Queen Mary ever manifest the slightest enmity to Marlborough himself in this correspondence. Far from it. She always mentions him with complacency, though she owns her dislike to his wife. She continues on the subject of the Navy. Lord President says, if Churchill have a flag, that absolutely this Carter will quit. He commends him highly, but I must tell you another thing, which is, that he, that is the Lord President, is mightily dissatisfied with the business of Kinsale. I see he does not oppose it, for he says, it is your order, and therefore must be obeyed. But I find he raises many difficulties to me. What he does to others, I cannot tell, but among other things, he endeavors to fright me by the danger there is of being so exposed, when the fleet and 5,000 men are gone, which he reckons all the force, and tells me how easy it will be then for the French to come with only transport ships, and they do what they will. End of section 8. Section 9 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 11, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary II, Chapter 7, Part 3. The victorious French fleet, which had for some weeks kept William from returning from Ireland, now began to find their rendezvous of Kinsale dangerous, and left the Irish coast, and consequently the passage, free for William III to slip over to England, which he now prepared to do, having accepted Lord Marlborough's offer, made to the Queen, that he would reduce Cork and Kinsale before winter. You will have an account from Lord Nottingham, proceeds the Queen's narrative, of what has been done this day and yesterday. I know you will pity me, and I hope you will believe that had your letter been less kind, I don't know what had become of me. 'Tis that only makes me bear all that now so torments me, and I give God thanks every day for your kindness. 'Tis such a satisfaction to me to find you are satisfied with me that I cannot express it, and I do so flatter myself with the hopes of being once more happy with you, that thought alone in this world makes me bear all with patience. I pray God preserve you from the dangers I hear you daily expose yourself to, which puts me in continual pain. A battle, I fancy, is soon over, but the perpetual shooting you are now in is an intolerable thing to think on. For God's sake, take care of yourself. You owe it to your own, that is Holland, and this country, and to all in general. I must not name myself where church and state are equally concerned, yet I must say you owe a little care for my sake, who I am sure loves you more than you can do me, and the little care you take of your dear person I take to be a sign of it, but I must still love you more than life. This tender strain pervades the letter she wrote 5 days after, in which she unveils still more of her feelings, and gives withal some amusing family gossip of the affairs of King William's relatives. Queen Mary to King William, Whitehall, September 5th or August 26th, 1690. Yesterday I was very much disappointed when Lord Nottingham brought me a letter from you, to find it was only a duplicate of a former, which brought your orders to Lord Marlborough, so that I have now received 3 of yours of one date. You may be sure they are all extreme welcome, but I confess that which came yesterday would have been more so had it been a fresher date. I have been just now writing to your aunt, the Princess of Nassau, in answer to one which she wrote, to let me know of her daughter being about to marry the Prince of Saxon-Schnack. I believe you will be glad, for your cousin's sake, that she will be disposed of before her mother dies, and I ever hear it at the Hague, that this young man was good-natured, which will make him use her well, though she is so much older, and for his good fortune, she has enough good nature, I believe, to govern him more gently than another cousin of yours does her spouse. Meaning herself and William, with playful irony, she contrasts her own utter submission and devotion to her master with the airs of a governing wife. She then opens her own heart to the object of her love, while her ostensible purpose of sending cannon and the use to be made of them are mingled strangely with her honeyed sentences. I can't help laughing at this wedding, though my poor heart is ready to break every time I think in what perpetual danger you are. I am in greater fears than can be imagined by anyone who loves less than myself. I count the hours and the moments, and have only reason enough to think, as long as I have no letters, all is well. I believe, by what you write, that you got your cannon Friday at farthest, and then Saturday, I suppose you began to make use of them. Judge then what cruel thoughts they are to me, to think what you may be exposed to all this while. I never do anything without thinking now, it may be, you are in the greatest dangers, and yet I must see company upon my set days. I must play twice a week, nay, I must laugh and talk, though never so much against my will. I believe I dissemble very ill to those who know me, at least, 'tis a great constraint to myself, yet I must endure it. All my motions are so watched, and all I do so observed, that if I eat less, or speak less, or look more grave, all is lost in the opinion of the world. So that I have this misery added to that of your absence, and my fears for your dear person, that I must grin when my heart is ready to break, and talk when it is so oppressed I can scarce breathe. Such was the result of the fruition of her ambition. Surely, Dante in all his descriptions of torture, whether ludicrous or pathetic, or both combined, does not surpass Mary's grin when her heart was ready to burst. Queen Mary, like all the royal race of Stuart, excepting her sister Anne, was born with literary abilities. Happily for herself, she was unconscious of those powers, for the excitability of the brain devoted to literary pursuits is by no means likely to soothe the thorns interwoven in every regnal diadem. The calamities of authors are as proverbial as those of kings, and both have been united in her hapless race. It would be difficult for any professional pen to have given a more forcible or beautiful transcript of human feelings than this which sprang, in unstudied simplicity, from the Queen's mind, written as it unavowedly is against her inclination, in order to unburden her overcharged heart to its only confidant. She continues. I don't know what I should do were it not for the grace of God, which supports me. I am sure I have great reason to praise the Lord while I live for his great mercy, that I don't sink under this affliction, nay, that I keep my health, for I can neither sleep nor eat. I go to Kensington as often as I can for air, but then I can never be quite alone. Neither can I complain. That would be some ease. But I have nobody whose humor and circumstances agree with mine enough to speak my mind freely. Besides, I must hear business, which being a thing I am so new in, and so unfit for, does but break my brains the more, and not ease my heart. I see I have insensibly made my letter too long upon my own self, but I am confident you love enough to bear it for once. I don't remember if I have been guilty of the like fault before, since you went, and that is now 3 months, for which time, of almost perpetual fear and trouble, this is but a short account, and I so hope may pass. It is apparent from this passage that Mary had been chided by her spouse on account of the length of these letters. She resumes. 'Tis some ease to me to write my pain, and 'tis some satisfaction to believe you will pity me. It will be yet more when I hear it from yourself in a letter, as I am sure you must, if it be but out of common good nature, how much more, then, out of kindness, if you love me as well as you make me believe, and as I endeavor to deserve a little by that sincere and lasting kindness I have for you. But by making excuses, I do but take up more of your time, and therefore must tell you that this morning Lord Marlborough went away. As little reason as I have to care for his wife, yet I must pity her condition, having lain in but 8 days, and I have great compassion for wives when their husbands go to fight. This is a paragraph which does some honor to Mary's feelings. It is singular that the only person besides her husband, for whom, in her correspondence, she manifests a human sympathy, should be the woman whose pen was most active in vituperating her. Lord Marlborough set off for Ireland on an expedition to reduce Cork and Kinsale, which, it is as well to mention here, fell in the course of 6 weeks and were the first fruits of his genius in battle and siege. The Queen says of this undertaking, "I hope this business will succeed. I find if it do not, those who have advised it will have an ill time, all except Lord Nottingham being very much against it. Lord President only complying because it was your order, but not liking it, and wondering England should be left so exposed, thinking it too great a hazard. There would be no end should I tell you all I hear upon this subject, but I thank God I am not afraid, nor do I doubt of the thing, since it is by your order. I pray God the weather does not change with you as it does here. It has rained all the last night and this day, and looks as if it were set in for it. Everything frights me now, but were I once more so happy as to see you here, I fancy I should fear nothing. I have always forgot to tell you that in the Utrecht Courant they have printed a letter of yours to the States of Holland, in which you promise to be soon with them. I can't tell you how many ill hours I have had about that, in the midst of my joy, when I thought you were coming home, for it troubled me to think you would go over and fight again there." And what was worse, indulged at Loo in the society of her rival, Elisabeth Villiers, the companion of his coarse relaxations in Holland, which consisted of schnapps, smoking, and more vulgarity than can be ventured upon in the presence of the English court and his stately queen, who, whatsoever were her deficiencies in family benevolence, these letters will prove, was a lady of refined mind, yet like her ancestress, the wife of the Conqueror, and Matilda Atheling, she was often left to sway a lonely scepter, while her husband was absent, prosecuting his continental wars and soothing the discontents of his transmarine subjects. The Dutch, in fact, soon began to murmur at the pains and penalties of absenteeism, which is, sooth to say, the curse of pluralities, whether they be possessions temporal or spiritual. The next paragraph in the Queen's letter alludes to an eccentric character, whom we suppose to be the Elector of Brandenburg. From her description, his letter to her must have been a real curiosity, and we regret in vain that a copy was not enclosed to her spouse. I must tell you that Mr. Johnson writes that Mr. Dankelman has writ the Elector word that you received the news very coldly, that he, the Elector, was coming to the army, which they say vexed him. I have writ to him, 'tis already some time ago, in answer to a letter I had from him, which I wish you had seen. It was full of so many extraordinary things, but so like him. I have had a present from him of an amber cabinet, for which I think it is not necessary to write. The amber cabinet seems to indicate that the Queen's eccentric correspondent was the sovereign of Prussia. Now, concludes Queen Mary, my letter is so long, 'tis as if I were bewitched tonight. I can't end for my life, but will force myself now, beseeching God to bless you, and keep you from all dangers whatsoever, and to send us a happy meeting again here upon earth, and at last, a joyful and blessed one in heaven, in his good time. Farewell. Do but continue to love me, and forgive the taking up so much of your time by your poor wife, who deserves more pity than ever any creature did, and who loves you a great deal too much for her own ease, though it can't be more than you deserve. King William was defeated in an attempt to storm Limerick, August 26th, owing to the desperate resistance of the governor, Colonel Sarsfield. After leaving 1,200 regular soldiers dead in the trenches, he raised the siege at Limerick, August 30th, and embarked September 5th for England. His brother-in-law, Prince George of Denmark, was permitted to sail in the same ship with him, though not to enter his coach. So prosperous was his voyage that they arrived in King's Road near Bristol, September 6th or 16th, driven by the equinoctial winds, before which the French ships had prudently retired from the dangerous British channels, and the King of Great Britain, finding the coast clear, got safely to the other side of the water. The news of his landing drew from the Queen the following letter. Queen Mary to King William, Whitehall, September 18th or 8th, 1690. Lord Winchester is desirous to go meet you, which you may believe I will never hinder anyone. Whether I ought to send him out of form's sake I cannot tell, but it may pass for what it ought to the world, and to your dear self at least I suppose it indifferent. Nothing can express the impatience I have to see you, nor my joy to think it so near. I have not slept all this night for it, though I have but 5 hours rest the night before, for a reason I shall tell you. I am now going to Kensington to put things in order there, and intend to dine there tomorrow, and expect to hear when I shall set out to meet you. I had a compliment last night from the Queen Dowager, who came to town a Friday. She sent, I believe, with a better heart, because Limerick is not taken. For my part, I don't think of that or anything but you. God send you a good journey home, and make me thankful as I ought for all his mercies. So closes this regnal correspondence. It concludes as it began, with the expression of ill will against the unfortunate Catherine of Braganza. King William arrived at Kensington, September 20th or 10th. How affectionately he was received by his adoring consort may be supposed from her preceding love letters. The Queen went to meet her husband at Windsor, from whence they went to Hampton Court, and from thence in 2 days to Kensington Palace, where they settled for the remainder of the autumn. Again does that remarkable feature in this reign press on the attention of observers, that the Queen was never permitted to approach her Parliament, not even at its solemn opening in the autumn of 1690, the first which was legally elected in their reign. After the meeting of which, the Queen's youngest uncle, Lawrence Hyde, took the oaths with many other nobles, gentlemen, and clergymen who had previously refused them when William and Mary were governing merely by means of the convention that had elected them to the throne. How deeply the jealousy was seated of the king to his partner may be considered when it is remembered that she never invested with her regal robes and state crown to scepter the axe and give her personal assent to any bill passed by Parliament, like the Queen's regnant, her predecessors, not even when she was governing alone. King William had interdicted her from meeting the Privy Council, a fact which is evident by her own assertion in her letters, and previously quoted. When forced so to do at critical exigencies, her apologies are remarkable. With Parliament, in the most stormy periods of her regency, the Queen never had the slightest communication but by commission. The instruments for these commissions bear her full signed manual, Maria Regina, to which is added Guliel et Maria Dei Gratia Anglia, etc., etc. Nevertheless, the formula of all assented bills ran, Le roi et la reine le voulent. Perhaps the king's regal jealousy of his wife had been aggravated by this remarkable circumstance, that when the bill was passing in the spring of this year of 1690 to enable the Queen to exercise, in the king's absence, the sole sovereign power, very singular queries were started. For instance, whether, if the Queen gave contrary commands to the king, or signed any document contradicting his orders, which sovereign was to be obeyed? Such is, however, the mere heading of the diurnal notation. The very remarkable debate which ensued thereon passed with closed doors, and if any minutes remain of the speeches, they exist in as yet undiscovered private manuscripts. Among other remarkable signs of those times was the extreme jealousy of the peers for their personal dignity. There was a disposition shown for assuming to themselves the sacred character of which they had just divested their sovereigns. Such assumption was the more absurd, since for the last century and a half, the English peerage had begun to lose sight of the true office of nobility as the protective class to the country people inhabiting their wide extents of landed property. The personal abuses of the feudal system were moderated by Henry VII, yet for more than a century the old nobility and ancient country gentry still exercised feudality, but in the spirit of beneficial influence, not the feudality of the law, but that of love, which almost assumes the exalted character of patriarchal government. That they exercised this influence to the satisfaction of those beneath them may be judged by the deep affection borne to them by the country people, who manifested excessive anger if any persons who rose from mean origin were likely to be advanced by royal favor to the highest ranks of the peerage. The colonizing and maritime sovereigns, with statistical wisdom far beyond their century, endeavored to turn the love of their people to the noble classes to great and good account, by inducing various members of the aristocracy to become leaders of emigration, in hopes that those who possessed the governing instincts undegenerated, joined to the valor with which they wielded the sword defensive, would prove the highest utility to the bands they protected in the transatlantic wilderness. Hence the foundation of the Nova Scotia baronets and the districts in North America, granted to the Earls of Stirling, Baltimore, and other nobles. The idea of this truly glorious and useful renewal of the wellspring of nobility sank with its much calumniated originator. Scarcely was his yet more calumniated son enabled to snatch, in a brief interval of power, the means of showing how a colony could prosper, founded under the auspices of a leader of ancient and respected lineage, who possessed the governing powers undegenerated that his Saxon sires of old had exercised, when all power passed away from the royal patron. His leader and his colony both suffered from the persecution of Mary the daughter. Still good enough had been to make that colony a light and beacon of example, in contradistinction to all the colonizing blunders perpetrated since its foundation. In vain did William Penn repudiate all titular nobility, and equally repudiating the use of the sword defensive of the ancient noble, he made up for his utter abstinence from physical pugnacity by the mere effective exercise of powers of moral government. As the delegate of his sovereign and the leader of his fellow subjects, Penn became virtually and practically a noble of the highest order, whether he chose to be called so or not. According to the sweet and primitive phrase of Saxon simplicity, it will be allowed that he was good lord unto those who were under his protection, whether they were the wild aborigines of the forest or the poor settler. Whilst this solitary instance of the true exercise of primitive nobility was developing itself in the wilderness, an aristocracy of mere wealth were manifesting active existence in England, which claimed all the privileges of the hereditary nobility, when by means of successful acquisition they had won the name and power of protectors, not of wide lands and prosperous tenants, or even of industrious communities, manufactories, or artisans, unto whom they might have had the opportunity of being good lords. They were but protectors of large masses of money. In fact, the unaccounted millions of taxes which had been torn from the people during the period very oddly termed the Commonwealth, had been shared by Cromwell among a number of persons unprincipled enough to support his despotism. Many of these were scions of genteel families. Indeed, the Revolution of 1640 was effected by the middle and burgher classes. Such men as the Coopers, the Whartons and Harleys, with many more, whose names will instantly rise to memory, were found as moneyed capitalists, imbued with the most ravenous appetite for the titles and privileges of English nobility. An examination of the journals of the House of Lords gives the reader, in manuscript, curious insights regarding the claims of personal sanctity made by peers, most of whom were in utter ignorance of the origin of their order, or its claims to the continual personal reverence by the exercise of any functions, but taking care of the cash, on which they had founded their claims to titles. But this desire for mere titular dignity was no new trait. So rapid had been the race for earldoms, marquisates, and dukedoms since the reign of Edward VI, that when delineating the deeds of such men as the Dudleys, Halifaxes, and Osbornes, of the 16th and 17th centuries, it is a difficult task for historians to recognize the trace of the old serpents under their frequent changes of skin. No wonder wealthy parvenus struggled forward to the titular oligarchy when much of the time of their debates, with closed doors, was spent in discussing the privileges of their order, on such cases as the following, which are extracted from the manuscript journals of the House of Lords from the first regular Parliament in 1690 to 1692. Lord Danby, the son of the Lord Carmarthen, had his waterman claimed by the master gunner of a man of war, and seized while in the act of rowing his lord down the river, not without desperate resistance. The contumacious gunner was sent for by the Black Rod, and was committed to the gatehouse for breach of privilege. Lord Mulgrave made complaint that his waterman, wearing his arms and crest engraven on a silver badge, had been seized on and carried off by a press gang commanded by Lieutenant Crow, in defiance of his privilege as a peer. The Black Rod was sent for the offending lieutenant, who had to resign his prey and make humble atonement on his knees at the bar of the House of Lords for his audacity. An assault of a different kind was brought before the discussion of the House of Peers, which likewise involved the breach of peers' privilege. It seems that a guard was kept constantly mounted at the theatres, the same as at the British Museum and the Royal Demesnes and residences at the present day, which guard thought proper to keep the king and queen's peace therein in a somewhat bellicose manner. Lord Longueville, on the 15th of December, informed the House that he was going to the playhouse, and, having given the fellow that received the money a guinea to change, not having taken a ticket previously, before he could obtain his change, the sergeant on guard pushed him back, some of the soldiers struck him, order was given to fire, they wounded his footman and knocked down his page. For these outrages, which a well-regulated police ought to have rectified, the House of Peers, in high indignation, sent the Black Rod to capture Lieutenant Primrose, the commander of the guard, his sergeant and his soldiers, and, moreover, they commanded the Lord Chamberlain to shut up the playhouse. The offenders were incarcerated in the gatehouse, and London remained without plays. The petitions of the players and patanees was piteous. The pardon they asked of the peers almost amounted to prostration, as well as the required genuflections. But the peers remained obdurate until their majesties had answered the request of the House to prevent their soldiers from thus maltreating his peers. The answer was sent by the Duke of Norfolk, who had a special cognizance, as Earl Marshal, of all riots and rows on regal demesnes. That his majesty hath given order that no soldiers be admitted to guard the playhouse as desired. 3 days after, Alexander Davenant, Richard Middlemore, and Andrew Card, sharers and adventurers in the playhouse, having made their humble apologies, supplications, and petitions, the lords requested the Lord Chamberlain of their Majesties' household to take off the suspension the players lie under. The Duke of Norfolk's family affairs likewise elucidate some traits of ancient usage and costume regarding the privileges of the peerage. His duchess being under prosecution for conjugal infidelity to him, it was needful in regard to her objections to his witnesses that she had a conference with the House of Peers, which went into debate to know how her grace was to be received by them. They agreed she was to sit in a chair at the table. They then debated whether any peer who spoke to her was to address her standing with his hat off, which was, however, negatived. The existence of such solemn notations of debates seems absurd, when it is found that discussions, involving the vital interests of both the monarchs and of their people, remain blanks on the journals of the Senate. It is not generally known that the peers and commons claim the detestable right of putting their fellow creatures in the pillory, with all the horrors practiced in the days of the Queen's grandfather, Charles I, if their privileges were invaded. Such disgusting punishments justly meet with reprobation in history, though the law against libeling royalty had been by that unfortunate monarch greatly ameliorated, at least in the practice, since it had become a statute under the Tudors. Few years elapsed before a struggle took place in the House of Peers to cause the same infliction to be visited on such of the people at large who discussed the conduct of any individual among them. Such punishment was perpetrated on the person of Defoe for blaming the conduct of the members of the Houses of Parliament collectively, and we shall see it attempted in the case of Dr. Sacheverell for attacking a peer in office under a sobriquet or character name. A clergyman of the name of Stevens was actually sentenced to the pillory early in the reign of Anne for charging the Duke of Marlborough with a few of the facts which history has since brought home to his memory. The Duke requested the remission of the punishment on Stevens, and proved his wisdom in so doing, but the conviction and sentence marked the state of the law which the peers of the 17th century had voted for themselves. Most favorable are the comparisons which may be drawn between such proceedings and those of the House of Lords at the present day. Instead of the doors being inexorably barred, access is easy. Instead of reporters being set to the pillory, their accommodations, while in the pursuance of their important avocations, are positively luxurious in the newly erected Hall of Peers. Nor does there exist greater contrast between the puerile instances above mentioned and the philanthropic tendency of debates in the present day. All contributes to mark the difference between the real liberty under the present reign and its much vaunted semblance in the days of Mary and Anne. Illustrations of the literature, costume, and manners of the centuries which have passed in review in the course of this series of Royal English biographies have always proved an arduous, although not undelightful task. Singular as the assertion may seem, the difficulties have been far greater in the endeavour to present any idea of the manners and tastes of Englishmen and Englishwomen, from the Revolution to the accession of Queen Anne, than any other period since the times of the Saxons. The information remaining respecting those of William the Conqueror is luminous in comparison. All literature of costume and manner, usually termed light literature, at the close of the 17th century is a blank, or is too atrociously wicked to bear examination. Even unpublished diaries and journals are scarce and barren, for the law of habeas corpus being usually in a state of suspension since the accession of William and Mary, royal messengers were too apt to become very unwelcome and dangerous confidants of persons' private thoughts in such cases. The pictures of life on the stage were rather pictures of human depravity in general than marked with the beautiful or even quaint delineations of national or historical customs and characters, which atoned for occasional forgetfulness of decorum in Shakespeare, Jonson, Massinger, Marlowe, Herrick, and hundreds of other illustrious names which cast halos of glory round the thrones of the native British sovereigns. Such forgetfulness of decorum in the literature of the time of Mary II was not occasional, but universal. Moreover, poetry found neither exercise nor encouragement, save compounding panegyrics on royalty, which royalty neither read nor understood, and sole sparks of genius apparent are to be sought in the lampoons under the patronage of state ministers or the leaders of opposition. The persons of talent who somewhat improved the literature and manners of the succeeding reigns all made their first efforts at verse in these dull or abhorrent exercises. Marvell, Defoe, Congreve, and Prior had previously proved masters in the atrocious art of lampoon, and had risen to a certain degree of political power in consequence. Swift, Steele, Parnell, Fenton, and Garth were all at this epoch imping their infant wings by dabbling in the same kind of mud, which left its ineffaceable stains on the very souls of some of them when they found the field open for better work. Addison himself is accused by his opponents, and by Lord Byron, of participation in these evils. The more credit is, therefore, due to him for the Christian refinement and civilization, which were afterwards drawn from his writings, if his literary novitiate were, indeed, served in so black an abyss. Is it not, however, a most remarkable circumstance that the portraiture of Sir Roger de Coverley, on which Addison's immortality is founded, the character whose delineation and development makes all English hearts glow with beautiful resemblance to the pride of their country life, was shown neither as revolutionist nor low churchman, but born a Cavalier and bred non-juror and Jacobite? The character of Sir Roger de Coverley pretty well proves which way Addison's real affections tended, although his bread had to be won by rowing against the current of his true inclinations. Odd enough, but the successful sketch of a Jacobite country gentleman should raise the author to the rank of an Under-Secretary of State in the Revolutionary government. Sir Roger de Coverley was, however, a more complete type of the English country gentleman in the era of Mary II than of the time in which the Spectator was produced. Most of the nobiles minores of his class lived afar off from the court. Like the Sir Roger de Coverley of the Spectator, the balance of moral worth was regulated by some non-juring chaplain of the Reformed Catholic Church, who had, after the example of the Apostolic Archbishop Sancroft, forsaken dignities and livings rather than swear a false oath to the Dutch dissenter governing the Church of England. One among the few noble specimens of English poetry of this epoch is the picture of the country clergyman of this class, originally drawn by Chaucer for a priest desiring some Wycliffe reforms, but finished up by Dryden, from an illustrious instance in the deprived Church of England of his day. The sketch begins: A parish priest was of the pilgrim train, a holy, reverent, and religious man. After much forcible delineation of practical excellence comes the conclusion. All this the tempter saw with envious eye, and as on Job demanded leave to try, he took the time when Richard was deposed, when high and low with happy Harry closed. This prince, though great in arms, the priest withstood, near though he was, not yet the next of blood. Had Richard constrained, resigned the crown, a king can give no more than in his own. The title stood, entailed had Richard had a son, much to himself he thought, but little spoke, and undeprived his beneficence forsook. Well do the readers of antique poetry know that Chaucer has never mentioned or even alluded to either the deposed Richard or happy Harry. Indeed, it would have been an extraordinary circumstance if the father of English poesy had ventured on such an experiment, the family connections of Henry IV being so strangely entangled with his own. It is to the children of James II, to Queen Mary and to her sister, and their unfortunate brother, that the interpolation of the deprived laureate alludes. End of section 9. Section 10 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 11, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary II, Chapter 8, Part 1. The abilities of Queen Mary and the importance of her personal exertions as a sovereign have been as much underrated as the goodness of her heart and Christian excellences have been overestimated. She really reigned alone the chief part of the 6 years that she was Queen of Great Britain. On her talents for government, and all her husband owed to her sagacity, intelligence, and exclusive affection to him, there is little need to dwell. Her own letters fully develop the best part of her character and conduct. William III, with the exception of the first year of his election to the throne of the British Empire, was seldom more than 4 months together in England, and would scarcely have tarried that space of time, but for the purpose of inducing Parliament to advance the enormous sums to support the war he carried on in Flanders, where he commanded as generalissimo of the confederated armies of the German Empire against France, as heretofore, but with this difference, that all the wealth of the British kingdoms was turned to supply the funds for those fields of useless slaughter, the prospect of obtaining such sinews of war having been the main object of William's efforts to dethrone his uncle. It is worthy of remark that Dr. Hooper, the friend and chaplain of Queen Mary, held her consort's abilities in as low estimation as he always did his character and religious principles, while he pointed out the great talents of the princess, and said, that if her husband ever retained his throne, it would be by her skill and talents for governing. Few gave him credit for this assertion, but all came round to his idea when they had seen her at the helm for some months. The king did not leave her so soon as she had dreaded in the summer, but his stay in England was a mere series of preparations for his spring campaign. Lord Marlborough arrived before the close of the autumn from Ireland, where he had met with brilliant success in reducing Cork and Kinsale. He had an audience of thanks from the King and Queen at Kensington. Notwithstanding the flattering reception they gave him, he saw that they remembered with secret displeasure the interference in procuring the income for the Princess Anne. At St. James's Palace, the Princess Anne gave birth to a daughter who was baptized Mary after the Queen, but the infant died in the course of a few hours. The king left the queen to embark for The Hague at a very dangerous and unsettled time, just on the eve of the explosion of a plot for the subversion of their government. He took leave of her January 6th or 16th, 1690–91, and embarked with Admiral Rooke and a fleet of 12 ships of the line. The queen was left to govern by the assistance of the same junta of 9, who were called by the discontented the 9 Kings. The departure of the king was celebrated by some English Jacobite impertinences in rhyme, which were said or sung by more persons than history records, and these lines note what history does not, the increasing corpulence of Her Majesty. Departure of King William from Queen Mary. He at the Boyne his father beat, and mauled the Irish Turk. The rebel he did make retreat, with Gintel and with Kirk. He now is to Holland gone, that country to defend, and left the Queen and us alone. No states have such a friend. The royal dame can fill at once her husband's triple throne, for she is thrice as big as he, and bears 3 queens in one. The very day after the king's departure, the important trial of Lord Preston, the late Lord Chaplain of James II, and Mr. Ashton, a gentleman in the household of the exiled Queen Mary Beatrice, took place for conspiring the restoration of the Queen's father. Lord Preston and Ashton were found guilty on slander evidence and condemned to death. It is said that the daughter of Lord Preston, Lady Catherine Graham, a little girl of but 9 years old, saved her father's life by a sudden appeal to the feelings of Queen Mary. The poor child was, during the trial of her father, left in the Queen's apartments at Windsor Castle, where he had very lately had an establishment, which probably, in the violent confusion of events, had not been legally taken from his domestics and family. The day after the condemnation of Lord Preston, the Queen found her in St. George's Gallery, gazing earnestly on the full-length picture of James II, which still remains there. Struck with the mournful expression of the child's face, Mary asked her hastily, "What she saw in that picture that made her look on it so peculiarly?" "I was thinking," said the innocent child, "how hard it is that my father must die for loving yours." The story goes that the Queen, pricked in conscience by this artless reply, immediately signed the pardon for Lord Preston and gave the father back to the child. It is an ungracious task to dispel the illusions that are pleasant to all generous minds. Glad should we be to record as a truth that the pardon of Lord Preston sprang from the melting heart of Queen Mary. But alas, the real circumstances of the case will not suffer the idea to be cherished for a moment. Lord Preston was only spared in order to betray, by his evidence, the deep-laid ramifications of the plot, which compromised many of the nobility and clergy. Above all, Lord Preston's confessions were made use of to convict his high-spirited coadjutor, young Ashton, to whose case the appeal of little Lady Catherine applied as much as it did to her father. Queen Mary, however, signed the death warrant of Ashton without any relenting, and he was executed. He died with great courage, and prayed for King James with his last breath. Lord Preston's revelations implicated the Queen's uncle, Lord Clarendon, who continued under very severe incarceration in the Tower during her regency. The extensive conspiracy was connected with the formidable coalition in Scotland, which the Queen had partially detected in the summer, when it will be remembered that a Jacobite named Neville Payne had been arrested by her orders during the absence of King William in Ireland. Her Majesty had written, before the return of the king it seems, several autograph letters to the Privy Council of Scotland, in which she had made some ominous inquiries as to what had become of Mr. Neville Payne. These inquiries were, to be sure, blended with many pious expressions and as many recommendations to praise God. which hints in state documents, unfortunately, are too frequently followed by some unusual perpetration of cruelty to his creatures. The result was the following infliction on her father's faithful and courageous servant. As it is difficult to abstain from indignant language in such a case, we will only use that addressed to the principal minister of Her Majesty for Scotland, who was then at court, expediting the business relating to this affair with the Queen. To Lord Melville. Yesterday in the afternoon, Neville Payne was questioned upon some things that were not of the greatest concern, and had but gentle torture given him, being resolved to repeat it this day, which accordingly, about 6 this evening, we inflicted on both his thumbs and one of his legs with all the severity that was consistent with humanity. Such humanity! Even to that pitch, that we could not preserve life and have gone farther, but without the least success, for his answers to all our interrogatories were negatives. Yea, he was so manly and resolute under his suffering, that such of the council as were not acquainted with all the evidences were bungled or staggered, and began to give him charity that he might be innocent. It was surprising to me and others that flesh and blood could, without fainting, endure the heavy penance he was in for 2 hours. It is some satisfaction to perceive that the narrator of this atrocious scene was ashamed and conscience-stricken, and even sick at the part he had played as chief inquisitor in this hideous business, for he adds, "My stomach is, truly, so out of tune, by being a witness to an act so far cross to my natural temper, that I am fitter for rest than anything else, but the dangers from such conspirators to the person of our incomparable king have prevailed over me in the council's name to have been the prompter of the executioner to increase the torture to so high a pitch." While these appalling scenes were proceeding in London and Edinburgh, the life of the consort of the Queen had been exposed to imminent danger from the elements. King William had made the coast of Holland 2 days after his departure, but found that the fleet in which he sailed dared approach no nearer to the coast at Gorey than 4 miles, for a dense frost fog was settled over the shore and wrapped every object in its impenetrable shroud. The king was extremely anxious to arrive at the Hague, where their high mightinesses, the state deputies, were waiting for him to open their sessions, and they had in the previous year expressed great jealousy of his long absence in his new sovereignty. Notwithstanding the fog, some fishermen ventured on board the king's ship and reported that Gorey was not 1.5 miles distant. The king, therefore, resolved to be rowed on shore in his barge, into which he went with the Duke of Ormond and some of the English nobility of his suite. In a few minutes, the royal barge was totally lost in the fog, and could neither find the shore nor regain the fleet. Night fell, and the waves became rough with a ground swell. The king lay down in the bottom of the open boat, only sheltered by his cloak. The waves washed over him several times, and the danger seemed great. Someone near the king expressed his despair at their situation. "What, are you afraid to die with me?" asked his majesty sternly. At daybreak, the shore was discovered, and the king landed safely at Arneck Hock, and from thence went to the Hague, where he was received triumphantly, with illuminations and all possible rejoicings. It was his first state entrance into his old dominions as King of Great Britain, which the Dutch firmly believed was as much his conquest as it had been that of Norman William in the 11th century. In all the pageantry at the Hague, he was greeted with the cognomen of William the Conqueror, to the shame and confusion of the face of the Duke of Ormond and many English nobles he brought in his train. The Earl of Nottingham, the friend and confidential adviser of Queen Mary, who was in the train of William at his entry, made some complimentary remark on the acclamations of the Dutch. William replied, "Ah, my lord, if my queen were but here, you would see a difference. Where they now give 1 shout for me, they would give 10 for her." Perhaps his recent danger had caused his heart to be unusually tender in his conjugal reminiscences. It will be allowed that Queen Mary must have possessed considerable personal and mental courage when it is remembered that she was left alone at the helm of government during the awful events which marked the spring of 1690 and 91. when the execution of the devoted Ashton and the others of her father's friends took place, likewise the incarceration of her eldest uncle. Far more dangerous was the step she had to take in dispossessing the Apostolic Archbishop of Canterbury and other disinterested clergy of the Church of England, who refused to take the oaths of allegiance to herself and her spouse. Nor could the Queen have succeeded in this bold undertaking had she not been supported by a standing army, and if that army had not been blended with a numerous portion of foreigners. It was likewise under the unwonted terrors of the lash. Infinitely was the Church of England beloved by the common people, and great reason had the people for manifesting towards its ministers the most ardent gratitude. Those who are observers of historical facts will readily concur in the remark that all the changes in our national modes of worship have been effected by queens. Without dwelling on the tradition that the Empress Helena, a British lady, planted the gospel in England, it may be remembered that Ethelberga, the wife of Edwin, King of Northumbria, and her mother, revived the Christian religion by the agency of Paulinus, that Anne Boleyn caused Henry VIII to open his eyes to the Reformation, that Catherine Parr's influence preserved the present endowments of our Church, that Mary I restored the Roman hierarchy to a feeble but cruel exercise of power, which was triumphantly wrested from that still formidable body by the able policy of Queen Elisabeth. We have here to record changes of a scarcely less important nature, which were effected by Queen Mary II in the established Church of England. At the period when Archbishop Sancroft suffered imprisonment for having resisted the rapid advances of James II to place the Roman Church on an equality with the Church of England, we think all disinterested observers of history will allow that our established religion had attained a degree of excellent perfection not often beheld on this earth, nor were the excellencies of her clergy confined to their mere learning and literary merit, although Hall, Hooker, George Herbert, Taylor, Barrow, Sanderson, and Ken rise to the mind among the sacred classics of their country. Evidence of the changes in Queen Mary's own mind and conduct from the days of her youth, when Hooper and Ken were her pastors, has been carefully and painfully collected and laid before our readers, who will without difficulty analyze the reasons why, with such high-sounding panegyrics, decadence and sorrow paralyzed the Church of England for nearly a century after the sway of this highly praised woman. Mary temporized for upwards of a year in the astute expectation that the possession of the power, dignity, and splendid revenues of the See of Canterbury, and above all, that the aversion which old age ever has to change of life and usages, would at last altogether shake the principles of Archbishop Sancroft into some compromise with expediency. As she found that this was vain, she declared his deprivation and warned him to quit Lambeth, February 1st, 1690-91. 6 other learned and disinterested prelates of the Church of England, with several hundred divines, were deprived by Queen Mary on the same day. Sancroft took no notice of this act, but continued to live at the palace, exercising the same charity and hospitality as before. Bishop Ken remonstrated and read a protestation in the marketplace of Wells, pointing out the illegality of the Queen's proceedings. Finding this was unavailing, Ken, who carried not away a sixpence from his bishopric, retired to the charity of his nephew, Isaac Walton, who gave him a refuge in his prebendal house in Salisbury Close. No successor had as yet been appointed to the See of Canterbury. Dean Tillotson was supposed to be the future archbishop. It was given out that the Queen, regarding whose attachment to the Church of England a political cry was raised, had the same management of ecclesiastical affairs, and that the choice of all the dignitaries was her own unbiased act. Archbishop Sancroft observed that he had committed no crime against church or state, which could authorize his degradation, and that if the Queen wished for his place at Lambeth, she must send and thrust him out of it by personal violence. He, however, packed up his beloved books and waited for that hour. Thousands of swords would have been flashing in the defense of the venerable primate if he would have endured the appeal to arms, but passive resistance he deemed the proper demeanor for a Christian prelate of the Reformed Church. The people of the present age have forgotten the sneers that prevailed against these principles throughout a great part of the last century, and therefore are better able to appreciate conduct assuredly more worthy of primitive Christianity than the mammon-worshipping 17th century would allow. A dead pause ensued. Queen Mary was perplexed as to the person whom she could appoint to fill the archiepiscopal seat of Canterbury. Her tutor, Compton, Bishop of London, had the ambition to desire this high appointment, but his extreme ignorance, his military education, and perpetual blunders he made in his functions would not permit such advancement. In the winter of 1691, Quebec was summoned to surrender to King William and Queen Mary by a detachment of troops which invaded French America. The governor of Quebec, Frontenac, replied, "That he knew neither King William nor Queen Mary, but whosoever they might be, he should hold out for the garrison given in charge from his master Louis XIV against them." The invasion was, in fact, unsuccessful. Canada remained in the power of the original colonists for more than half a century. The Queen was at this juncture earnestly solicited in behalf of her eldest uncle, Henry Lord Clarendon, by his friend Catherine, the Dowager Lady Ranelagh, and by his brother, her uncle Lawrence, Earl of Rochester, particularly for some relaxation in the severity of his durance in the Tower. The reader will recall the Queen's own extraordinary narrative of her committal of her eldest uncle to that fortress in the commencement of her last regency. Attainder and trial for high treason were now hanging over the head of Clarendon, whose health, moreover, was sinking under the depression of solitary confinement. Meantime, Lady Ranelagh had previously negotiated the armistice between the Queen and her uncle, Rochester, through the agency of Burnet, the executor of Burnet's claims. Much credit for the generosity of that person, as the Queen's uncles always disliked him. Yet there was a mixture of policy in the interference, as, to use Burnet's own phraseology, "'twasn't decent" for the people to see one of the Queen's uncles in durance in the Tower and another in estrangement and impoverishment, because they held the exaltation of their sister's daughter with horror. Had they been brothers of the Queen's stepmother, such conduct might have been expected, but that the brothers of her mother should afford such examples left on her cause a glaring reproach, which could not too soon be removed. In one of Catherine Lady Ranelagh's remonstrances on the subject of the enmity between Queen Mary and her uncles, she thus speaks of the Queen. "This same royal person would not, I think, act unbecoming herself, or the eminent station of God has placed her in assisting 5 innocent children, who have the honour to be related to her royal mother, who did still, with great tenderness, consider her own family when she was most raised above it, especially when, in assisting them, her Majesty will need only to concern herself to preserve a property made theirs by the law of England, which, as Queen of this kingdom, she is obliged to maintain." It is probable that the allusion here made is to some grant or pension, formerly given by the Stuart sovereigns to help to maintain the honours of the sons of Clarendon, whose titles, howsoever well deserved they might be, who were not supported on the broad basis of hereditary estates, a circumstance which places the conscientious opposition of Henry, Earl of Clarendon, to his royal niece in a more decided light, and accounts at the same time for the compliance of Lawrence after long reluctance. "I know not," says the Queen's younger uncle Lawrence, "whether the Queen can do me any good in this affair, but I believe her Majesty cannot but wish she could. However, I think I should have been very wanting to my children, if I had not laid this case most humbly before her Majesty, lest at one time she might say I might have been too negligent in making applications to her, which having now done, I leave the rest, with all possible submission, to her own judgment, and to the reflection that some good-natured moments may incline her towards my family." During the Earl of Clarendon's hard confinement, his more complying brother thus writes of him: "Such a petition might be presented with a better grace to the Queen if he were once out of the Tower on bail, than it would be while he was under this close confinement. Again, the brother strives to awaken some compassion in the heart of the queen by pathetic reminiscences of their illustrious father, the grandsire, on whose knees Mary had been reared at Twickenham. "I will allow you, as a servant of the queen," he writes to Burnet, "to have as great a detestation of the contrivance as you can wish. But when I consider you, as you once were, a concerned friend, to have a respect for his family, and particularly for our father, that is the great Earl of Clarendon, who not only lost all the honours and preferments of this world, but even the comforts of it too, for the integrity and uprightness of his heart, you must forgive me, if I conjure you by all that is sacred, that you do not suffer this next heir to my good father's name to go down with sorrow to the grave. I cannot think that the queen would do, and would be glad to avow to it, some great thing for the memory of that gentleman, though long in his grave." The queen's grandfather, Lord Clarendon, is designated by the expression "that gentleman," yet all the bearings of her conduct prove that Mary had as little tenderness for her maternal relatives as for her father, for in all her correspondence extant the words "my mother" are not to be found traced by her pen. Yet this biography brings instances in which that parent's memory and even that of her grandfather were pressed on the queen's recollection. "I hope," continues her uncle Lawrence, still pleading against the attainder of his eldest brother by the government of his niece, "I hope there may be a charitable inclination to spare the debris of our broken family for the sake of him that was the raiser of it. A calamity of the nature that I now deprecate has something in it so frightful, and on some accounts so unnatural, that I beg you," that is Burnet, "for God's sake, from an angry man, to grow an advocate for me and for the family on this account." The last of these letters is dated New Park, April 2nd, 1691. It is doubtful whether the unfortunate Lord Clarendon was liberated from the Tower until after the death of his old friend, Admiral Lord Dartmouth, committed to the Tower by Queen Mary, the day after the date of the above letter. Dartmouth died of grief and regret, after a few months' durance, and when the queen at last liberated her eldest uncle, he was to hold himself a prisoner within the limits of his country house. King William returned to England to procure immense supplies of money and troops, April 3rd or 13th, 1691. The night of his return, a tremendous fire laid the principal part of Whitehall in ashes, which presented only heaps of smoking ruins as he came up the river on the following morning. The conflagration commenced in the Portsmouth apartments, which had been the original cause of the enmity between the queen and her sister, Anne. It was occasioned by linen igniting in the laundry. The Jacobite writers accused King William of setting fire to Whitehall because he could not bear to inhabit the former palaces of his uncles, and in hopes of excluding the public, who claimed by prescription, too ancient to be then controverted, the right of free entrance while their sovereigns sat in state, at meat, or took their diversions. They instanced the demolition of Hampton Court, the desolation of Greenwich Palace, and the desertion of Whitehall for Kensington. The conflagration certainly originated by accident, for Queen Mary, who was a very heavy sleeper, nearly lost her life in the flames. The Portsmouth suite being contiguous to the queen's side, or privy lodgings, the flames had communicated to the latter before the queen could be awakened, and she was dragged half asleep in her nightdress into St. James's Park. Here new adventures befell her, for Colonel Oglethorpe and Sir John Fenwick, two gentlemen devoted to her father, leaders of the Jacobite party, seeing her consternation, followed her through the park to St. James's, reviling her by the lurid light of the flames of Whitehall, and telling her that her filial sins would come home to her. She was notoriously insulted by them, repeats another manuscript authority. The long gallery was then burnt, most of the royal apartments, with those of the king's officers and servants. Edmund Calamy is the only printed annalist of the times who alludes to the reproaches made to the queen. This author is too timid to enter into detail. However, those who compare his hints with our quotations will see that these curious facts are confirmed by that respectable and honest nonconformist. Without particularizing where the offense was committed, Calamy confirms our manuscript evidence in these words, speaking of Sir John Fenwick. He had taken several opportunities of affronting Queen Mary in places of public resort. Many invaluable portraits and treasures of antiquity belonging to the ancient regality of England were consumed with Whitehall Palace. Some nameless poet of that day commemorated the event in these words. See the imperial palace's remains, where nothing now but desolation reigns, fatal presage of monarchy's decline, and extirpation of the regal line. Since the pecuniary assistance that Dr. Tillotson had rendered on the memorable experiment in popularity at Canterbury, King William had marked him for the highest advancement in the Church of England. His Majesty considered that Dr. Tillotson was perfectly willing to receive this appointment. Nevertheless, some obstacle, stronger than the conventional refusal of episcopal promotion, seemed to deter him. Dr. Tillotson told the king at last that he was married, that there had previously been but one or two married archbishops, and never an archbishop's widow, and as he had no provision wherewith to endow his wife, he considered, in case of her widowhood, it would be an unseemly sight if she left Lambeth to beg alms. The king replied, if that was his objection, the queen would settle all to his satisfaction and that of Mrs. Tillotson. Accordingly, after a long interview with Queen Mary, Dr. Tillotson declared, he was ready to take the place of Archbishop Sancroft as soon as Her Majesty found it vacant. That matter, however, promised to be full of difficulty, for Sancroft persisted in his assertion that if the queen wanted Lambeth, she must thrust him out of it. King William left Her Majesty solus to encounter all the embarrassments of the archbishop's deprivation and of the new appointment, and sailed for Flanders, May 11, 1691. The queen nominated Dr. Tillotson to the primacy, May 31, 1691. She sent a mandate, signed by her own hand, warning Sancroft to quit Lambeth in 10 days. This he did not obey. The emissaries of the queen finally expelled him from his palace, June 23rd. He took a boat at the Stairs the same evening and crossed the Thames to the Temple, where he remained in a private house till August, when he retired to end his days in his village in Suffolk. There was but one pen in the world capable of calumniating Sancroft. That pen belonged to Burnet. He has accused the apostolic man of having amply provided for himself from the revenues of Canterbury. But long before Burnet's books were printed, the circumstances in which Sancroft lived and died were well known to the world. In truth, the deprived archbishop went from Lambeth, taking no property but his staff and books. He had distributed all his revenues in charity, and would have been destitute if he had not inherited a little estate in Suffolk. To an ancient but lowly residence, the place of his birth, at Fressingfield, where his ancestors had dwelt respectively. From father to son for 3 centuries, Archbishop Sancroft retired to live his private patrimony of £50 per annum. On this modicum he subsisted for the remainder of his days, leading a holy and contented life, venerated by his contemporaries, but almost adored by the simple country folk of Suffolk for his personal merits. The use to which Sancroft put his savings has been revealed by a biography strictly founded on documents, the modest voice of which has in our times put to open shame his slanderer. From it we learn that Sancroft began to devote his savings, when he was only Dean of St. Paul's, to amplify some of those miserable livings which too frequently fall to the lot of the best of the English clergy. The vicarage of Sandon in Hertfordshire was thus endowed. 7 livings were augmented by this practical Christian before Queen Mary hurled him from his archbishopric. He likewise wrote earnest letters to his rich clergy, recommending them to aid their poor brethren's livings. One glorious light of our church, Isaac Barrow, followed the example of his friend. Our church has reason to bless Sancroft daily, for his self-denial and charitable exertions set the example to the great bounty of Queen Anne. When Dr. Tillotson vacated the deanery of Canterbury to become primate, William sent the queen from Holland 3 names as those from whom he chose the deanery to be supplied, thus usurping the ancient functions of the chapters of old. a fact in utter contradiction to the assertion that he permitted his queen to exercise entirely the function of head of the Church of England. Mary did venture to exercise the limited choice he allowed, so far as to appoint Dr. Hooper Dean of Canterbury. The king supposed that his enmity to his former almoner was sufficiently known to his submissive partner, for it became evident that although the king had put Hooper's name on the list, it was only to give that divine the mortification of being rejected by her. William's rage was extreme when he found that he was thus taken at his word. One of the queen's ladies, who had married in Holland, without doubt the Countess Zulestein, wrote to Mrs. Hooper that the royal mistress would be bitterly chid on her husband's return. Indeed this, the worthiest appointment made in her reign, cost Mary many tears. That it was too often her case in England, continues our authority, but in Holland it was daily so. When the queen obtained the liberty, as she supposed, for this appointment, she sent for Dr. Hooper by Lord Nottingham to Whitehall, and forthwith nominated him to the deanery. He was greatly surprised, and begged to know which of his livings, Lambeth or Woodhey, she would be pleased he should resign. Neither, replied the queen, but the conscientious Hooper refused to retain pluralities, and he laid down Woodhey, worth £300 per annum, before he quitted the royal presence. Queen Mary was glad to give it to another of her chaplains, Dr. Hearn. The queen required of her old servant to inform her plainly why it was that Tillotson was looked upon as a Socinian. Dr. Hooper attributed the report to the great intimacy between him and Dr. Firmin, who was often seen at his table at Lambeth. This friendship had begun in their youth and was still continued. The calamity of fire seemed to pursue King William and his royal consort. The queen had scarcely welcomed the king on his return to their newly finished palace of Kensington, when an awful fire broke out there, November 10, 1691. It wrapped in flames the stone gallery, but was extinguished before it involved the royal apartments. When the roar of the fire became audible, William, believing a treacherous attack on his palace was in progress, called loudly for his sword, but soon found that the foe was better quelled by a bucket of water. The differences which subsisted between the royal sisters, Mary and Anne, at this period, became more publicly apparent, owing to some awkward diplomacy that the king had set his consort to transact relative to Prince George of Denmark. On his departure from England in the preceding May, William III gave his leave of audience to the prince, who then asked his permission to serve him as a volunteer at sea. The king gave his brother-in-law the embrace enjoined by courtly etiquette, but answered him not a word. George of Denmark took silence for consent, prepared his sea equipage, and sent all on board the ship in which he intended to sail, but King William had left positive orders with Queen Mary that she was not to suffer Prince George to sail with the fleet, yet she was not openly to forbid him to go. Thus the queen had the very difficult diplomatic task enjoined her by her spouse, to impede the intentions of her brother-in-law, making it appear at the same time as if he stayed by his own choice. The queen, according to Lady Marlborough's account, observed her husband's directions exactly. She sent a very great lord to that lady to desire that she would persuade the Princess Anne to hinder Prince George from his sea expedition. The queen expected her, that is Lady Marlborough, to accomplish it without letting her mistress know the reason. Lady Marlborough replied that it was natural for the princess to wish that her husband should stay at home out of danger, yet there was doubt whether she would prevail on him to give up his expedition, but that as to herself, she could not undertake to say anything to the princess and conceal her reasons for speaking. Yet if she were permitted to use her majesty's name, she would say whatever was desired by her. But this did not accord with her majesty's views. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 11, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary II, Chapter 8, Part 2. The Queen had now entered into a league with Lawrence Hyde, Earl of Rochester, her younger uncle, who had been prevailed upon, to the indignation of her captive, his elder brother Clarendon, to take the oaths to her government and become one of her ministers. The Earl of Rochester, who had been the particular object of the revilings of the Princess Anne and her favourite, was at this time sent by Queen Mary to explain her pleasure. That Prince George of Denmark was to relinquish his intention of going to sea, which measure was to appear to be his own choice. Prince George replied to this rather unreasonable intimation, that there had been much talk in London respecting his intention, and as his preparations were very well known, if he sent for his sea equipage from on board ship, as the Queen desired, without giving any reason for such caprice, that he should make a very ridiculous figure in the eyes of everyone. His representation was undoubtedly true, and it was as true that the king and queen would not have had any objection to his incurring contempt by his obedience in the eyes of the English people. The queen, finding that the Prince of Denmark would not submit to the intervention of her will and pleasure in private, was obliged to send her Lord Chamberlain, Nottingham, in form, positively to forbid his embarkation. The Queen and Princess lived in appearance, continues Lady Marlborough, as if nothing had happened all that summer. Lord Portland, it was well known, had ever a great prejudice to my Lord Marlborough. Elisabeth Villiers, although I had never done her any injury, excepting not making my court to her, was my implacable enemy. The Princess Anne, instigated by the restless ambition of her favourite, had thought fit to demand the Order of the Garter as a reward due to the military merit of Lord Marlborough in Ireland. The request was made by letter to her brother-in-law. The Princess Anne to King William, Tunbridge, August 2, 1691. Sir, I hope you will pardon me for giving you this trouble, but I cannot help seconding the request the Prince George of Denmark has now made you, to remember your promise of a garter for Lord Marlborough. You cannot bestow it upon anyone that has been more serviceable to you in the late Revolution, nor that has ventured their lives for you, as he has done since your coming to the crown. But if people will not think these merits enough, I cannot believe anybody will be so unreasonable as to be dissatisfied, when it is known you are pleased to give it him, on the prince's account and mine. I am sure I shall ever look upon it as a mark of your favour to us. I will not trouble you with any ceremony, because I know you do not care for it. Anne. The Queen refused this demand. It has been stated that there was something of contempt in her manner of so doing, and that exasperated the favourites of her sister into a degree of rage, which led them to conspire the downfall of her husband and herself from the sovereignty. Lord Marlborough, in the same year, wrote to his former master, James II, declaring that he could neither sleep nor eat in peace for the remembrance of his crimes against him. He made unbounded offers of his services, and finished by assuring him that he would bring the Princess Anne back to her duty if he received the least word of encouragement. Marlborough was then one of the Council of 9 assisting in the government. The perils of the Queen's position were therefore great. James II, however, did not give much encouragement to this treason, and dryly answered to Marlborough that his good intentions must be proved by deeds rather than words. Meantime, the Queen's regency was agitated by plots which were ramifications of that of Lord Preston. She signed warrants for the arrest of the deprived Bishop of Ely and Lord Dartmouth. The latter soon after died in the prison of the Tower. She likewise molested the deprived primate by sending a commission to his cottage in Suffolk to inquire into his proceedings. One of her messengers could scarcely refrain from tears when he found that the venerable Archbishop himself came to the door when he knocked, because his only attendant, an old woman who took care of his cottage, happened to be ill. The Queen's enmity was exceedingly great to William Penn, whose name was involved in these machinations. An entire stop was put to his philanthropic exertions in the colony of Pennsylvania, newly founded under the auspices of his friend James, and the good Quaker was forced to hide his head and skulk about London, as he did in the persecution of his sect before the accession of James II. He wished to have an interview with the Queen. He could, he said, convince her of his fidelity to the government to which he wished well, because the predominance of her father's religion must be ultimate destruction to his own. The personal friendship was warm which he bore to James Stuart, but he loved him as such and not as king. He was his benefactor, he said. He loved him in his prosperity, and he never could speak against him in his adversity. But let him say what he would, William Penn was a persecuted man as long as Queen Mary lived, besides the dislike, for various causes, which she bore to this friend of her father. Queen Mary was greatly incensed at the attachment of his wife to the exiled family. Queen Mary's government in the summer of 1691 had been accompanied by a series of circumstances calamitous enough to daunt the courage of a more experienced ruler. Disastrous and bloody battles had been fought in Flanders, and great slaughter of the English troops ensued without the satisfaction of victory. Corn was at a famine price. The country, gentry, and merchants were sinking under a weight of taxation, such as never had been heard or thought of in the British Islands. The fleet had returned covered with disgrace. English seamen were overcome merely by the horrible provisions and worthless ammunition which the corrupt ministry had provided for their use. All these tremendous difficulties had the Queen to surmount, but her correspondence is not available for the history of this summer. It is known that she sojourned in her palace without a friend, nay, without an object of affection. She had no affections except for her husband, and he was absent, exposed to 1,000 dangers. She had no female friend among her numerous ladies, for in her voluminous correspondence, which has been opened to the reader, where she has entered into the feelings of her own heart with minute and skillful anatomy, she has never mentioned one person as a friend. Indeed, her panegyrist, Burnet, in his curious manuscript narrative, observes in the enumeration of her other valuable qualities, that the Queen never had a female friend. The reader of this biography knows that she had in her youth 1. Her early playfellow, Anne Trelawney, who was driven from the Hague by William, a circumstance which caused her extreme sorrow. Not long afterwards, the singular alteration took place in Mary's character that has been noted among the events of 1684–85. Her Majesty certainly was, in 1691, in the most utter loneliness of heart. She was on ill terms with Queen Catherine, and the cold, distant communication of mere state audiences, which took place between herself and her sister, the Princess Anne, was ready to break out from the quietude of aversion to the active warfare of hatred which soon ensued. The only ray that enlightened this mass of gloom arose from the success of the army in Ireland. Limerick had surrendered on honourable terms. They were shamelessly broken. Whether the wrong belongs to Queen Mary's regnal history or to that of her husband, it would be too long to inquire. Her Majesty alludes to the successes in Ireland in the fragment of a letter to Lady Russell in reply to one in which that lady asked for the disposal of the auditorship of Wales worth £400 per annum for Mr. Vaughan, her son or nephew. On this head, Queen Mary observed, "I am sure that the king will be as willing to please you as myself. You are very much in the right to believe I have cause enough to think this life not so fine a thing as it may be others do that I lead at present. Besides the pain I am almost continually in for the king, it is so contrary to my own inclination that it can be neither happy nor pleasant. But I see one is not ever to live for oneself. I have had many years of ease and content, and was not so sensible of my own happiness as I ought. But I must be content with what it pleases God, and this year I have had good reason to praise him, hitherto for the successes in Ireland, the news of which came so quick upon one another, that made me fear we had some ill to expect from other places. But I trust in God that will not be, though it looks as if we must look for little good either from Flanders or sea. The king continues, God be praised, very well, And though I tremble at the thoughts of it, yet I cannot but wish a battle well over. I wish it as heartily as Mr. Russell himself." The result of the naval affairs alluded to by the Queen in this letter was as unsatisfactory as Her Majesty had anticipated. Admiral Russell and Sir Cloudesley Shovel cruised off Brest during the summer, but without coming to the engagement expected by the Queen. At last, the fleet was shattered by a storm. On entering Plymouth Harbor, the Warwick and the Coronation were lost while anchoring. The nation was incensed, as bad seamanship alone was supposed to be the cause. Russell's conduct was examined by Parliament, but when he produced his orders, he was acquitted. The Queen's government was singularly unfortunate in naval affairs. Proof has been shown, from her own letters, that at the era of the Beachy Head battle, she interfered with rash and injudicious orders. While the fleets of England and France were threatening each other, the Jacobites were active. On the other hand, those persons whose prosperity depended on the permanence of the Revolution indefatigably infused in the Queen's mind suspicions of all who were not their friends. Thus instigated, the Queen sent for Dr. Hooper one day to chide him for his undutiful conduct to Archbishop Tillotson. "I have been told," she said, "that you never wait on him, neither does Mrs. Hooper visit Mrs. Tillotson as she ought to do." Dr. Hooper proved to the Queen that he had paid all the respect, and so had his wife, at Lambeth Palace, that was proper without proving intrusive. The Queen smiled and said, "She did not believe the report was true when she heard it." The mischief-maker, who had approached the ear of Majesty, then ventured somewhat further, and subsequently informed Queen Mary that of all places in the world, the apostolic Hooper had been figuring at a great cock-match at Bath, which it was supposed was a general muster for the Jacobite gentry of the west of England. Dr. Hooper, being questioned in this matter by Queen Mary, replied very quietly, that it was true he had been at Bath some months that year on account of the disastrous health of his wife, who was all the time in danger of her life. The Queen graciously interrupted him to ask, how Mrs. Hooper was then? When Dean Hooper had replied, he resumed the discussion, affirming that he had never heard a tittle of the cock-match at Bath, or of the meeting of the Jacobite gentlemen there. The Queen then informed him of some minor malicious reports, among others an accusation that he always travelled on the Sabbath. "It is true," replied Dr. Hooper, "that I am often on the road on the Sabbath, but it is in the pursuance of my clerical duty. I travel with my wife journeys of several days to Bath. I always rest the whole Sunday and attend both services, easily ascertained, as I usually preach for the minister where I tarry." The Queen told him, in a very gracious manner, that she had never believed what he was accused of, but she would always let him know his faults, or rather what he was accused of. Her Majesty concluded by letting him know that her informer was Dr. Burnet, Bishop of Salisbury. Burnet was noted for his propensity to scandalous gossip, in the promulgation of which he little heeded the conventional decencies of time and place, as, for instance, Lord Jersey, the brother of Elisabeth Villiers, told Lord Dartmouth that he has heard Bishop Burnet scandalize the Duchess of York before her daughter, Queen Mary, and a great deal of company, according to the well-known passage of slander printed in his history, with this difference, that when speaking he did not conceal the name of the person with whom he affirmed she was in love. This was Henry Sidney, created by William III, Earl of Romney, and given an enormous grant of £17,000 per annum. If Lord Jersey could hear Burnet hold forth on this subject, the Queen could do the same, as that noble was one of her household, whose duties placed him near her chair. King William arrived safely at Kensington October the 13th. The Queen was, for a time, relieved from the heavy weight of the regnal sceptre, but she had to endure the bitterest reproaches, because she had purposely misconstrued his intention by the promotion of Dr. Hooper to the deanery of Canterbury. Not even in the most important crises which had occurred when the nation was under her guidance for the last 2 years was Queen Mary ever permitted to meet her peers and commoners assembled in Parliament for the purpose of convening them or dismissing them. Her husband had opened Parliament since his return from Flanders, October 22, 1691, and in his robes and crown made a speech on a final reduction of Ireland, in the course of which he never once mentioned his wife. The king's neglect, whether proceeding from forgetfulness, ingratitude, or jealousy, was quickly repaired by Parliament, for on the 27th of the same month the Lords and Commons almost simultaneously moved that addresses be presented to Her Majesty at Whitehall, giving her thanks for her prudent care in the administration of the government in His Majesty's absence. The new Archbishop of Canterbury, Dr. Tillotson, was requested by the Lords to draw up their address, which was thus worded. We, your Majesty's most dutiful and loyal subjects, the Lords spiritual and temporal, in Parliament assembled, from a true sense of the quiet and happiness the nation hath enjoyed in your Majesty's administration of government in the King's absence, do hold ourselves obliged to present our most humble acknowledgments to your Majesty for your prudent conduct therein, to the universal satisfaction as well as the security of the kingdom. The House of Lords also requested Lord Villiers, newly raised to the peerage as Viscount, and then Lord Chamberlain to the Queen, to attend Her Majesty presently, to know what time Her Majesty will appoint for this House to attend her with the address. After some delay, Lord Villiers acquainted the House that he had attended Her Majesty as commanded, who hath appointed 3 o'clock this Friday afternoon for the House to attend her with the address, in the drawing-room at Whitehall. This room must have been the drawing-room adjoining the banqueting hall at Whitehall, which had been spared by the flames that had recently devastated nearly the whole of the palace. The king had obtained some information on the subject of Marlborough's correspondence with James II. He attributed to his treacherous betrayal the failure of an attack made on Brest by the English fleet in the preceding summer. "Upon my honour," replied Marlborough, "I never mentioned it but in confidence to my wife." "I never mentioned anything in confidence to mine," was the reply of King William. The cynical spirit of this answer bears some analogy to the temper of King William, but the evident want of truth in the assertion makes it doubtful that the king ever made use of any such words. The anecdote is widely known, but it is founded on nothing but hearsay and tradition. It seems to have been invented by Marlborough to account, in an offhand way, to the world that this serious treachery had accidentally slipped out in a gossip letter from Lady Marlborough to her sister, Lady Tyrconnell, who was with the royal exiles at the court of Saint-Germain. For how could William say to one of the Council of 9 that he never told anything confidentially to the Queen, when her letters give full proof that the most important matters were expedited by her? William could make repartees which were not only rude but brutal to the Queen, neither was his truth unsullied, but he possessed considerable shrewdness and was a man of few words. Such characters seldom make remarks which are at once absurd and self-contradictory. Whatsoever might have been the real version of this angry dialogue, it led to the result that Marlborough took the step he had hinted to James II, and under his influence and that of his wife, the Princess Anne was induced to pen a penitential epistle to her father. It was in these terms. December 1st or 11th, 1691. I have been very desirous of some safe opportunity to make you a sincere and humble offer of my duty and submission to you, and to beg you will be assured that I am both truly concerned for the misfortune of your condition, and sensible, as I ought to be, of my own unhappiness. As to what you may think I have contributed to it, if wishes could recall what is past, I have long since redeemed my fault. I am sensible it would have been a great relief to me if I could have found means to have acquainted you earlier with my repentant thoughts, but I hope they may find the advantage of coming late, of being less suspected of insincerity than perhaps they would have been at any time before. It will be a great addition to the ease I propose to my mind by this plain confession, if I am so happy as to find that it brings any real satisfaction to yours, and that you are as indulgent and easy to receive my humble submissions as I am to make them, in a free, disinterested acknowledgment of my fault, for no other end but to deserve and receive your pardon. I have had a great mind to beg you to make one compliment for me, but fearing the expressions which would be properest for me to make use of might be, perhaps, the least convenient for a letter, I must content myself at present with hoping the bearer will make a compliment for me to the Queen. Now the bearer, in whose hands this letter was deposited for conveyance, as some say, by the Princess Anne herself, was the last person likely to fetch and carry, with suitable grace, the affected verbal trash called compliments by the fine ladies of that day. He was a bluff and stout Welshman, Captain Davy Lloyd, one of James II's veteran sea commanders. Davy held the daughters of his old master in the utmost contempt, which he did not scruple to express at times without any very refined choice of epithets. Both Queen Mary and King William were soon apprised that some such epistle was compounded, long before it reached the hands of James II. Lady Fitzharding, it has been noted, was the spy of her sister, Elisabeth Villiers, in the family of the Princess Anne, and by her agency King William knew accurately within a few hours all that passed at the cockpit. The Princess Anne rather encouraged than suppressed the daring impudence of her favourite, Lady Marlborough, and they would vituperate the reigning monarch with the most virulent terms of abuse. Thus all the elements of discord were ready for violent explosion, which accordingly took place on the evening of January 9th, 1691-92, when a personal altercation ensued between the Queen and the Princess Anne. There is no doubt but that Anne's partiality for the Marlboroughs was the subject of dispute. No particulars, however, transpired, excepting what may be gleaned from subsequent letters of the Princess Anne to Lady Marlborough. From these, it appears that the Queen threatened to deprive her sister of half her income. The Princess Anne well knew that Parliament, having secured to her the whole, such threats were vain, since if the will of her sister and her spouse had been consulted, she would have been in possession of neither half of the £50,000 per annum allowed her by her country. The Princess Anne had just received her payment of this allowance, and had settled on the Marlboroughs an annuity from it of £1,000, circumstances which had probably added to the exasperation of the Queen, who considered, with her spouse, that the whole of that sum was torn from their ways and means. The next morning it was the turn of Lord Marlborough to fulfil his duties as one of the lords of the bedchamber to King William. The manner of Marlborough's expulsion from his place was very disagreeable to him. He commenced his waiting week without the least remark being made to him, and after he had put on the king's shirt and done his duty for the morning, Lord Nottingham was sent to him, who told him that the king had no further wish for his services, and that he was commanded to sell or dispose of all his employments, and that he was forbidden the court. Everyone was immediately busied in guessing his crime. It was, however, generally supposed to be making mischief between the princess and the king and queen. The king and queen further desired that he, Lord Marlborough, would absent himself from their presence for the future. The anguish that the Princess Anne manifested at this disgrace of her favourite's husband was excessive. She greatly exasperated the king and queen by her tearful eyes and sad countenance when she visited them. The princess's anticipations of still harsher measures probably led to her depression of spirits, since she received an anonymous letter before the end of January, which warned her that the next step taken by the government would be the imprisonment of Lord Marlborough. The letter likewise gave her a really salutary warning respecting the treachery of Lady Fitzharding, and that all the tears she had shed and the words she had spoken on the subject of Lord Marlborough's disgrace had been betrayed to the king by that household spy. It must excite great surprise in those to whom the undercurrents of events are unknown, to think what could impel King William to utterly cashier a person who had been so useful to him in the Revolution, as Lord Marlborough. Evelyn, however, a contemporary, discusses the point plainly enough in these words. Lord Marlborough, Lieutenant General, Gentleman of the Bedchamber, dismissed from all his employments, military and other, for his faults in excessive taking of bribes, covetousness, and extortion, on all occasions, from his inferior officers. These charges were disgraceful enough to induce confusion of countenance in any near connection of the delinquent, but the practice of robbing the public had become so common that it was seldom charged against any one who had not been concerned in practices generally considered more dangerously inimical to the government. Neither King William nor his consort dared openly accuse the Marlboroughs of having abetted the Princess Anne in a reconciliation with the exiled king. They well knew that such an avowal would have led a third of their subjects to follow their example. The silence of the king and queen, at least in regard to the public, on the real delinquencies at the Cockpit, emboldened Lady Marlborough sufficiently to accompany her mistress to court on the next reception day at Kensington, about 3 weeks after the disgrace of her husband. Next day Queen Mary forbade the repetition of Lady Marlborough's intrusion in the following letter to the Princess Anne. Queen Mary to the Princess Anne. Kensington, Friday, 5th of February. Having something to say to you, which I know will not be very pleasing, I choose rather to write it first, being unwilling to surprise you, though I think what I'm going to tell you should not, if you give yourself time to think that never anybody was suffered to live at court in Lord Marlborough's circumstances. I need not repeat the cause he has given the king to do what he has done, nor his unwillingness at times to come to extremities, though people do deserve it. In this dark hint is embodied all the information the queen chose to give her sister regarding the cause of the disgrace of her sister's favorites and guides. The passage, written with extreme caution, was prepared thus, to guard against the political mischief which might be done by the Princess Anne and her audacious ruler, from making the queen's letter of remonstrance public among their party. At the same time it is manifest that previous remonstrance and explanation on the offences of the princess and the Marlboroughs had been resorted to by her majesty. What these offences and injuries were, the preceding pages of this biography fully explain. This section of the Queen's letter is an instance of the sagacity for which she was famed. The whole is written with moderation when the provocation is considered, and the fearful dangers with which the throne of Mary and her beloved husband was surrounded in 1692, dangers which the correspondence of Anne and her coadjutors with her exiled father greatly aggravated. Queen Mary continues, I hope you do me the justice to believe it as much against my will, that I now tell you that, after this, it is very unfit that Lady Marlborough should stay with you, since that gives her husband so just a pretence of being where he should not. I think I might have expected you should have spoken to me of it, and the king and I, both believing it, made us stay thus long. But seeing you was so far from it, that you brought Lady Marlborough hither last night, makes us resolve to put it off no longer, but tell you she must not stay, and that I have all the reason imaginable to look upon your bringing her as the strangest thing that ever was done. Nor could all my kindness for you, which is always ready to turn all you do the best way, at any other time have hindered me from showing you so that moment, but I considered your condition, and that made me master myself so far as not to take notice of it then. Contrary to her usual style in this letter, the sentences of the Queen are not constructed logically in all their bearings. Her reiterated "it" seems to mean that she and King William expected the Princess Anne to propose to them the dismissal of Lady Marlborough on account of the disgrace of that person's husband, instead of bringing her into their evening drawing-room as coolly as if nothing had happened. Notwithstanding her folly in thus conducting herself, the situation of the Princess Anne required consideration and forbearance, for she was, in February 1691-92, within a few weeks of her confinement, and her health at such times was always precarious. The queen's excessive self-praises of her own kindness to her sister are perhaps somewhat overcharged. They are founded on the fact that she did not reprove the princess publicly and expel the intruders she brought with her, as her majesty thought they deserved. "But now I must tell you," resumes Queen Mary. "It was very unkind in a sister, would have been very uncivil in an equal, and I need not say I have more to claim, which though my kindness would never make me exact, yet when I see the use you would make of it, I must tell you I know what is due to me, and expect to have it from you. 'Tis upon this account, I tell you plainly, Lady Marlborough must not continue with you in the circumstances her lord is. I know this will be uneasy to you, and I am sorry for it, for I have all the real kindness imaginable for you, and as I ever have, so will always do my part, to live with you as sisters ought, that is, not only like so near relations, but like friends, and as such I did think to write to you. For I would have made myself believe your kindness for her," that is Lady Marlborough, "made you at first forget what you should have for the king and me, and resolved to put you in mind of it myself, neither of us being willing to come to harsher ways. But the sight of the Lady Marlborough, having changed my thoughts, does naturally alter my style. And since by that I see how little you seem to consider what, even in common civility, you owe us, I have told it you plainly, but withal assure you that, let me have never so much reason to take anything ill of you, my kindness is so great that I can pass over most things and live with you as becomes us. And I desire to do so merely from that motive. I do love you as my sister, and nothing but yourself can make me do otherwise. And that is the reason I choose to write this rather than tell it to you, that you may overcome your first thoughts. And when you have well considered, you will find that, though the thing be hard, which I again assure you I am sorry for, yet it is not unreasonable, but what has ever been practiced, and what yourself would do were you the queen in my place. I will end this with once more desiring you to consider the matter impartially and take time for it. I do not desire an answer presently, because I would not have you give a rash one. I shall come to your drawing room tomorrow before you play, because you know why I cannot make one." This was because the queen did not choose to sit down to the beset table with Lady Marlborough. "At some other time," concludes the queen, "we shall reason the business calmly, which I will willingly do, or anything else that may show it shall never be my fault if we do not live kindly together, nor will I ever be other, by choice, than your truly loving and affectionate sister, M.R." It is useless to quote the comments of Lady Marlborough regarding this letter, and the mandate it contained for her dismissal from the household and counsels of her adoring mistress. Lady Marlborough published the royal letter, but sedulously hid the provocation, which elicited both that and the command contained therein. In her narrative of the events of this era, she carefully conceals the spring that caused them, which was the treacherous correspondence of her husband with the court of Saint-Germain, and the letter he had prompted the Princess Anne to write to her father. Historical truth can only be found in contemporary documents and narratives, but not in one alone. Many must be compared and collated before the myths in which selfish interests seek to envelop facts can be dispelled. Lady Marlborough devotes several pages to the most enthusiastic praises of herself. Her disinterestedness and devotion to the Princess Anne are lauded to the skies. When in the list of her virtues she discusses her honesty, she thus expresses herself: "As to the present power the Princess Anne had to enrich me, her revenue was no such vast thing as that I could propose to draw any mighty matters from thence. And besides, Sir Benjamin Bathurst had the management of it. I had no share in that service." Yet £50,000 per annum is a large revenue even in these times, and in the early days of the national debt it bore a much higher comparative value. The Princess Anne, after she had read her sister's letter, summoned her uncle Rochester to her assistance. That nobleman, from a thorough appreciation of the turbulence and treachery which were united in the character of Lady Marlborough, had, in her outset of life, strongly advised James II to exclude her from the household of his daughter Anne. But the indulgence of the father yielded to the supplications of his child. When Lord Rochester came to the cockpit at the entreaty of the Princess Anne, she put in his hand the following letter. It was evidently the production of a consultation with the favourite, since it is by no means in the style of the princess herself. The Princess Anne to Queen Mary. Your Majesty was in the right to think that your letter would be very surprising to me, for you must needs be sensible enough of the kindness I have for my Lady Marlborough to know that a command from you to part from her must be the greatest mortification in the world to me, and indeed of such a nature as I might well have hoped your kindness to me would have always prevented. I am satisfied she cannot have been guilty of any fault to you, and it would be extremely to her advantage if I could here repeat every word that ever she had said to me of you in her whole life. I confess it is no small addition to my trouble to find the want of your Majesty's kindness to me on this occasion, since I am sure I have always endeavoured to deserve it by all the actions of my life. Your care of my present condition is extremely obliging, and if you could be pleased to add to it so far as, upon my account, to recall your severe command, as I must beg leave to call it, in a matter so tender to me, and so little reasonable, as I think, to be imposed on me, that you would scarce require it from the meanest of your subjects. I should ever acknowledge it as a very agreeable mark of your kindness to me. And as I must freely own that, as I think this proceeding can be for no other intent than to give me a very sensible mortification, so there is no misery that I cannot readily resolve to suffer, rather than the thoughts of parting with her, that is Lady Marlborough. If, after all this that I have said, I must still find myself so unhappy as to be pressed on this matter, yet your Majesty may be assured that, as my past actions have given the greatest testimony of my respect both for the king and you, so it shall always be my endeavour, wherever I am, to preserve it carefully, for the time to come, as becomes your Majesty's very affectionate sister and servant, Anne. From the Cockpit, February 6, 1692. It may be worthy of observation that the date of this epistle is on the birthday of Anne. When Lord Rochester had perused this letter, the Princess Anne requested that he would be the bearer of it from her to her Majesty, to which the uncle put a positive negative. He had hoped that the end of the controversy between his royal nieces would have been the removal of such a fosterer of strife as Lady Marlborough had proved herself to be, since she had arrived at woman's estate, and he would not carry a letter which forbade that hope. He then withdrew from the conference, declaring his intention of mediating in all measures which led to reconciliation, which was by strenuously advising the Queen to send Lady Marlborough at once from the Cockpit to her house at St. Albans. Meantime, after the princess or her favourite had concocted the letter quoted above, it was copied and sent to her Majesty that day by the hands of one of the servants of the princess. Queen Mary returned no answer, excepting that of an official message carried to the Cockpit by her Lord Chamberlain Nottingham, warning Lord and Lady Marlborough to abide no longer in the Palace of Whitehall, a measure which was the first step her Majesty took on the advice of Lord Rochester. The Princess Anne considered that her sister had no more right to dictate what servants she should retain in her residence of the Cockpit than in any other private house, since it had been purchased for her by her uncle Charles II, after it had been alienated from the rest of the Palace of Whitehall, in common with many other buildings appertaining to that part of the vast edifice which abutted to St. James's Park. But the Cockpit, the Holbein Gateway, and the adjoining banqueting house were at that period all that was left of the once extensive palace. When the Queen's message of expulsion from the Cockpit was delivered to Lady Marlborough, the Princess Anne took the resolution of withdrawing from it at the same time, and announced her intention to her sister in the following epistle. The Princess Anne to Queen Mary. I am very sorry to find that all I have said myself and my Lord Rochester for me has not had effect enough to keep your Majesty from persisting in a resolution which you are satisfied must be so great a mortification to me, as to avoid it I shall be obliged to retire, and deprive myself of the satisfaction of living where I might have frequent opportunities of assuring you of that duty and respect which I have always been, and shall be desirous to pay you upon all occasions. My only consolation in this extremity is, that not having done anything in all my life to deserve your unkindness, I hope I shall not be long under the necessity of absenting myself from you, the thought of which is so uneasy to me, that I find myself too much indisposed to give your Majesty any further trouble at this time. February 8, 1692. The approaching accouchement of the princess rendered all harshness to her odious in the eyes of everyone. One of the royal palaces had usually been appointed for her retirement at such times, but as the queen had thought proper to expel her favorite friend from her own private residence, the princess affected to consider that she should not be too much at the royal mercy if her accouchement took place either at St. James's Palace or Hampton Court. It was the policy of the party of the Princess Anne to give her, as much as possible, the semblance of injured distress, and the appearance of being hunted out of house and home, at a period dangerous to her health, and even to her life. There can be no doubt that the mistress of £50,000 per annum need not have been obliged to sue for the charitable grant of a home to abide in during the period of her accouchement. Yet a few hours before leaving the cockpit, the Princess Anne sent a request to the Duchess of Somerset to lend her Sion house for her residence during the ensuing summer. This lady was the wife of a kinsman of the princess, commonly called the proud Duke of Somerset. She was the heiress of the great Percy inheritance, and as such, the possessor of the ancient historical palace of Sion. William III, whose activity in petty instances of annoyance is singularly at variance with his received character for magnanimity, immediately sent to the Duke of Somerset, and in a conference with him endeavoured to induce him to put a negative on the request of the Princess Anne. But such mighty English nobles as Somerset and his consort, the Percy heiress, soon proved to the foreign monarch how independent they were of any such influence. The Duchess of Somerset forthwith sent an affectionate message to the Princess Anne, declaring that Sion House was entirely at her service. Before the princess left her residence of the cockpit for Sion House, she thought proper to attend the drawing room of their Majesties at Kensington Palace. In this interview, according to the phraseology of the Marlborough, the Princess Anne made her Majesty all the professions imaginable, to which the queen remained as insensible as a statue. The massacre of Glencoe occurred February 14, 1692. It is but justice to Queen Mary to observe that this atrocity did not disgrace the period when she swayed the regnal sceptre, neither is her signature appended to the detestable warrant perpetrated by her husband, which authorized the slaughter in cold blood of upwards of 100 men, women, and little children of her subjects. The circumstances have been, of late years, too often narrated to need relating here, but as the wickedness was committed in a reign in which a woman's name is partly responsible, it is desirable, by the production of the documents, to show that the iniquity was wholly devised as well as executed by men. An historian especially partial to the character of William III considers as a great grievance the inquiry into the massacre of Glencoe, and with much naivete observes that the said inquiry was remarkably troublesome to many respectable people. The Scotch Parliament pronounced it a barbarously murderous transaction. After this opinion, the respectable people concerned in it put a stop to the further trouble this decision might have given them by producing the following warrant. William R. As for the Macdonalds of Glencoe, if they can well be distinguished from the rest of the Highlanders, it will be proper for the vindication of public justice to extirpate that set of thieves. W.R. This extermination, which was extended in intention to the Frasers and other clans in the Highlands, must have originated in the mind of William himself, as is evident by the wording of the warrant. A Scotchman would have spoken with more certainty of the localities of his country. At the same time, it is improbable that any English minister suggested an extirpation, because even the execution of military law in England is always regarded with horror. Perhaps the open quarrels which then agitated the royal family prevented public attention from dwelling on the atrocities perpetrated by the king's warrant in the north. The Princess Anne withdrew to Sion about the beginning of March, taking with her Lady Marlborough, on whom she lavished more affection than ever. As an instance of ill will, King William gave orders that his sister-in-law should be deprived of the guards by whom she had been attended since her father had given her an independent establishment. The princess lost her guards just as she had the most need of them, for the roads all round the metropolis swarmed with highwaymen. Her carriage was stopped, and she was robbed, between Brentford and Sion, soon after her establishment there. This adventure was made the subject of many lampoons, and great odium was thrown on the king and queen, on account of the danger to which the heiress presumptive was exposed through their harshness. The act of depriving the Princess Anne of the usual adjuncts of her rank was a parting blow before her persecutor left England for his usual Flemish campaign. The king resigned the sole government for a third time into the hands of his queen, and bade her farewell on the 5th of March. He sailed with a wind so favourable that he reached the Hague on the succeeding day, and from thence went to Loo. To illustrate the narrative of these royal quarrels, the reader must be given an insight of Burnet's genuine opinion on this subject, written in his own hand. It will be allowed to be a great historical curiosity. His opinions must raise a smile when it is remembered how closely and approvingly intimate he and the Duchess of Marlborough were in after life. About the end of the session in Parliament, the king called for Marlborough's commissions and dismissed him out of his service. The king, that is William, said to myself upon it, he had very good reason to believe that Marlborough had made his peace with King James and was engaged in a correspondence with France. It was certain he was doing all he could to set on a faction in the army and nation against the Dutch, and to lessen the king, as well as his wife, who was so absolute a favourite with the Princess Anne, that she seemed to be the mistress of her heart and thoughts, which were alienated both from the king and queen. The queen had taken all possible methods to gain her sister, and had left no means unassayed, except purchasing her favourite, which her majesty thought it below her to do. That being the strongest passion in the princess's breast, all other ways proved ineffectual, so a visible coldness grew between the sisters. Many rude things were daily said at that court, that is the establishment of the Princess Anne, and they struggled to render themselves very popular, though with very ill success, for the queen grew to be so universally beloved that nothing would stand against her in the affections of the nation. Upon Marlborough's disgrace, his wife was ordered to leave court. This the Princess Anne resented so highly that she left the court likewise, for she said she would not have her servants taken from her. All persons that have credit with her have tried to make her submit to the queen, but to no purpose. She has since that time lived in a private house, and the distance between the sisters has now risen so high that the visiting of the princess is looked upon as a neglect of the queen's displeasure. So that the princess is now much alone as can be imagined. The enemies of the government began to make great court to her, but they fell off from her very soon, and she sunk into such neglect that if she did not please herself in an inflexible stiffness of humour, it would be very uneasy to her. Burnet, in his manuscript notations, where he always uses the present tense, speaks likewise with much acridity on the impropriety which he asserts was committed by Admiral Russell in expostulating with great rudeness to King William on Marlborough's disgrace. He demanded to see the proofs of his faults, and reminded him, in a tone not very agreeable, that it was he who carried the letters between his majesty and Marlborough before the Revolution. This was just before he undertook the command of the fleet off La Hogue. Notwithstanding all Burnet's revilings of Russell for his rough and brutal temper and his Jacobitism, every true-hearted person must venerate him for upholding the honor of his country and her naval flag, which had been woefully humbled since the Revolution. Above every political consideration, it appears by the well-known exclamation of his old master, King James, when he beheld the bravery of his English sailors at La Hogue, that he was entirely of the same opinion. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 11, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary II, Chapter 9, Part 1. Mary was again left, surrounded by unexampled difficulties. There were few persons in the country but anticipated the restoration of her father. A great naval force was collecting and arming for the invasion of the country. The French had remained masters of the seas ever since the Revolution, despite the junction of the fleets of England with the rival forces of Holland. The Queen had reason to believe that the only competent naval commander from whose skill she could hope for success was desirous of her father's restoration. The Queen knew that the Princess Anne had written to her father that she would fly to him the very instant he could make good his landing in any part of Great Britain. Indeed, a letter to James II, containing these words, it is said, was intercepted by the king and queen, and it was the cause of the disgrace of the Marlboroughs, since they were mentioned as active agents in the projected treason. Thus the dangers surrounding the career of Queen Mary were truly appalling, and to a spirit less firm would have been insurmountable. The Queen was not, in 1692, altogether a novice in the art of government. She had weathered 2 regencies, each presenting tremendous difficulties. It was strongly in her favor that Marlborough, instead of sharing her most intimate counsels as a disguised friend, was now an unmasked enemy. One of Queen Mary's earliest occupations was to review the trained bands of London and Westminster mustered in Hyde Park to the number of 10,000 men. They were destined to the defense of the capital in case of an invasion from France. She likewise ordered the suspected Admiral Russell to proceed to sea, while her royal partner in Holland caused the Dutch fleet to hasten out to form a junction with the naval force of England under the command of Russell. How singular it is that history, which is so lavish in commendations on the excellence of Queen Mary's private virtues, should leave her abilities as a ruler unnoticed. Time has unveiled the separate treacheries of her coadjutors in government. The Queen was the only person at the head of affairs on whom the least reliance could have been reposed in the time of urgency. It is well known that Nottingham, Godolphin, Russell, and many others, both high and low in her ministry, were watching every event to turn with the tide, if it tended to the restoration of her father. But while giving Queen Mary every credit as a wise and courageous ruler in the successive dangers which menaced her government in the spring of 1692, what can be said of her humanity when called to the bedside of her suffering sister in the April of that year? The Princess Anne sent Sir Benjamin Bathurst from Sion House with her humble duty to inform her Majesty that the hour of accouchement was at hand, and that she felt very ill indeed, much worse than was usual to her. Queen Mary did not think fit to see Sir Benjamin Bathurst, and took no notice of this piteous message. After many hours of great suffering and danger, the Princess Anne brought into the world, April 17, 1692, a living son, which was named George, after her husband, but the miserable mother had the sorrow to see it expire soon after its hasty baptism. Lady Charlotte Beverart, one of the Princess Anne's maids of honor, being a Dutchwoman, and on that account considered as the more acceptable messenger, was dispatched from Sion House to announce to Queen Mary the death of her newborn nephew. Lady Charlotte waited some time before the Queen saw her. At last, after her Majesty had held a consultation with her uncle, Lord Rochester, the messenger of the princess was admitted into the royal presence. The queen herself informed Lady Charlotte Beverart that she should visit the princess that afternoon. Indeed, her Majesty arrived at Sion House almost as soon as the messenger. Queen Mary entered the chamber of her sick and sorrowing sister, attended by her two principal ladies, the Countesses of Derby and Scarborough. The Princess Anne was in bed, pale and sad, but the queen never asked her how she did, never took her hand, or expressed the least sympathy for her sufferings and her loss. Her Majesty was pleased to plunge at once into the dispute which had estranged her from her sister, to whom she exclaimed in an imperious tone, as soon as she was seated by the bedside, "I have made the first step by coming to you, and I now expect that you should make the next by dismissing Lady Marlborough." The Princess Anne became pale with agitation at this unseasonable attack. Her lips trembled as she replied, "I have never in my life disobeyed your Majesty but in this one particular, and I hope at some time or other it will appear as unreasonable to your Majesty as it does now to me." The queen immediately rose from her seat and prepared, without another word, to depart. Prince George of Denmark, who was present at this extraordinary scene, led her Majesty to her coach. While so doing, the queen repeated to him precisely the same words which she had addressed to the unfortunate invalid in bed. The two ladies who had accompanied their royal mistress comported themselves according to their individual dispositions on the occasion. Lady Derby, who had been recommended to the queen by the Princess Anne as groom of the stole, in those halcyon days when these royal sisters were rejoicing together on the success of the Revolution, now showed her ingratitude by turning away from the sickbed without making the slightest inquiry after the poor invalid. But Lady Scarborough behaved in a manner better becoming a feeling and womanly character. Queen Mary retained sufficient conscientiousness to be shocked on reflection at her own conduct. She was heard to say on her return to Kensington, "I am sorry I spoke as I did to the princess, who had so much concern on her at the renewal of the affair, that she trembled and looked as white as her sheets." Yet the queen's uneasy remembrance of this cruel interview arose from remorse, not repentance, for the unfeeling words she regretted were the last she ever uttered to her sister. Thus the three persons of the Protestant branch of the royal family in England were irreconcilably divided during life, 2 against 1. Lonely as they were in the world, they were at mortal enmity with every other relative who shared their blood. It will be allowed that the causes of war and division with the exiled Roman Catholic head of their family were of a lofty nature. There is an historic grandeur in a contention for the establishment of differing creeds, and even for the possession of thrones. Great and even good princes have struggled unto the death when such mighty interests have been at stake. But when enmities that last to death between sisters may be traced in their origin to such trash as disputes concerning convenient lodgings or amount of pocket money, what can be the opinion of the dignity of such minds? Queen Mary had received a letter in the same April, directed by the hand of her exiled father and written throughout by him. It was a circular addressed to her and to those members of her privy council who had been most active in raising the calumny that disinherited his unfortunate son. This communication announced that his queen expected her confinement in May, and invited them to come to Saint-Germain to be present at the expected birth of his child, promising from Louis XIV freedom to come and go in safety. Such announcement must have been sent in severe satire, rather than in any expectation of the invitation being accepted. As may be supposed, the Princess Anne did not undergo all the harassing agitation the queen's harshness inflicted on her, in the hour of her weakness and suffering, with impunity. A dangerous fever followed her sister's visit, and she hung for several days on the very verge of the grave. From this dispute, some information regarding the royal etiquette of that period may be ascertained, for it appears that Her Majesty, Queen Mary II, honored all her female nobility not below the rank of a countess, with a state lying-in visit, But if she knew not better how to comport herself in a sick room than she did at that of her sister, these royal visitations must have thinned the ranks of her female nobility. Long before the Princess Anne was convalescent, she underwent fresh agony of alarm. By Her Majesty's orders, Lord Marlborough was arrested, and was forthwith hurried to the Tower. Then the invalid princess harassed herself by writing all day long notes and letters to his wife, who was obliged to leave Sion in order to visit and assist her husband. The earliest letter written by the Princess Anne to Lady Marlborough after this event seems to have been the following. It is dateless, but probably occurs the day after Marlborough's incarceration in the Tower. Although the princess had not left her lying-in chamber, it seems she had been agitated by reports that her own arrest was pending. She addresses Lady Marlborough as Mrs. Freeman, the assumed name they had previously agreed upon. She terms herself, as usual, Mrs. Morley. The Princess Anne to Lady Marlborough, May 16, 1692. I hear Lord Marlborough is sent to the Tower, and though I am certain they have nothing against him, and expect by your letter it would be so, yet I was struck when I was told it, for methinks 'tis a dismal thing to have one's friends sent to that place. I have 1,000 melancholy thoughts, and cannot help fearing they should hinder you from coming to me, though how they can do that without making you a prisoner, I cannot guess. I am just told, continues the Princess Anne, by pretty good hands, that as soon as the wind turns westerly, there will be a guard set upon the prince and me. If you hear there is any such thing designed, and that 'tis easy to you, pray let me see you before the wind changes, for afterwards one does not know whether they will let one have opportunities of speaking to one another, but let them do what they please. Nothing shall ever vex me, so I can have the opportunity of seeing dear Mrs. Freeman, and I swear I would live on bread and water, between two walls, without repining. For as long as you continue kind, nothing can ever be mortification to your faithful Mrs. Morley, who wishes she may never enjoy a moment's happiness in this world or the next, if ever she proves false to you. The correspondence of Lord Marlborough with the court of Saint-Germain was the cause of his arrest. It would be waste of time, after the specimens produced regarding it, to discuss it as a mystery. Many circumstances proved that Queen Mary had accurate intelligence of his treacherous intrigues. It is as evident that the intention of her government was not to prove his guilt home to him, lest the Princess Anne's share in it should be revealed. Not that the queen screened her sister out of tenderness, but from a sagacious anticipation that, if her conduct were discovered, most of her party would not scruple in following her example. Invasion was threatened daily, and the queen acted with proper precaution, by securing so slippery a person as Lord Marlborough, until the expected naval battle was decided. Meantime, the Princess Anne resolved to write to her sister, Queen Mary, and determined to send the letter by the hands of one of the prelates, Stillingfleet, Bishop of Worcester. Anne's policy in writing to the queen is explained in one of her confidential billets to Lady Marlborough. She anticipated that the queen would debar her approach, but she wished it to be spread far and wide, and to become universally known, that she had desired to visit her sister and had been forbidden. As the best plan for promoting this end, she sent for the Bishop of Worcester. He returned Her Royal Highness a polite answer that he would come to her, but said not when. Therefore the princess observed in one of her notes that she dared not go to London, as she had intended to do, to meet Lady Marlborough, lest the prelate should arrive at Sion during her absence. The next morning, the Bishop of Worcester actually came to Sion before the Princess Anne was dressed. On her interview with him, he willingly undertook the commission of delivering the letter of the princess to the queen, but praising Her Majesty so very warmly as to induce some disgust in her sister on account of his partiality. The princess, who gives this narrative in her letters to her dear Lady Marlborough, adds this extraordinary conclusion to her narrative. I told the Bishop of Worcester that you had several times desired you might go from me, but I beg again, for Christ Jesus' sake, that you would never more name it to me. For, be assured, if you should ever do so cruel a thing as to leave me, and should you do it without my consent, which if I ever give you, I may never see the face of heaven, I will shut myself up and never see the world more, but live where I may be forgotten by humankind. It is difficult to credit that this rant was written by a royal matron who was considered under the guidance of religious principles and was married to a prince to whom she was much attached and was deemed a model of conjugal virtues. The Princess Anne finally prevailed on Bishop Stillingfleet to deliver the letter she had prepared to the Queen. The Princess Anne to Queen Mary, Sion, the 20th of May, 1692. I have now, God be thanked, recovered my strength well enough to go abroad, and though my duty and inclination would both lead me to wait upon your Majesty as soon as I am able to do it, yet I have, of late, had the misfortune of being so much under your Majesty's displeasure as to apprehend there may be hard constructions made upon anything I either do or not do, with the most respectful intentions. And I am in doubt whether the same arguments that have prevailed with your Majesty to forbid people from showing their usual respects to me may not be carried so much farther as not to permit me to pay my duty to you. That, I acknowledge, would be a great increase of affliction to me, and nothing but your Majesty's own command shall ever willingly make me submit to it. For whatever reason I may think in my own mind I have to complain of being hardly used, yet I will strive to hide it as much as possible. This last sentence is disgusting in its falsehood, because the princess had, according to her voluntary avowal, deliberately devised the whole plan of writing and sending the letter by the bishop, with the intention of making her wrongs as publicly notorious as possible. The Bishop of Worcester, if we may trust the account of the Princess Anne, returned to her not a little scandalized at the reception which the Queen had given to her sister's letter. The princess seems to have had no other end than to elicit some harsh answer, and to let her sister be aware that she had been apprised of her command to forbid any of the nobility to pay her their usual visits at Sion. The princess had added, at the conclusion of her letter, that she would not pretend to reside at the cockpit unless her Majesty would make it easy to her. This was meant as a leading question, to ascertain whether, if she returned to that isolated fragment of Whitehall, the Queen would wink at the presence there of Lady Marlborough. The reply which her Majesty sent to the Princess Anne by Bishop Worcester was couched in these words. Queen Mary to the Princess Anne. I have received yours by the Bishop of Worcester, and have little to say to it, since you cannot but know that as I never use compliments, so now they cannot serve. 'Tis none of my fault that we live at this distance, and I have endeavored to show my willingness to do otherwise, and I will do no more. Don't give yourself any unnecessary trouble, for be assured 'tis not words can make us live together as we ought. You know what I required of you. And now I tell you, if you doubted it before, that I cannot change my mind, but expect to be complied with, or you must not wonder that I doubt of your kindness. You can give me no other marks that will satisfy me, nor can I put any other construction upon your actions than what all the world must do that sees them. These things do not hinder me from being very glad to hear that you are well, and wishing that you may continue so, and that you may yet, while it is in your power, oblige me to be your affectionate sister, Marie R. The Princess Anne gathered from this answer that her sister was inflexible regarding the expulsion of the Marlboroughs from the precincts of Whitehall, a circumstance which decided the question of her future residence. She was at that time in treaty for a lease of the princely mansion built by John, Lord Berkeley, and after the reception of the royal epistle, she hastened to conclude the business and settle her household there. The princess did not wholly forsake the cockpit. She retained her possession of that establishment, and used it as cantonments for those of her servants who were not offensive to the government. The plans and politics of Anne are unveiled by her own hand in the letter she wrote to her confidant when the answer of the Queen settled these arrangements. It is a letter which thoroughly displays her disposition, written about 2 days after that to the Queen, dated May 20th. The Princess Anne to the Lady Marlborough, under the designation of Mrs. Freeman. May 22nd, 1692, Sion House. I am very sensibly touched with the misfortune that my dear Mrs. Freeman has in losing her son, knowing very well what it is to lose a child, but she knowing my heart so well, and how great a share I bear in all her concerns, I will not say any more on this subject, for fear of renewing her passion too much. Being now at liberty to go where I please, by the Queen's refusing to see me, I am mightily inclined to go tomorrow after dinner to the cockpit, and from thence privately in a chair to see you. Sometime next week I believe it will be time for me to go to London to make an end of that business of Berkeley House. In shameless contradiction of her voluntary assertion to the Queen that although she thought herself ill used, she would hide it as much as possible, according to the following passages. The Bishop of Worcester brought me the Queen's letter early this morning, and by that letter, he said, he did not seem so well satisfied with her as he was yesterday. He has promised to bear me witness that I have made all the advancements that were reasonable, and I confess I think the more it is told about that I would have waited on the Queen, but that she refused seeing me, it is the better, and therefore I will not scruple saying it to anybody when it comes in my way. There were some in the family, that is the household of the princess. As soon as the news came this morning of our fleet beating the French, that advised the prince, that is George of Denmark, to go in the afternoon to compliment the Queen, and another of her household asked me if I would not send her one. But we neither of us thought there was anything necessary of it then, and much less since I received this arbitrary letter. I don't send you the original, for fear an accident may happen to the bearer, for I love to keep such letters by me for my justification. Sure never anybody was so used by a sister, but I thank God I have nothing to reproach myself withal in this business, but the more I think of all that has passed, the better I am satisfied, and if I had done otherwise, I should have deserved to have been the scorn of the world, and to be trampled upon as much as my enemies would have me. Dear Mrs. Freeman, concludes this remarkable missive. Farewell. I hope in Christ you will never think more of leaving me, for I would be sacrificed to do you the least service, and nothing but death can ever make me part with you. For if it be possible, I am every day more and more yours. P.S. I hope your lord is well. It was Mr. Maule and Lady Fitzhardinge that advised the prince and me to make our compliments to the Queen. It is evident that this letter contained a copy of the Queen's letter to the Princess Anne, and the spirit of the whole communication prompted Lady Marlborough, nothing loath, to make it as public as possible, in which the princess justified herself by producing the original. Such intrigues added greatly to the dangers by which Queen Mary was beset at this difficult period of her government, dangers which can only be appreciated by a knowledge of the falseness of too many who were perforce trusted by her with important offices. The naval victory alluded to by the Princess Anne in her letter to Lady Marlborough, on which the faction in her household advised her to send the Queen a compliment, was the celebrated one of La Hogue, where the English navy regained some of the credit they had lost since the Revolution. It was a victory gained almost against the will of the commanders, Russell and Carter, by the tenacious valor of the seamen they commanded. The correspondence of Admiral Russell with James II has been matter of history for nearly a century. Queen Mary knew it well, but she, moreover, was aware that most of the superior officers in the fleet were positively resolved not to strike a blow against her father, their old master, who was then at La Hogue, waiting the result of the mighty preparations that France had made in his behalf. Queen Mary met the danger with the high spirit arising from her indomitable courage and great abilities. She sent to the officers of the fleet that much had been told her of their dissatisfaction, and she had been strenuously advised to take their commissions from them, But for her part, she was resolved to rely on their honor. She felt convinced that they would not at once betray her, a helpless woman, and the glory of their country at the same time. She trusted the interests of both implicitly in their hands. If King William had been governing England at the time, the Protestant cause had been lost. But the reins of sovereignty being held by a queen, whose manners were soft and popular, created a strong sympathy among all classes. What the queen felt, meantime, may be guessed by those who have read her correspondence of the year 1690, where she analyzes pathetically her system of enclosing hermetically the agonies of her suspense in the recesses of her own heart. Admiral Russell had promised James II to avoid fighting, if he could do so without loss of the honor of the British Navy. If Tourville, he said, would be content to slip out of port in a dark night and pass him, he would not keep too sedulous a lookout for him, especially if he had King James on board. But if he came out of the port in open day and defied him, then an action must take place, and with the eyes of Europe on them, the fight would be in earnest. King James was far from thinking this arrangement unreasonable, and the same was signified to Tourville, the French admiral, who thought more of his own personal glory than the interest of James II. He refused to pass in the manner Russell indicated, although he might have done so without the least imputation on his valor, since the united English and Dutch fleets were so much superior to him in force, that his hope of victory must have been mere desperation. He came out of port in bravado on the 16th of May in his flagship, and a battle ensued. When once engaged, Admiral Russell and his coadjutor, Carter, who was a Jacobite without concealment, did their duty to their country. Carter was killed by some French bullet, not aware of his affection to his old master. There is a noble historical ballad, one of the naval songs of England, which illustrates the Battle of La Hogue in fewer and more impressive words than any other pen can do. The Victory of La Hogue. Thursday in the morn, the Ides of May, recorded forever be the famous 92. Brave Russell did discern by dawn of day the lofty sails of France advancing slow. All hands above, aloft! Let English valor shine, let fly a culverin, the signal for the line. Let every hand attend his gun. Follow me, you soon will see a battle soon begun. Tourville on the main triumphant rolled, to meet the gallant Russell in combat on the deep. He led a noble train of heroes bold, to sink the English admiral at his feet. Now every valiant mind to victory doth aspire. The bloody fight's begun, the sea itself on fire. Mighty fate stood, looking on, while a flood, all of blood, filled the scuppers of the royal sun. Sulphur, smoke, and fire filled the air, and with their thunders scared the Gaelic shore. Their regulated bands stood trembling near, to see their lily banners streaming now no more. At 6 o'clock, the red, the smiling victors led, to give a second blow, the final overthrow. British colours ride the vanquished main. See, they fly amazed through rocks and sands. On danger they rush to shun dire fate. Vainly they seek for aid their native land. The nymphs and sea gods mourn their lost estate. For evermore adieu, thou royal dazzling sun. From thy untimely end, thy master's fate begun. Now we sing, live the king, and drink success to every British tar. This victory was decisive against the Jacobite cause. No formidable effort from that time was made by James II. Many of his most ardent friends, among others the celebrated Dean Sherlock, out of a sense of duty to their country, took the oaths to William and Mary. When the English fleet arrived at Spithead without the loss of a single ship, Queen Mary promptly sent £30,000 in gold to be distributed among the common sailors, and sent gold medals to be given to the officers. There is a tradition that after the victory of La Hogue, the unfinished shell of the new palace of Greenwich was ordered by Queen Mary to be prepared for the reception of the wounded seamen, and that from this circumstance the idea first originated in her mind of the conversion of this neglected building into a hospital, similar in plan to her uncle's foundation at Chelsea for veteran soldiers. The vigor and ability of Queen Mary's government at the period of difficulty preceding the Battle of La Hogue became themes of commendation of all the poets of her party. Among the verses to her honor, those of Pomfret are really the best. When her great lord to foreign wars is gone, and left his Mary here to reign alone, with how serene a brow, how void of fear, when storms arose did she the vessel steer, and when the raging of the waves did cease, how gentle was her sway in times of peace, how good she was, how generous, how wise, how beautiful her shape, how bright her eyes. Van der Vark's pencil proves the great difference a few years, accompanied by increase of embonpoint, can make in the person of a female. Mary II appeared in 1692, according to the engraving, as represented in the portrait of this celebrated artist. All angles are filled up in this delineation of the royal matron. Her cheeks, which present anything but roundness of contour in her elegant portrait painted by Weising for her father when she was Princess of Orange, are now comely, and she appears on the verge of that decided obesity which is presented in her portraits and medals about the period of her demise. The architect to the right of the Queen marks both the date of the present portrait and the place where Her Majesty is represented to be seated. The round windows are the entressols of the interior of the Fountain Court, Hampton Palace, and thus they are seen from the Chapel Royal there. The Queen is represented at morning service in the Royal Gallery, probably listening to some favorite preacher. She is sitting half enveloped in the velvet curtain of the royal closet. Part of the curtain, with the heavy gold fringe, is flung over the front of the gallery on which her elbow leans. Her hand is supported by the large Spanish fan, closed, which ladies used when walking, instead of a parasol, until the end of the 18th century. End of section 12.